Chapter 933. The corner of Jean Keshin's mouth twitched. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the Azura Palace. To be honest, it was an incredible thing for a self-created faction to have an Empyrean realm cultivator. However, a 5-star law realm cultivator had crushed the domain realm White Tiger Hall's Hall Master Gong Sunhao. This left Jean Keshin with no place to reason. How could he answer Lin Xian? What's wrong with my Azura Palace? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Lin Xian turned around. The White Tiger Hall members all widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. However, they didn't recognize her. Lin Xian was also stunned. Fuck, where did this girl come from? This temperament, this appearance without thinking, Lin Xian had already guessed something. Ding, you have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Activate the time attribute. Mission time limit. 3 months. Mission punishment. Permanently unable to activate the space attribute. Lin Xian. That's right. Lin Xian had already guessed that the mission would be triggered when she saw him. This damn system really triggered it. However, who was this? Very charming, just like Murong Qing. Moreover, slightly purple pupils, so beautiful, so bewitching. This mission reward made Lin Xian's wife extremely sad. The time attribute. Damn, if it was activated with time and space in hand, others would be tortured to death. Hall Master. Jean Keshin was also very surprised to see her. Why was she here? Then, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Lin Xian? Fuck? She was the master of the Azura Palace? She created the Azura Palace? Fuck. Is this a joke? So awesome? When the White Tiger Hall members heard Jean Keshin's words, they were all dumbfounded. This was their Azura Palace's boss? Fuck. Too beautiful. It turned out that their boss was such a beautiful girl. She was on par with the goddess-like girl by Lin Xian's side. Bai Xianxian walked in and glanced at everyone with her beautiful eyes. Gong Sun Hao hurriedly got up from the ground. Hall Master, you must seek justice for me. Look at my son. His arm was crippled by them earlier, and now he's beaten up like this. Gong Sun Hao wept bitterly. Murong Qing walked to Lin Xian's side and whispered, "This woman's strength is not below mine." Lin Xian, wow, what kind of monsters were they? Bai Xianxian took a step forward and slowly squatted down in front of Gong Sun. Gong Sun Jun was unconscious. Then, she slowly stretched out her hand. In the eyes of others, she seemed to be trying to save Gong Sun Jun Ka. In the next instant, Lin Xian's pupils shrank slightly. This woman directly broke the unconscious Gong Sun Jun's neck. Gong Sun Hao's pupils contracted violently. After that, Bai Xianxian slowly stood up, and her beautiful eyes swept over Gong Sun Hao, who was beside her. Do you think I don't know about these things? Gong Sun Hao lowered his head and stood there trembling. Lin Xian felt very curious. How strong was this woman? Why did Jean Keshin, who was at the Empyrean realm, seem to be afraid of her? But of course, it was more respect. Although I haven't been here these years, Lin and City has let you help develop, and you've become lawless, right? Bai Xianxian coldly said. Plop! Gong Sun Hao directly knelt there. Hall Master, spare my life. For the sake of my service for you for so many years, spare my life, spare my life. Yes, it's been 5 years. Bai Xianxian sighed slightly. Gong Sun Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of hope. Suddenly, in the next second, his pupils shrank again. He didn't know when, but a very beautiful and delicate dagger had been inserted into his back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then he slowly lowered his head. Lin Xian, Bai Xianxian stretched out her hand, and the dagger flew into her hand. She took out a white handkerchief and slowly wiped the traces of blood on it. It was a bit strange to say that this dagger really didn't have a drop of blood on it with the naked eye. Not a trace. It was just that there was some blood near the handle of the dagger. Maybe the material was different. Clean up the corpse and get rid of those related to the Gong Sun family. Bai Xianxian said to Jean Keshin. Yes. Jean Keshin hurriedly bowed. As for your mistake, I won't remember it for the time being. I hope there won't be a second time in the future. Jean Keshin trembled all over. Yes. Then Bai Xianxian turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. I have something to tell you. Come with me. After saying that, Bai Xianxian walked outside. When she walked to his side, she said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to him." After saying that, she walked out. Obviously, this sentence was said to Murong Qing. Obviously, she also knew that Murong Qing was an expert. "You know her?" Murong Qing asked. "I don't know her." "Fuck. I can't possibly know every beautiful girl." Lin Xian said helplessly. "If you don't know her, then why doesn't she have any hostility towards you?" Murong Qing was puzzled. Logically speaking, even if it was indeed Gongsun Hao who became enemies with Lin Xian first, Lin Xian didn't give her any face and even barged in. This was her Azura palace, so he didn't give her any face. On the contrary, she didn't protect her at all and directly killed Gongsun Jun and Gongsun Hao without delay. What else did she have to say to Lin Xian? Don't know her. Murong Qing didn't think so. How come she doesn't have any hostility? That's not necessarily the case. What if she deliberately tricked me into a small room and then conspired against me? Lin Xian said worriedly. Go. She probably doesn't dare. She can naturally sense my realm. If something happens to you, there's still me. I'll avenge you. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Then I'll go. Go. Then Lin Xian went in the direction she left. He still had to go. He had triggered a mission, and it was a very important time attribute. Moreover, she was indeed beautiful, but a little ruthless. Such a beautiful girl didn't even blink when she killed someone. However, it was very fitting for a boss who could create such a big force like the Azura Palace. Bai Xianxian walked into a beautiful room and took out a bottle of red wine. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Xianxian poured a glass of red wine for Lin Xian. Want a drink? Lin Xian. Fuck. A beautiful girl inexplicably called you in the middle of the night and poured you a glass of red wine. He was a little excited. You didn't drug it, right? Lin Xian took the red wine and asked. You'll know when you taste it. Bai Xianxian sat on a soft chair and slowly swirled the glass of red wine in her hand. Then she took a small sip. Gulp, gulp. Lin Xian drank the red wine in 2 mouthfuls. Bai Xianxian. Wasn't this Lin Xian from a rich family? Was this how he drank red wine? Oh, that's right. A rich family might drink it like this. Chapter 934. Lin Xian placed the wine glass on the table and sat down. Speaking of which, I invaded your territory. Not only did you not deal with me, you even dealt with your subordinates. What are you thinking? Bai Xianxian swirled the red wine glass in her hand as she glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Following which, her sexy red lips took a small sip. They're the ones in the wrong, not you. Even if it's you. So what if it's me? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. I won't kill you. Lin Xian. Hey, little sister, did you see me somewhere and have a crush on me? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. It was strange. He had never seen her before. Lin Xian took a look. 15 favorability? Wouldn't it be normal to have 0 favorability if one had never seen her before? Plus, he was here to cause trouble. There was nothing wrong with a negative favorability. Where did this 15 favorability come from? A favorability of 15 was really inexplicable. Moreover, it was quite high. Murong Qing was only 40. What could she do with a favorability of 40? She could even sit on Lin Xian's lap. But where did this 15 favorability come from? Bai Xianxian muttered and said, My name is Bai Xianxian. Don't call me little sister. Oh. Then, do you have a crush on me? Lin Xian continued to ask. Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian stood up. Give me your hand. It's 10 yuan for a touch. Bai Xianxian. Then, she took out a piece of paper and 10 yuan from her pocket and slapped it on Lin Xian's hand. Come to my house tomorrow night at 7. Then she walked out. Lin Xian. She wrote her phone number and address on the card. Lin Xian scratched his head. Fuck. What the hell? Was he that handsome? Could it be that she was his fan? She liked the songs he wrote? That's very likely, huh? Then, Lin Xian walked out. He could no longer see the girl's figure. Yo, you even gave her money? Murong Qing looked at the 10 yuan in Lin Xian's hand and couldn't help but laugh. Go, go, go. Lin Xian helplessly rolled his eyes. Let's go. What do you say? Lin Xian and Murong Qing walked out and said, don't you think it's strange for me to have sex with her tomorrow night? And it's quite strange. Fuck. You have to believe me. Look, she even gave me her number and address. Lin Xian gave Murong Qing a look. Isn't this your house? Only then did Lin Xian take a look. Lin Xian lived in Block 8 and she lived in Block 1. They were a few hundred meters apart, but they were still in the same neighborhood. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Murong Qing didn't believe that the girl wanted to give herself to Lin Xian. She was so beautiful and elegant. More importantly, the Azura Palace belonged to her. She was simply too amazing. But wasn't Lin Xian's luck with women a bit too strong? Let's go. Let's go back. Lin Xian returned home. Linya was sitting on the sofa, holding a laptop and fighting with a few girls in voice chat. Lin Xian leaned over and hugged her waist. Linya blushed slightly. You're back. Lin Xian nodded. And what are you doing? Still playing games? Yeah, let's play together. Then, a voice came from the computer. I've heard the voice of a big idiot. The voice came from Lu Yufan. Lin Xian. And then, it was Miao Xiao Miao's voice. That's right, that's right. I heard it too. It was Ling Longyue's voice. Pfft. The girls laughed out loud. Well said, Fan Fan, Ling Ying said with a smile. Then what if Lin Xian wants to hit me? Lu Yufan asked in a low voice. You have us? Ling Ying said. That's right, that's right. Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned by the chatter of the group of girls. Lin Xian originally thought that Lin Yu would only play with 2 or 3 of them. Who would have thought that when he heard the voices, there were 5 or 6 of them? Then, he looked at the computer screen and saw familiar IDs. Fuck! The 10 of them were fighting amongst themselves. They were all playing like this now. Little fairy, get up. Let me do it. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll be arrogant. Watch me destroy them. Jungler, right? Who's your opponent? Yo, little Fan, you're really arrogant. Watch me kill all of you in the jungle. Lin Xian rolled up his sleeves and said arrogantly. Don't. The girls of Lin Ya's teammates hurriedly said, Fuck, what's the meaning of this? I'm not helping you catch any more. I'm gonna kill in the jungle. Lin Ya was very willing to let Lin Xian take over, because once Lin Xian came, the atmosphere would instantly become livelier. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian controlled Barbarian King's corpse to lie where Lu Yufan's jungle blue buff was. Then, Lu Yufan's piggy girl danced around Barbarian King's corpse. The piggy girl's dance was full of provocation. Then, Xiao Runing's ice girl was dancing beside her. Next to her was Linglong Shue's mid-laner, Lucian, who was holding 2 guns. There was a dancing animation where the guns were pointed at the ground, highlighting a smiling face. That's right. He was currently shooting at Barbarian King's corpse that Lin Xian controlled. This scene was full of mockery towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I say, aren't you guys too ruthless? Is there a need for 3 packs? Lin Xian said helplessly. I'll hit you. How dare you enter my jungle? You'll die every time you enter. Lu Yufan said arrogantly. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Just you wait. 3 minutes later, Lin Xian's Barbarian King's corpse fell at Lu Yufan's jungle red buff. Fuck. For packs? Are the 2 of you fucking wrong in the bottom lane? Lin Xian really wanted to cry. Wrong. I'm going to kill you. Yes. Okay. Just you wait. 2 minutes later, Lin Xian was killed by Ling Ying and Han Chuxue in the bottom lane and Linglong Shui in the middle lane. Then he was dancing there. Lin Xian. He felt humiliated. Lin Ya coughed dryly. How pitiful. That's right. They knew it was Lin Xian. Then what did they do? They didn't even care about the minions. The first thing they did was to set up scouts. They didn't even set up scouts in the river lanes. They only set up scouts in Lin Xian's and Lu Yufan's jungles. When they saw Lin Xian appear, the minions closest to him would just ignore him. Then he would suddenly realize that several people would appear from all directions and throw all sorts of skills at him. It was really pitiful. Lin Xian felt that the other party was using X-ray vision. I won't fucking go to the jungle anymore, okay? He died 3 times in his own jungle. Wah! I'm not playing anymore. Wah! You guys are targeting me. Lin Xian put down his mouse. Looking at the 0-7 record, he silently sat at the side. Some people are clearly noobs, but they're still so arrogant, Ling Ying said. Yes, yes. Fuck. Little Xintong, you're my teammate. Lin Xian felt like his heart was being stabbed. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue. Chapter 935. Lin Xian didn't think too much about it. Definitely couldn't play with them. There was nothing he could do when he was being targeted. Then he silently sat beside Linya, caressing her legs and watching her play. Wasn't this comfortable? After playing 2 more rounds, it was getting late and they all went offline. I'm going to wash up, Linya said to Lin Xian. And I'll wait for you in your room, Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya, it was another comfortable night. Lin Xian really felt that he had fallen into a gentle land. Perhaps humans were just like that. Lin Xian actually had a lazy mentality as well. How long had it been since he went to the demonic beast domain? However, Lin Xian told himself that he would cultivate properly when he went to the martial arts academy. Because of this thought, he had this lazy mentality. However, Lin Xian was different from others. He was rewarded for picking up girls. This was the most exaggerated. Linya went to work. Lin Xian went to Zhang Zhahan's place to check on the progress of the medicine. Once this medicine was on the market, it would definitely be popular. It could increase the strength of a martial artist's body without any side effects. He also had to thank the Ouyang family for giving him this. The main thing was that the 3 major powers actually agreed to let Lin Xian do this. Of course, they wouldn't control others. Murong Qing probably played a big part in it too. What could Lin Xian do during the day? Nothing more than accompany girls. An Xian song, Those Flowers, had already been released. Good reviews were a must. When it was 6 in the evening, Lin Xian looked at the time and walked towards Bai Xuanxuan's place. The system was very active recently. It had been a long time since he triggered a mission. Now, 2 missions were triggered consecutively. Lin Xian was going to be busy again. Bai Xuanxuan's appearance really made Lin Xian super dumbfounded. Which of the girls he met in the past didn't trigger a mission? She could be considered as one, but where did those 15 points of favorable impression come from? It was baffling. She wanted him to go to her house at night. Who could stand it? Furthermore, since the system had triggered the mission, not only was this girl beautiful, she was definitely not a bad person. She was not like Zhao Mingyue. Although Zhao Mingyue seemed to kill decisively and seemed to be quite terrifying. In this era, how many girls who killed decisively were lacking? It was just a matter of degree. Like Han Chuxue and Ling Ying, they had also killed a lot of people. That was how times were. Grandpa, don't worry, I'll cook. In a beautiful house, Bai Xian had changed her attitude during the day. She was wearing a simple set of home clothes, and her beautiful hair was slightly scattered. She wore a pink apron and was cooking in the kitchen. Old Master Bai Haojuan couldn't stay idle. It's okay. Grandpa's body can still take it. Since our benefactor is coming, Grandpa will definitely show off his skills. Besides, you haven't eaten Grandpa's cooking for a long time. You've been cooking for the past few days. Let Grandpa make some. Bai Haojuan smiled. All right. Bai Xian nodded. Really, the Bai Xian here and the Bai Xian in the White Tiger Hall were completely different. If Lin Xian saw her current appearance, he would probably doubt his life and wonder if the person he met yesterday was her. Xian, do you think he'll come? Bai Haojuan asked. He should be. If he doesn't come, I'll go call him again. Bai Xian said faintly. Then don't. What if he's very busy? Grandpa, why are you acting like you're chasing after a girl? Bai Xian couldn't help but laugh. Girl, don't talk nonsense. Grandpa is already so old. How can I say such things? Grandpa is still young. After Grandpa's body recovers, I'll bring you to the demonic beast domain to raise your cultivation. That way, you'll be able to increase your lifespan by a lot. Bai Xian said. She only had Bai Haojuan as her family, and she was really willing to put her heart and soul on Bai Haojuan. Bai Haojuan felt very guilty. He was already so old, yet he still let his granddaughter take care of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't bear to part with Bai Xian, he really wanted to leave and not burden his granddaughter. Right now, Bai Haojuan still had one more wish, and that was to see the day when his granddaughter got married. Xian, you're not young anymore. When your mother was your age, you're already 5 years old. You should find a good family as soon as possible. Bai Haojuan said with a heavy heart. I know, Grandpa. Haven't I been looking all this time? Bai Xian said with a smile. Actually, I feel that the boy from the Wang family is not bad, but you don't like him. I already have someone I like. Then what about the boy from the Morong family? In terms of talent and strength, he's outstanding among his peers. He's also chasing after you, but you didn't agree to it, right? Bai Haojuan sighed and said, Grandpa, I know. I will find someone. Your good granddaughter will definitely find someone she likes. Bai Haojuan's old hand stroked Bai Xian's hair and said, Grandpa doesn't have much time left. I just want to see you get married and have someone who can take good care of you. This way, Grandpa will be able to rest in peace. Grandpa, what are you talking about? All right. Let's not talk about it anymore. Grandpa will make a braised fish. After a while, Lin Xian came to the door. Then he knocked. Grandpa, I'll go open the door. Please take a seat first. Bai Xian wore pink slippers and ran to the door. Caught at the door was opened, and Lin Xian raised his head to look at Bai Xian. The hell? Which family does this good girl belong to? Simple and loose home clothes, pink slippers, and white skin. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like the decisive girl from yesterday. Right now, she looked like a good girl. Even her expression was the same. However, TSK. Lin Xian realized that his luck was really good. He didn't know if it was the mysterious system that brought him luck, but he met too many beautiful girls. You're here. Come in and take a seat. At this moment, Bai Xian's voice was slightly gentle. I brought some pig head meat. Bai Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This Lin Xian is poisonous? It's pretty good. Bai Xian took it and closed the door. Lin Xian looked around. It was a very warm home. However, when he looked at the old man sitting on the sofa, Lin Xian could roughly guess that he was Bai Xian's grandfather. However, even if he was her grandfather, he might be the one looking for him. Lin Xian didn't recognize him. Grandpa, you guys chat. I'll go and arrange the meat first. After speaking, Bai Xian walked to the kitchen. Bai Haojuan stood up and walked towards Lin Xian. You're Lin Xian, right? You're really young. Young and promising. Bai Haojuan walked in front of Lin Xian and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Old man, to be honest, I'm still very confused. Are you the one looking for me, or is she the one looking for me? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. That's right. Super confused. However. Chapter 936. Lin Xian looked at Bai Haojuan. He could clearly sense the condition of Bai Haojuan's body. Bai Haojuan's body condition was very poor. He was already beyond cure. Lin Xian even felt that Bai Haojuan was enduring a kind of pain at every moment. Bai Haojuan was forcing himself to be fine and forcing himself to smile. In Lin Xian's opinion, Bai Haojuan probably didn't have more than 3 months to live. Bai Haojuan might still be able to walk and laugh now, but he would probably be bedridden in a month. He raised his hand and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. His hand was trembling. Lin Xian could clearly see Bai Haojuan's realm. 1-star domain realm. However, Bai Haojuan didn't have the physique of a domain realm cultivator. Lin Xian had obtained the Imperial Physician's Saint technique, so he could clearly see this. Illness? No. How could someone in the domain realm get sick? It was poison. It was a slow-acting poison that would destroy a person bit by bit. Bai Haojuan had probably been poisoned for more than 10 years. Under normal circumstances, he might die in 2 or 3 years. However, Bai Haojuan had a cultivation realm. Domain realm wasn't low. That was why he could last for so long. Xian didn't tell you about this? Bai Haojuan asked. Lin Xian shook his head. No, she just told me to come here tonight. This child, why can't you tell me clearly? Sit down and drink some tea. Bai Haojuan sat down opposite Lin Xian and said, It's like this. Some time ago, you saved everyone on a plane that was attacked by demonic beasts. I was on that plane. Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian completely understood So that was the case. No wonder Bai Xianxian, such a big shot, had a good impression of him. It was because he saved her grandfather. So that was the case. There aren't many low-key youngsters like you nowadays. You did such a great deed, and yet you didn't tell anyone about it. In the end, it was the big star who had to tell everyone about it because of her own reasons. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to find you as my benefactor. Lin Xian smiled and said, Old master, you are too polite. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. It is within the scope of my ability. It is really nothing for me to save you. Ah, good. I'm really happy to see you today. I'm really happy that Xianxian brought you back for dinner. Good. Bai Haojuan smiled from ear to ear. Come, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Xianxian and I cooked this meal together. See if it suits your appetite. Bai Haojuan pulled Lin Xian to the table. They're all good. I think I like them all. Lin Xian smiled. Bai Xianxian placed the pig head meat that Lin Xian had bought on the table. Then let's eat. Hurry up and eat. Xianxian and I have been eating alone for many years. There hasn't been a third person for a long time. Bai Haojuan sighed. Your children. Bai Haojuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Being born in this era, it is already a blessing to have a healthy family. Xuanchuan's parents died early, and we were the only ones left. Luckily, Xianxian is capable. It's just that she has high standards. Until now, she still hasn't found a boyfriend. Grandfather, when Bai Xianxian heard Bai Haojuan talking about this again, she pouted. Lin Xian. Fuck. Is this really the girl I saw yesterday? Cough cough, old master. What do you think of me? Lin Xian coughed embarrassedly and asked, What do you mean? Your grandson-in-law, Bai Xianxian? Haha, I don't have any objections. The key is that Xianxian likes him. When Bai Haojuan heard Lin Xian's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Bai Xianxian picked up some food for Bai Haojuan and didn't say anything. However, she was muttering in her heart. According to the information, this Lin Xian was a flirtatious person. She didn't expect him to say such words under such circumstances. He was indeed a flirtatious person. Lin Xian, I'll call you Little Xian. What do you think? You can call me grandson-in-law. Lin Xian smiled. Haha, Bai Haojuan couldn't help but laugh. You have such a good personality. If my granddaughter could be with you, she would be smiling frequently. Bai Haojuan then asked, Little Xian, how old are you? 22. 22. My Xianxian is already 26. She is indeed not young. She is older than you by 4 years. Don't you mind? Lin Xian smiled and said, What's there to dislike? Your granddaughter is so beautiful and filial. She'll definitely be a good wife if you marry her. Bai Xianxian. Why are the two of them talking about this? Good. Xianxian, when you are free, go out with little Xian to eat and chat. Yes, grandfather. Bai Xianxian was very obedient in front of Bai Haojuan. I can only help you up to this point. However, if my granddaughter doesn't like it, I can't force her. The key is you. Lin Xian scratched his head. I know. Grandfather, eat. I'll pick up some food for you. After the meal, they sat together and chatted. They talked about many things in the past. Although this was the first time they met, after chatting for so long, everyone understood a lot. What made Lin Xian even more surprised was that the Bai family used to be one of the 8 great families of Tiandu. However, for some reason, they disappeared. Lin Xian even felt that their relatives might have died at that time. This Azura palace was really built by Xianxian. Lin Xian really admired her. Grandfather, it is late. You should go to sleep. Bai Xianxian looked at Bai Haojuan with concern. That's good. Little Xian, since you live in this neighborhood, we're neighbors. You must come and accompany this old man when you're free. Bai Haojuan patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, Okay, of course. I still need grandfather to help me chase after your beautiful granddaughter. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Xianxian, I will not send you off. You go and send little Xian off. Okay. Bai Xianxian nodded and sent Lin Xian off. When they went downstairs, they didn't say anything. What do you want? Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian. What do you mean? Lin Xian scratched his head. Nothing. Bai Xianxian sent Lin Xian downstairs and said, What do you want? Hello? Lin Xian was stunned. You saved my grandfather, so it's only right that I repay you. Tell me, Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then I want you. Bai Xianxian. Okay. Lin Xian. Now. Bai Xianxian asked. Lin Xian. Fuck. Now is fine too. Let's go. After speaking, she walked out. Lin Xian followed behind her with a dumbfounded expression. Get a room. Bai Xianxian took out her identification card and said to the front desk. Oh, okay. When the front desk lady saw such a beautiful woman coming out with her boyfriend to get a room, she felt that it was very strange. Chapter 937. Lin Xian stood behind her with a dumbfounded expression. Fuck, this chick, is she for real? Bai Xianxian booked a very good room. A night costs more than 1,000 renminbi. In a place like Lin and City, it is considered quite expensive. Lin Xian followed behind her with a dumbfounded expression. He did not say a single word. He was really dumbfounded. In the room, Bai Xianxian took off her white down jacket and hung it on the hanger. Inside, she wore a white turtleneck sweater, revealing her perfect figure. What the fuck? Do you want to shower first or should I? Bai Xianxian asked Lin Xian. This you? Lin Xian replied with a dumbfounded expression. Bai Xianxian nodded her head and walked into the bathroom. Lin Xian sat on the bed. What the fuck? Is this chick playing with me, or is she for real? Could it be that this chick is a dating expert? No, she shouldn't be. After all, she is a girl triggered by the system. She definitely isn't that kind of girl. But she agreed just like that? Shouldn't girls value their chastity? Especially for such a beautiful girl. Could it be that she didn't have her first time? If she didn't have her first time, then it is very possible. But if she didn't have her first time, then would the system trigger a mission? The mission triggered by the system seems to have a first time for all the girls. No, that's not it either. Bing Lingyue doesn't seem to have her first time. Lin Xian scratched his head. Very soon, a hua sound came from the bathroom. Hearing it, one's imagination would run wild. Lin Xian was used to girls rejecting him. But this, Lin Xian was really flustered. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Xianxian walked out with a towel wrapped around her body and a pair of exquisite bare feet. Gulp, what the fuck? Go and shower. Bai Xianxian said to Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian walked into the fragrant bathroom numbly. Bai Xianxian sat on the bed and wiped her wet hair. How should he put it? She was a person who would repay the kindness of others with a gushing spring. To her, her grandfather was her everything, more important than anything else. Lin Xian had saved her grandfather, and Lin Xian had made such a request. To her it was nothing. Perhaps her mentality was not that of an ordinary girl. Wasn't it just letting a man defile her legs for a while? Since he wanted such a reward, then let him be. After the matter was over, they would have nothing to do with each other. However, one could say that she was unhappy or unwilling. After all, it was her first time, and she had never been in a relationship before. Of course, she was unwilling to lose her chastity, but she chose to compromise. If something had really happened to her grandfather, she didn't dare to imagine what she would be like now. Even if she had sex with Lin Xian, she would still be grateful to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's imagination was running wild. How could such a beautiful girl agree just like that? Would she stab him with a knife when the time came? Would he lose his life when he fell asleep? Lin Xian was secretly shocked when he recalled the scene of her killing the man yesterday. Damn it, why didn't he dare to do it? After a while, Lin Xian walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. Bai Xianxian was already lying under the blanket and playing with her phone. She had dimmed the lights, and only 2 faint yellow lights were lit at the bedside. Really, this was the first time that Lin Xian was standing beside a beautiful girl, and he felt extremely shy. It couldn't be said that he was shy, right? He couldn't let go and didn't know what to do. This kind of thing where there was no emotional foundation, it felt weird. Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian and then silently moved to the side. Cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly, then squeezed to the side. His foot accidentally touched her leg, and both of them trembled for a moment. Lin Xian was nervous, but Bai Xianxian was probably feeling all sorts of emotions. I'm I'm embarrassed. Lin Xian coughed and said, by Xian Xian. She a girl, didn't say anything, and this bastard was embarrassed? Hey, men were indeed creatures with lower bodies. However, he was lucky. Bai Xianxian put down her phone and turned off the lights. Then, she laid down with her back, facing Lin Xian, and didn't say anything. Lin Xian also silently laid down and didn't dare to move. Time slowly passed, and Lin Xian wanted to stretch out his hand a few times, but he didn't dare to. After about 15 minutes, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and placed it on Bai Xuan's waist. She was still wrapped in a bathrobe. He could clearly feel Bai Xuan's delicate body trembling slightly. No matter how open-minded she was, she had never experienced this kind of thing and had never been taken advantage of by a man. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that she could remain calm. It was really nothing to a girl who didn't love herself. Lin Xian really didn't dare to move. After putting his hand on her, he retracted it 2 minutes later. Time passed by slowly. About 10 minutes later, Bai Xianxian slowly opened her beautiful eyes in the darkness. Are you not going to move? She asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Forget it, I don't feel too good. Bai Xianxian. She frowned slightly. Lin Xian really couldn't get over it. He didn't dare to do it. He really didn't want a girl to do this to repay him. That kind of feeling was wrong. Do you think he lacks pretty girls? He didn't lack anything. He didn't lack anything. Little Yingying and little Chuxue were very obedient. Why did he have to do this? It might even lower her favorability. I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, I'll treat it as I've already repaid you. Bai Xianxian said. Forget it, forget it. Let's sleep. Lin Xian turned his back to Bai Xianxian. Bai Xianxian, it was true. When Lin Xian said that he wouldn't do it, she doubted her life. This Lin Xian wasn't a scumbag. How could a scumbag be like this? Her investigation showed that he had ambiguous relationships with many beautiful girls. But now it didn't seem like it. And she wasn't beautiful enough? All right. Bai Xuan's lips curled up slightly. She also let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Bai Xuan's favorability towards you +5. A system prompt sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. If he really did it with her, the favorability would probably drop to 0 or even a negative number. After doing it with her, the two of them might have nothing to do with each other. Lin Xian felt that this step of his was right. Of course, he didn't do it on purpose. He really couldn't let go. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He turned around and saw that Bai Xianxian was still sleeping with her back, facing him. It seemed like she didn't move at all for the entire night. She didn't move at all. Wasn't it tiring to sleep like this? Bai Xianxian felt that Lin Xian moved and also opened her eyes. She turned around and looked at Lin Xian. Hey, you didn't move for the entire night. Aren't you tired? Lin Xian asked. I'm not tired. Bai Xianxian replied indifferently. Then, she sat up, but the moment she sat up, she immediately shrank back. Chapter 938. Why did it shrink back? The bathrobe slipped off, and Lin Xian saw it just now. Oh my god, I've sinned, I've sinned. Bai Xuan's beautiful face was slightly dyed with a layer of red. Go and wash up, Bai Xianxian said. You go first. Lin Xian laughed. Bai Xianxian. He did it on purpose. You go. I'll lie down for a while. Bai Xianxian gritted her teeth and said. Then I'll lie down for a while too. Bai Xianxian. Little Xianxian, how did you develop the Azura Palace? Lin Xian asked curiously. Bai Xianxian. In any case, Lin Xian liked to call pretty girls little. For example, little Yingying, little Chuxue, Xiao Linglong, little Xingya. It felt very smooth and affectionate. Why are you asking this? Bai Xuan's back was facing Lin Xian. I'm just asking someone with experience. I feel that you're quite powerful to be able to develop such a force by yourself. I also want to develop my own force. Bai Xianxian frowned and said, It's not that easy. I was able to develop it purely because some of the elders in the Azura Palace are my father's brothers. With them around, the starting point is higher and many things are taken care of by them. Is it enough to just have experts? Of course not, it's very difficult. Why do you want to develop your own force? Damn, I can only be at ease with my own force. Furthermore, I want to use the money earned by the Yashin group to develop my force. Bai Xianxian muttered to herself. This Yashin group is very powerful. With the Yashin group, it's not difficult for you to develop your force. It just depends on how big you can develop it. But it doesn't have much meaning. After developing it, do you still want to rule the world? At that time, you'll realize that the most important thing is for your loved ones to be safe. Bai Xianxian said, All right, speaking of this, the old man's body isn't too good. Lin Xian said, Bai Xianxian nodded. Although they had never talked about this, anyone who saw Bai Haojuan's condition would know that his body wasn't well. Who poisoned him? Lin Xian asked. Bai Xuanxuan's delicate body suddenly trembled as she turned her head to look at Lin Xian. How do you know it's poison? She asked in confusion. Did her grandfather tell Lin Xian? There shouldn't be any. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Can you mention it? My cleavage is exposed. Lin Xian said awkwardly, but his eyes didn't move away. Big, big, big. Whitey, whitey. Bai Xianxian. She quickly tugged at it. Then Lin Xian said, I could tell. Impossible. My grandfather must have told you. No matter how powerful a person is, even a heavenly Tao realm expert, none of them were able to tell that it was poison at a glance. Fuck. Impressive. You can even find someone at the heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian praised. You first. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose as he lay there and looked at Bai Xianxian. I could tell. I know medicine. Those heavenly Tao realm experts might be at the heavenly Tao realm, but they don't know medicine. I've also found people with great medical skills. Then they aren't as good as me. Then Lin Xian said, Grandpa probably only has 3 months left. Bai Xianxian frowned. Over the years, I've found many experts and many divine doctors. They also know that it's poison, but they can't do anything about it. This poison should have been administered over a long period of time, right? Lin Xian asked. Grandpa really didn't tell you? Bai Xianxian was alarmed when she heard Lin Xian's words. He even knew about it? Can't you just ask your grandfather? I really could tell. Lin Xian. Bai Xianxian then said, Yes, it's one of my uncles. He's already dead. Back then, in order to seize power, he obtained this poison from somewhere and placed it in Grandpa's soup every day. Over a long period of time, it became like this. I'm guessing that you have been feeding Grandpa the heavenly lotus seeds all these years, right? Lin Xian asked. How did you know? Bai Xianxian revealed a look of shock. If her grandfather had not told Lin Xian about it, she would never have believed it. However, her grandfather did not know about the heavenly lotus seeds either. He did not know what it was, and Bai Xianxian had never told him. The heavenly lotus seeds were an extremely expensive and rare spirit herb. They were in no way inferior to the 9-colored spirit lotus that Lin Xian was searching for. All these years, her mind was not on the Azura Hall. She spent most of her time traveling the world in search of the heavenly lotus seeds. As long as there was news, she would head over. But now, it was getting harder and harder to find the heavenly lotus seeds. The number of clans that had the heavenly lotus seeds was decreasing. The lotus seed can effectively neutralize the toxins in the body, but it can only neutralize a small part of the toxins. Today, the toxins have reached the heart meridian. Eating the lotus seed might have reduced the toxins. If it wasn't for the lotus seed, the old man would have passed away 5 or 6 years ago, Lin Xian said. Bai Xianxian knew everything that Lin Xian said. Is this really what you found out? Bai Xianxian asked. Yes, I said I know medicine. Then do you know what to do? Bai Xianxian asked excitedly. Although she felt it was unrealistic, Lin Xian had indeed shocked her. If it was 5 to 6 years ago, it might be easier. But now it's difficult. Bai Xuanxuan's eyes dimmed. She knew it too. But 5 to 6 years ago, she didn't know what to do and could only use the heavenly lotus seeds to alleviate the poison. Those genius doctors and experts all said that there was no way. Bai Xianxian said with a gloomy look. Lin Xian said, It's normal. Bai Xianxian nodded her head slightly. Then, she sat up and said, I'm going to wash up. After speaking, she got off the bed and was about to leave in her bathrobe. But I didn't say anything, so there's nothing I can do, Lin Xian suddenly said. Bai Xian, who had her back facing Lin Xian, suddenly trembled. She turned around and looked at Lin Xian. I'm only saying that it would be easier if it was 5 to 6 years ago. But it's still difficult now. But even if it's difficult, it's not like there's no way. Lin Xian began to sigh in admiration at how awesome this imperial physician Saint technique was. All these years, Bai Xian had looked for so many experts and genius doctors, but they were all unable to do it. But the imperial physician Saint technique had a way. Therefore, this imperial physician Saint technique far surpassed the medical techniques of this world. Don't look at me like that. I'm scared, Lin Xian said jokingly. Bai Xian stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. But after calming down and thinking about it, how was this possible? How old was he? How could he have a way? If you're lying to me, I'll really be angry, Bai Xian said coldly. She hated people like him the most. They obviously didn't have the ability, but they said that they could. They gave her hope and used her hope to joke with her grandfather's life. I'm not lying to you. Take you for example. Your attribute should be fire, right? You've definitely cultivated a technique that's very harmful to yourself. Although it can increase your strength quickly and greatly increase your combat strength. Every time you release your fire attribute energy, your meridians will feel like they're being burned by fire, right? As your cultivation gets stronger, the feeling will be stronger every time you release it, right? Chapter 9:39. These were all Lin Xian's conjectures, because last night, Lin Xian had noticed that a meridian had suddenly appeared on by Xuan's fair arm, and even the meridian had turned fiery red. Although it was very faint, very shallow, and only for an instant, Lin Xian had noticed it, and he had also guessed that this was the case. Bai Xian looked at Lin Xian in shock. Only she knew about this matter. She was sure that even her grandfather didn't know about it. Lin Xian could actually see through it. What he said before might be true. You are now in the Sky Sovereign Realm. When you reach the Absolute Void Realm, you won't be able to withstand it. When you reach the Absolute Void Realm, you definitely can't use the fire attribute. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Bai Xian also knew about this. But how did he know? Could he really see through it just like that? But she didn't care about this. What she cared about was her grandfather. Then, when you said that you can cure my grandfather, is it true? Bai Xian looked at Lin Xian excitedly and said, how should I say it? I can't guarantee it, but there is a chance. How confident are you? 80%. Bai Xian, when she asked, she really felt that if there was a 10% chance, it would be good enough. She could give it a try. 80%, why? Is it too low? That's right. 20% chance of failure. This 20% chance is still too high. Lin Xian said. No. Bai Xian shook her head. Ding! Bai Xuan's favorability towards you +10. Lin Xian secretly felt good. This is so damn exciting. If he could cure her grandfather, he would be able to get this girl. Waha! Time, attribute, activate. There was no justice in this person's luck. What do I need to do? I need a few herbs. Tell me. Young Deep Hell Yama Spirit, Young 100 Grass Wilted Velvet, and Top Grade Sky Lotus Seed. By Xian. I can understand the Sky Lotus Seed, but aren't Deep Hell Yama Spirit and 100 Grass Wilted Velvet extremely poisonous? Fight poison with poison. Lin Xian said. By Xian. Logically speaking, she didn't dare to believe it. Although there were indeed such things as fighting poison with poison in some novels, when it really happened to her, she really felt that it was too ridiculous. However, she could only believe in Lin Xian now. Lin Xian said that there was an 80% chance. It's best to get it within 7 days. Otherwise, the success rate will drop by 30%. Young, Deep Nether Yama Spirit and 100 Grass Withered Velvet are relatively easy to find, but I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to find the Supreme Grade Heavenly Lotus Seed. I don't care. It's not like you're treating me. I can't do anything if you can't find me, Lin Xian said. I understand. Bai Xian nodded. She would definitely work hard. This was the biggest expectation she had ever seen in so many years. As for you, Lin Xian looked at Bai Xian and said, "Your situation is also very simple." Bai Xian, the thing that had been bothering her for so many years, seemed simple to him. Other than the fire element, you should have other elements, right? Bai Xian nodded. Time and darkness. Lin Xian, fuck. This girl is a little monstrous. Lin Xian expected that she had time, because the mission she triggered was to activate Lin Xian's time element. Generally speaking, the element activated was related to the person. For example, Ling Long Shui's space element and Bing Ling Yue's ice element. No, Lin Xian looked at her. You have two elements, darkness and time. You chose to cultivate the fire element, and you even cultivated such a technique that harms your body? Is your brain fried? Time is too difficult to cultivate. The darkness element's attack power is not strong. The fire element is my only attack attribute. Therefore, I cultivated it. I also didn't expect this technique to have such side effects. Bai Xian said, and it's very simple. It can be solved. How? Just let me see through you. Bai Xian. If Lin Xian said such words before, she would be angry. But now it was different. I'm not joking. Your situation is very simple. Find a man with the ice element to penetrate you. When penetrating you, release a little bit of the ice element to neutralize the heat in your meridians. After penetrating you a few hundred times, you should be able to recover completely. It's similar to dual cultivation. By Xian, this humble one is not talented, but I happen to have the ice element. Lin Xian said shyly. By Xian, I'm not talking nonsense. If I said such words because of you, I would have attacked you last night. Why do I have to say such words? Don't you agree? Bai Xian nodded slightly. I'm going to look for the herbs now. When the time comes, I'll leave it to you. Bai Xian said. The first thing or the second thing? Bai Xian, the first thing. She was really helpless. She wanted to beat him up, but she couldn't. But her heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. Then let's talk about the benefits. I can't help you for free. Also, when the time comes for the second thing, you can look for me. Lin Xian said with a smile. Tell me, what do you want? As long as you can cure my grandfather, as long as I have it, I'll give you anything. Okay, then I want your Jura Palace. Bai Xian nodded without hesitation. Okay. Lin Xian, damn. She nodded just like that, without any hesitation. The Azura Palace was not just a company. It was an existence that surpassed the 8 great families in Tiandu and was close to a T2 rank power. Then I still want you. Lin Xian said. Okay. Bai Xian nodded. Lin Xian, damn. You even agreed to this? Isn't it just being a lover? Why can't it be? As long as you can cure my grandfather, I'll do anything. Lin Xian, big sister, how are we lovers? You have a girlfriend, so doesn't that make me your lover? Lin Xian, how do you know I have a girlfriend? Didn't you go to the Ling family and the Han family? Lin Xian, she investigated him. Fine. Cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Then it's settled. Okay. Bai Xian nodded. But you have to cure my grandfather. Don't worry. As long as you can take out the herbs within 7 days, it shouldn't be a big problem. But I don't dare to say anything beyond that. I know. I'll go wash up. Bai Xian then walked into the bathroom. This is really fucking interesting. Lin Xian stretched his back as he lay on the bed. Wouldn't it be terrible if he had another lover? But even if it was a lover, she would still be his girlfriend. The only thing Lin Xian did not have to worry about was her being jealous. Even if Lin Xian was flirting with other girls, he could tell her. This was the difference between a girlfriend and a lover. And a lover of this level. Heavens, the boss of the Azura Palace. When the time came, the Azura Palace would be his. Lin Xian did not have to think about anything else. Developing his own power? Wouldn't it be much easier to develop on the foundation of the Azura Palace? Awesome. Chapter 940. Bai Xian quickly walked out. Girls like her were fucking beautiful, and this kind of beauty did not come from makeup. For example, when they went out, the time they needed to spend was much less. When Bai Xian walked out and saw Lin Xian still lying on the bed, she hesitated for a moment before saying, I need to wear my clothes. Although she was willing to be Lin Xian's lover if Lin Xian could cure her grandfather, he had to be cured first. Before that, she couldn't have any intimate relationship with Lin Xian. Then give me a kiss, and I will go wash up. Lin Xian moved his face closer. By Xian Xian, she pushed Lin Xian away and said indifferently, I said before, you can do whatever you want if you can cure my grandfather. Oh, I can really do whatever I want? Lin Xian revealed a mischievous smile. Yes. Ha, you said it. Lin Xian laughed and walked into the bathroom. Bai Xian frowned. Did he think of something perverted? After the two of them changed their clothes, they walked out. Can you give me your number? I will give you a call when the time comes. Bai Xian said to Lin Xian, and I will give it to you. You just need to save it. After saving his number, Bai Xian hurriedly walked away. Miss, why are you looking at me with admiration? Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at the lady at the front desk. Little brother, you are really amazing. You can even get such a beautiful girl for a date. The lady at the front desk said in shock. She originally thought that they were a couple last night, but that girl actually asked for his number. That meant that they were definitely not a couple, but a date. So amazing. She had only seen girls of this level on the internet. Haha, I have great charm. Can't help it. Then, little brother, do you want to consider me? 800 yuan for a night. She felt that to be able to conquer a girl of this level, that thing must be amazing. Usually, she would pay 3,000 yuan for a night. Lin Xian glanced at her. She could be considered a beauty, but compared to Bai Xian and the others, the difference was too great. I'm tired. Goodbye. Just as he walked out, he received a message from Ling Ying. Tomorrow, the Martial Arts Academy's entrance examination would begin. She and Han Chuxue had agreed to go over today. Tomorrow is the Martial Arts Academy's assessment. I'm guessing that Xiao Ningning and the others have already gone there. Are they going to accompany Little Fairy or someone else today? During the day, Lin Xian went to accompany Lin Ye. When the sky turned dark, Lin Xian decisively went to Ling Long Shue's place. Last night, he had been seduced by that Xiao Ling Long. He had to find Xiao Ling Long to do it. Ling Ying and the others had all gone to the Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian couldn't bear to push Lin Ye down. The only one he could push down was Ling Long Shui. Let's see if there's a chance tonight. As for the Martial Arts Academy, Wang Xintong also went to take a look. This was a place where she could improve herself. What if she really passed the assessment? Xiao Ling Long, I'm going to the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. I can't accompany you every day. Lin Xian said to Ling Long Shui with an aggrieved expression. Yes, it's good. Ling Long Shui nodded. Damn, it's good? You think I'm annoying? Woo-woo. No, you're finally going to improve yourself. Ling Long Shui said. How long had it been since Lin Xian's cultivation base improved? She knew it too well. But I can't bear to part with you. Lin Xian leaned his head on Ling Long Shui's chest. Ling Long Shui nimbly dodged. Stinky hooligan. Ling Longyue muttered unhappily. Big sister, I'm just playing with my woman. How am I a hooligan? Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. Ling Long Shui sniffed with her beautiful nose. Today, Lin Xian had a new woman scent on him. I wonder how long the assessment will take. Oh right, Xiao Ling Long, can you get the Supreme Grade Sky Lotus Seed? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian had some understanding of this. The Sky Lotus Seed was already very rare. What was the concept of a Supreme Grade Sky Lotus Seed? For example, the Heavenly Lotus Seed was a very rare medicinal ingredient. The Heavenly Lotus Seed was its ancestor. For the former, one could find 10 Heavenly Lotus Seeds in a year. For the latter, one could find 1 Heavenly Lotus Seed in 10 years. Therefore, Lin Xian believed that Bai Xian would not be able to find it. This was because she had very little, no matter what resources she used. Yes, Ling Long Shui nodded. Lin Xian, holy shit, the Heavenly Dao Realm was indeed the Heavenly Dao Realm. Excellent. I want it. I'll give it to you in a few days. I have to go back and pick it. All right. Thank you, Xiao Ling Long. Here's a kiss. Then, Lin Xian leaned over and spat on her pink cheeks. Ling Long Shui. Pooey. I'm going back to my room to play games. Dragoni, sleep with me tonight. Ling Long Shui carried Dragoni back to her room. I'm going back too. I'll play with you You guys chat. Bing Lingyue smiled and walked back to her room. Hee hee. Xiao Linglong, let's go back to our room to rest too. Ling Longshui did not say anything and walked straight back to her room. An hour later, Lin Xian hugged Ling Longshui's delicate body. Unfortunately, she did not allow him to move. Lin Xian felt extremely uncomfortable from holding it in. Xiao Linglong just once. Lin Xian hugged her fragrant body and swayed it back and forth. No, go find another girl. Ling Longshui replied. Originally, she felt that it was fine, but when she smelled the scent of another girl on Lin Xian's body, she was unhappy. Although she did not say it out loud and did not think much of it, it was Lin Xian's freedom. She did not care, but it was normal for her to be unhappy when she knew. You already have so many beautiful girls around you. Why are you still going to find another one? Then we won't have sex. Can you at least help me get it out? Lin Xian whispered into Ling Longshui's ear. No, Ling Longshui said calmly. Lin Xian pulled a long face and reached out to touch Ling Longshui's lower abdomen. Baby, daddy is so pitiful. It's not easy to come see you, but your mommy won't let me in. Ling Longshui, I just wanted to come in and see you, but your mommy refused. You have to take responsibility for me. Sigh. If I don't come in this time, I won't be able to come in for half a year. What should I do? I miss you so much. Lin Xian began to put on an act. Ling Longshui. She really wanted to punch him. Then, she sighed slightly. Come to think of it, it made sense. After 3 months of pregnancy, one could no longer do that kind of thing. After all, she was Lin Xian's woman. She had been pregnant for more than 2 months now. He would be going to the Wushan Academy tomorrow, then go take a shower first. Ling Longshui lay there with her back, facing Lin Xian as she spoke softly. Thud. Lin Xian sat up with a thud. Chapter 941. Wow, this baby is amazing. He helped him chase Ling Longshui. Now, he had to rely on him to have sex with her. Waha! I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xian then rushed into the bathroom impatiently and splashed himself with hot water before it even reached his body. Ling Longshui shrunk back slightly. Pho! After taking a shower, Lin Xian jumped onto the bed and turned off the lights. He Xiao Linglong. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the alarm. Lin Xian opened his eyes and pulled his hand out of Ling Longshui's clothes. Ling Longshui opened her eyes and blushed. Xiao Linglong, I went to the martial arts academy. Get lost, Ling Longshui said angrily. Cough, cough, Lin Xian's face turned red and he got up. That, Lin Xian pointed to his mouth and said, there's more by your mouth. Get lost. Okay. I'll get lost. I'll get lost. Lin Xian walked out angrily. Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian's back and gritted her teeth. Bastard. Lin Xian rubbed his waist and walked out. No, his body was getting worse by the day. He had to cultivate faster. After washing his face, Lin Xian walked out of the house without even eating breakfast. It was normal for Ling Longshui to dislike him. Last night, when he was about to do it, he forced his tongue into Ling Longshui's mouth. Cough, cough. She was so angry early in the morning. But Lin Xian felt good. Here. Wang Xintong handed Lin Xian breakfast. How did you know I didn't eat breakfast? Lin Xian took it and took a bite. I guessed it. You woke up before 7 o'clock. You shouldn't be able to get up very early, let alone eat breakfast. Wang Xintong said softly. Good girl, give me a kiss. Lin Xian smacked his lips, making Wang Xintong blush. Let's go to the martial arts academy. We can see what the martial arts academy looks like. Although the martial arts academy was exposed on the internet, it was only today that the real enrollment and assessment began. In other words, today was the day that outsiders could get close to the martial arts academy. Therefore, today was the day that photos of the martial arts academy could be exposed on the internet. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Yes, Lin Xian drove Lin Ye's car and drove out of Lin and city with Wang Xintong. They could see that the surrounding area was filled with people heading to the martial arts academy. There were more than 10 cars within sight. This was a scene that could not be seen in the demonic beast domain. Obviously, they were all heading to the martial arts academy. It was enough to see how many people there were in the martial arts academy. These people were all from the 5 great empires and were temporarily staying in Linban City. The hotels in Linban City were all fully booked. Actually, they were quite lucky the night before. There was a presidential suite left in the hotel, and it was booked by Xian. Otherwise, they might not even have a place to stay. So many people. Wang Xintong sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the cars outside. Some people were heading towards the Martial Divinity Academy in groups. There were quite a lot of people like this. 50 kilometers was actually not far for martialists who had reached the law realm and were at least at the 5-star level. The demonic beast domain was filled with martialists at this level, so it was not dangerous. It's said that the number of examinees taking part in the Martial Arts Academy's assessment is over 10,000 per day. There are a total of 7 batches and 1 batch per day. There should be over 100,000 people in total. What do you think? Lin Xian said with a smile. The minimum is at the law realm of 5 stars. It feels really difficult. There are over 100,000 people at the law realm of 5 stars and 20,000 people will advance. Wang Xintong felt very nervous. She felt that she had no advantage over these people at all. Actually, it's still okay to advance from 100,000 to 20,000. It's a 1 in 6 chance of advancement. At least it's not as cruel as hundreds or thousands of people advancing, Lin Xian said. But the 100,000 people are all from the younger generation of the mainland. The minimum is at the law realm of 5 stars, and they are all very strong. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's the most difficult part. The most important thing is to see what the Martial Arts Academy's assessment is about. That's the most important thing. Regarding the assessment, even Xiao Runing did not know about it. This was an absolutely confidential matter. However, one thing had been exposed, and it was one of the recruitment criteria of the Martial Arts Academy. One's element could not be a single ordinary element of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were too common. 90% of martial artists had these 5 elements. Of course, if one was very confident in a single element, such as their fire element, and was confident that their fire element power could surpass that of a normal fire element martial artist, then one could come and try. In other words, if one's purity of a single element was above 80, then one could also come and try. This was enough to show how cruel the Martial Arts Academy's recruitment process was. Most people with a single element of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were not even qualified. One had to be outstanding in a single element. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. To be precise, they could not see the academy. They could only see thousands of cars parked here and thousands of people standing around and chatting. Lin Xian got out of the car with Wang Xintong. What kind of place was this? Currently, one could not see how many human buildings there were. It felt very natural. It was an open space, and behind it was a small forest. They drove over from a road in the forest. In front of them was God Burial Mountain. It was a very tall mountain range, not a mountain. However, when they looked up, they could not see the outline of the academy. Could it be further away? At this moment, everyone was here. In front of them was a huge sign with big words written on it. Martial Arts Academy. Chic, elegant. However, when they looked through the huge sign, they could not see the Martial Arts Academy. Logically speaking, the scale of the Martial God Academy should also be the largest. It had been built for more than 10 years, and it was built by the 3 major powers. Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. Then, he opened his eye of cave spirit. As expected, what was blocking them was an illusion. In the realm of monsters, illusions were necessary. Through the illusion, a huge and majestic academy appeared in front of them. It was indeed the largest, most beautiful, most luxurious, and most extravagant academy in Lin Xian's memory. He could not tell how big it was. This might just be the tip of the iceberg of the Martial Arts Academy. There might be another Martial Arts Academy on God Burial Mountain. Instead of calling it an academy, it was more like a small city. In Lin Xian's eyes, the walls of the Martial Arts Academy were probably 30 to 40 meters high. What did a 30 to 40-meter high wall mean? 10 stories. He could not see what was inside at all. However, Lin Xian could see many buildings inside the martial arts academy. They were much taller than the walls of the 10-story building. This was the martial arts academy. Chapter 942. There were a lot of people, and the surroundings were lively. Geniuses from all 5 empires had gathered here. Lin Xian looked at the time. Today was the first day of the assessment. The first batch of people would finish the assessment today, and the second batch would arrive tomorrow. The assessment would start at 8 o'clock, and it was almost 8 o'clock now. The people here were basically those who would be taking the assessment today. Lin Xian scanned the crowd. There were at least 30,000 people. Many people would choose to skip the first day of the assessment and choose the last day of the assessment. These people were actually smart. Everyone knew that the opening of the martial arts academy had caused a sensation in the entire continent. Everyone couldn't wait to enter the martial arts academy. Those who could make it on the first day of the assessment couldn't wait to come. Therefore, the first day of the assessment would definitely be the day with the most people. It would also be the day with the cruelest competition. So many girls. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This was a gathering of geniuses from all 5 empires. Most of them were from wealthy families. Wang Xintong, old pervert. At this moment, the illusion in front of them suddenly disappeared. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Damn! I was wondering where the martial arts academy was. So it's right in front of us. This wall is probably made of special materials. I'm afraid that even a domain realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break this wall in a short period of time. The martial arts academy is really generous. The most important thing is this illusion, isn't it? Amazing! The people around them exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the huge doors of the martial arts academy opened, and a group of people walked out. Murong Qing, Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also stunned when he saw Murong Qing walking in front. This girl came here without saying a word? Damn! She didn't even tell him. Damn! Behind Murong Qing were a few middle-aged men and a few old men. Most of them were young people. Lin Xian even saw a few familiar faces. Ice capital Su Zhiming and Qin Ming were here. Sky capital Xiaoyun was also here. Of course, this was only a small portion of the people who had been selected. According to Xiao Runing, there were close to 500 people who had been selected. There were too many people. Whether it was Su Zhiming, Qin Ming, or Xiao Yun, they were all looking for Lin Xian. In their eyes, Lin Xian was their enemy. In fact, Lin Xian's qualification. But how could he say that? Their realms were too low. Basically, none of those who had been selected were at least 5 stars of the law realm, and the lowest was at least 8 stars of the law realm. Han Chuxue and the others were not as lazy as Lin Xian. They were almost at the domain realm. Lin Xian was having all kinds of fun in Ice City while they were desperately grinding levels. Everyone, please be quiet. The one who spoke was an old man. He should have a lot of influence in the martial arts academy. After all, this was the first day of enrollment for the martial arts academy. He was at least at the level of a teaching director. He might even be at the level of a vice principal. Thank you for coming to support the martial arts academy. In the martial arts academy, I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to improve yourselves, you will improve much more than any other academy. In the martial arts academy, there is only one word to describe it: cruel. The rules are cruel, and the competition is cruel. However, I dare say that as long as you can stay here, you will get a qualitative leap. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to endure hardships and face danger. I am one of the vice principals of the Martial Arts Academy. I am also from the Sacred Palace. My name is Luo Xiao. You can call me Vice Principal Luo in the future. Luo Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd. Since everyone is here and the time is up, let's get straight to the point. The Martial Arts Academy is the best academy in history, and it has very strict requirements for its students. You are all geniuses from various empires and cities, but geniuses are nothing in the Martial Arts Academy. What the Martial Arts Academy wants to create are monsters. Geniuses are not worth mentioning in front of monsters. In the Martial Divinity Institute, there are far more martial artists with the time and space attributes than you can imagine. Martial artists with 2 or even 3 attributes will also surpass your imagination. There might even be someone who possesses both the time and space attributes. Lin Xian was speechless. This was too fucking exaggerated. Sure enough, there was always someone better. Some people were so smug just because they had the space attribute. Little did they know that some people had space and time attributes. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, they felt satisfied with having thunder and dark attributes. Suddenly, they heard that there was no lack of martial artists with time and space attributes in the Martial Arts Academy. There were people with 3 attributes, and there were people with both time and space attributes. In an instant, they felt that they had turned from geniuses to idiots. This Martial Arts Academy was too scary. So I won't say anything else. You can weigh your options and see if you still have the courage to continue joining the Martial Arts Academy. If you are lucky enough to enter the Martial Arts Academy and become a member of the Martial Arts Academy, I hope that you will be prepared to go from being a dazzling genius to being at the bottom of the list. Alright, now we will begin the first round of the Martial Arts Academy's assessment, the Attribute Assessment. These are the instructors of the Martial Arts Academy, as well as a few geniuses that the Martial Arts Academy has already decided. Next, the Martial Arts Academy will open 20 channels, and the 20 instructors will personally assess your attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes will be eliminated. Even if you have rare attributes such as wind or ice, if your attribute purity is not high, you will still be eliminated. Of course, if you have normal attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but your attribute purity is higher than normal martial artists, then you can still pass the first round. Then, Murong Qing and the others sat at the entrance of the Martial Arts Academy. There was a table in front of them. Now, please line up in front of the 20 instructors in an orderly manner for the first round of the Attribute Assessment. Then, more than 30,000 people formed a long line. What made everyone very excited was, what the fuck? The instructors of the Martial Arts Academy were so freakish. Of course, they saw Murong Qing. Wasn't she too beautiful? These were instructors? Damn! They had to join the Martial Arts Academy even if they died. Then an image appeared. The long line in front of Murong Qing was more than twice as long as the other 19 instructors. So, this was still an era where appearance was important. One by one, they passed the first round of the assessment. Basically, there were very few people who were eliminated in the first round. Since they were here, it proved that they had the ability and confidence. The first round was only about attributes. Since they were called geniuses, even if they only had one ordinary attribute, they would still be extraordinary. The first round of the assessment was quite fast. Although there were many people, there were 20 channels. All they had to do was reach out and release their strength to be assessed. In a short time, all they had to do was pass through the gate of the Martial Arts Academy and enter to begin the second round of the assessment. I should be able to pass, right? Wang Xintong was a little timid. Chapter 943. Wang Xintong had an inferiority complex. She felt that she was inferior to others in many ways, and her experience made her feel that way. Therefore, she had no confidence in herself. Lin Xian said, "Nonsense. Light and water dual attributes. If you can't pass, then 90% of these tens of thousands of people will be eliminated." Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue. Lin Xian's team was relatively close to the front of the line. It took about 20 minutes for them to arrive. Of course, they were in Murong Qing's team. Murong Qing looked up at Lin Xian and Wang Xintong and pretended not to know them. Wang Xintong was very beautiful. Many people were paying attention to her. "Show me your attributes," Murong Qing said to Wang Xintong. "Okay." Then Wang Xintong released her own element, the light element. Light attribute. The purity is quite high. Pass. You pass. Enter the Martial Arts Academy for the second round of assessment. Murong Qing said. "Thank you, teacher." Wang Xintong glanced at Lin Xian and said, "I'll go in first." "Well, go ahead." Then Wang Xintong trotted all the way into the martial arts academy. Although she had dual attributes, there was no need to release all her attributes. If she could pass with only one attribute, why should she release her dual attributes as well? Murong Qing then looked at Lin Xian. I say, why did you come here to be a teacher without saying anything? Lin Xian muttered in a low voice. I'm here to help for 2 days. I'll go back after 2 days. Don't worry, I won't let your little fairy be tired. That's good. Hey, don't you worry about me? I'm busy here. Can't you care about me? I care about you. Wait. Murong Qing glared at Lin Xian and said, show me your attributes. Lin Xian shrugged, and then a surge of lightning attributes surged. Purple lightning? The people behind couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this scene. Sure enough, this was a place where monsters gathered. Although the lightning attribute was rare, there were still many people who possessed it. However, purple lightning had not appeared for a long time. Although the purple lightning only increased the intensity of the lightning and increased the combat strength, it didn't have any special significance. However, it had been many years since a lightning attribute purple lightning had appeared. To be honest, it would attract a lot of attention. Moreover, it would make those lightning attribute geniuses feel a great pressure. Go in, Murong Qing said unhappily. Teacher Murong, may I ask if you will call me to your office alone? Lin Xian said with a smile. I will, and I'll whip you. Hurry up and enter the second round of assessment. Lin Xian then walked into the martial arts academy with a smile. Yo, you guys, long time no see. Lin Xian looked at Qin Ming, Su Zhiming, and Xiao Yun on the other side. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Why wasn't young Master Lin selected internally? I feel that the 3 major powers foresight is average. Young Master Lin should have been selected internally. Su Zhiming smiled. He looked as if he felt unreconciled for Lin Xian, but he was actually showing off. What are you so arrogant about? This young master was selected internally, and you are still someone who needs to go through the assessment. In essence, there is a gap between the two of us. It's fine. I feel that participating in the assessment is quite meaningful. That's true. However, it is said that the assessment is very cruel. It would be a pity if you don't pass. Su Zhiming said, if I don't pass, I will go home and hug my wife to sleep. Su Zhiming. Ning Ning, is also one of the academy's instructors. I'm afraid she can't. Is that so? I am her boyfriend. If I tell her to go back, she won't? Lin Xian said smugly and walked in. Yes, so what if Xiao Runing is an instructor? I am her boyfriend. If I don't pass the assessment, I can still let her go home and hug her. Would you be angry? Xiao Yun's gaze also followed Lin Xian. He didn't speak to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was quite flustered about one thing. If Xiao Yun and Su Zhiming bumped into each other, one would know that Lin Xian's girlfriend was Han Chu Xue, and the other would know that it was Xiao Runing. This would be a bit awkward. When the time comes, it would definitely spread to the Han family or the Xiao family. However, it didn't matter how he said it. There were many ways to explain it. Let's go. Let's follow that Lin Xian. What? Young Master Su is still not convinced? Qi Ming said with a smile. What? This young master is just paying attention to him. What's wrong with that? Moreover, this young master wants to pursue Xin Yue. It has nothing to do with him. Su Zhiming said, Young Master Su, I wanted to pursue Xin Yue first. Qi Ming said coldly. Fine, then go pursue her. This young master won't fight with you. Oh. Qi Ming raised his eyebrows. Su Zhiming patted Qi Ming's shoulder and said, in this martial arts academy, the two of us have to take care of each other. There are too many talented people. If we two brothers fall out because of a woman, then wouldn't it be someone else who will be proud? Only if we work together can we shine in a place like the martial arts academy where gods gather. Moreover, Su Zhiming smiled and said, don't forget that in this martial arts academy, there are many people who are not inferior to Xin Yue in terms of appearance and temperament. That's true. Qin Ming nodded. The girl who entered in front of Lin Xian just now, and the 2 girls named Ling Ying and Han Chu Xue, who are predetermined like us, are absolutely top-notch girls. They're not bad either. Yes, that Han Chushue is the best. Now this young master wants to pursue her. Fine. Since young Master Su has given in, then so be it. Let's go and see how Lin Xian's assessment is going. At this moment, Su Jiming's eyes suddenly fell on a person. Wait! Su Jiming looked over. What's wrong? Qin Ming also glanced over and was immediately stunned. The girl who was releasing her attributes in front of Murong Qin was so beautiful. She was on par with Ling Ying and Han Chushue. Each had their own merits, but she was very beautiful. Weren't all men like this? When they met a beautiful girl, they would like her. Who is this girl? Su Jiming asked. This? I really don't know. Qin Ming was also stunned. To be honest, they really couldn't tell who was better when it came to beautiful girls. However, when they saw a beautiful girl and then saw a new one, it was very different. In their eyes, the instructor was really beautiful. Little Yuer, why are you here? Murong Qing was also stunned when she saw her in front of her. I'm here to gain experience. Murong Yu said faintly. Not predetermined? I want to take the assessment. You are still the same. Murong Qing smiled. Then she released a blue light. Go over. You will definitely have no problem passing the assessment. This assessment is not worth testing for you. Murong Yu nodded slightly. Right? Murong Qing suddenly remembered something. Chapter 944. Murong Yu stopped in his tracks and looked at Murong Qing. Murong Qing said, after entering the martial arts academy, be careful of someone called Lin Xian. Is he an enemy of the Murong family? Murong Qing smiled and shook her head. No, he's a pervert. Murong Yu. I know, Annie. Murong Qing walked over and wanted to enter the martial arts academy. Hey, miss, please wait a moment. Su Jiming smiled and walked in front of her. What's the matter? Murong Yu's tone was emotionless. She was probably colder than Han Chushue, maybe even reaching the level of Ling Long Shui. And the most surprising thing about her was her pupils. This girl looked to be only 21 or 22 years old, at most 22 or 23 years old. Her body and appearance were absolutely perfect. However, what made her different from other peerless beauties was that her pupils were sky blue, and her hair was sky blue as well. It was a very light blue, and it didn't feel like it was dyed. It was a bit like the female lead in anime. To be honest, many beauties would dye their hair blue, pink, and so on. But it didn't look good when dyed. The good-looking ones were always the characters in anime. Only the female characters in anime could hold up pink, blue, white, and other colors of hair. In reality, it was really difficult to hold it up, but she was very compatible. It really wasn't dyed, just like her pupils. It was purely natural. If a girl's pupils were a different color, it would be a bonus if the girl was beautiful. For example, Bai Xian had a different color, and her. As for why it was a different color, it was said to be a genetic problem, but it wasn't. On Sky Blue Planet, having a different color was more of a physical problem, or it could be said that her pupils were born with some kind of ability. If it was a physical body, it might be a little weaker, but if it was her pupils that had some kind of ability, then it was very scary. It was said that the last person with a different color appeared a few hundred years ago. It was a girl, and her pupils had the ability to charm people. Simply put, when she released the power in her eyes, she could control hundreds of thousands of people. It was called the Heavenly Enchantment Spirit Eyes. This was the terrifying part. It's nothing. I just want to get to know you. I'm Su Jiming from my city. Su Jiming said with a gentlemanly smile. Yes. Murong Yu nodded and walked past him, entering the Martial Soul Academy. Young Master Su, this girl isn't easy to deal with. She's even colder than Han Chushue. The more a woman is like this, the more you want to conquer her. Isn't that right? Su Jiming said with interest. Moreover, look at her pupils. They are sky blue in color. They are naturally different. This woman is definitely not an ordinary person. If I can dual cultivate with such a woman, I'm afraid it will be extremely beneficial to me. Su Jiming said. That's true. Then I wish young Master Su success. Let's go and see how Lin Xian is doing. Then they walked into the martial arts academy. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim as soon as he entered the martial arts academy. Isn't this too fucking luxurious? Is this an academy? Tall buildings. These were probably classrooms. However, the martial arts academy was probably different. He would only know the specifics after he entered. The second round of assessment had already begun. Lin Xian didn't know what the assessment was about. There was a long queue. It was similar to the first round of assessment. There were many instructors inspecting the students. Lin Xian is here. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were standing together at a high place not far away. Ling Ying's eyes were sharp. He saw Wang Xintong running in and knew that Lin Xian was behind her. Lin Xian was right behind her. There were many people behind them. These people were all from different countries. Of course, they were all attracted by Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. When they arrived at the martial arts academy and saw these two beauties, they felt that their trip was not in vain. Maybe this was what men were like. Is that her? Ling Ying saw a woman behind Lin Xian. Han Chuxue glanced at her. It's a bit far. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be her. If it's her, does she still need to take the assessment? Han Chuxue said, that's not necessarily true. Isn't Morong Yu's personality like that? And didn't I say it before? There are students in the martial arts academy who have both the time and space attributes. I suspect it's her. Ling Ying said, she has the time, space, and ice attributes, right? Ling Ying nodded. If Lin Xian sees her, he'll be lustful again. Ling Ying said unhappily. What kind of grievances did these two rich young ladies have to suffer? Han Chuxue agreed. But she won't like him, right? Han Chuxue asked uncertainly. I might have thought so in the past, but would you and I have ever been interested in a hooligan like Lin Xian? Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue was speechless. That's true. Do you want to go? Han Chuxue asked. Forget it. Let's pretend we don't know each other. Otherwise, we'll cause trouble for him. Ling Ying said helplessly. Okay. At this moment, Lin Xian walked behind Wang Xintong and asked, what's the assessment this round? I heard from the people in front that it's a talent assessment. Talent? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I don't know. The people in front will talk about it later. Lights of various colors flashed in front of them. Sometimes it was red, sometimes it was green, sometimes it was yellow, and so on. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't know what it was. The people in front passed or failed one after another. Those who passed continued to move forward, and those who failed returned. At this point, Lin Xian found that the probability of passing and failing was almost 60 to 40. In other words, only 6 out of 10 people could pass. Fuck. Is this a talent assessment? Is it so cruel? Miss Xiao, it's Miss Xiao. The people in front were excited. Wang Xintong saw that Xiao Runing was invigilating their team. Lin Xian secretly touched his forehead. Even if Xiao Runing was invigilating, it was useless. They couldn't cheat. If they couldn't pass, they couldn't pass. But what surprised these people was that this was the martial arts academy. The quality of these girls was too exaggerated, right? It was fine if the quality of the female students was exaggerated, but the female instructor was also so beautiful. There was one outside, and there was one here. They were all goddesses. Fuck. The martial arts academy relied on this to keep people here? Fuck. Then I'll really stay here. At this moment, Xiao Runing stood up. Suddenly, all the men swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not only was she beautiful, but her body. Are you sure this is an academy? Are you sure this isn't heaven? Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. Every one of them was too beautiful. It was heaven. Xiao Runing stood up and glanced around. She saw Lin Xian. Her pretty face was slightly red. When she saw Lin Xian, she inexplicably thought of those few nights with him in Ice City Bastard. Chapter 945. Xiao Runing coughed dryly and said, to the new students, let me first explain the content of the second round of assessment. Xiao Runing then said, the second round of assessment is talent. There are talent stones on the table in front of you. You just need to place your hand on the talent stone and release your spiritual power and elemental power. The talent stone will calculate your talent according to the power you release, including your age, realm, and other elements. Xiao Runing then continued, there are a total of 7 levels of talent, which are red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red talent is the worst and purple talent is the strongest. If your talent has not reached the red level, then unfortunately, you have failed the second round of assessment. Is there anyone else who wants to ask? A man raised his hand and asked, "Beautiful instructor, do we still have talent as martial artists? We rely on the God spawn system to kill monsters to advance. It's not like we rely on cultivation in novels. The speed of cultivation is related to talent. Our method of leveling up is similar to grinding in online games. I feel that it has nothing to do with talent. If it's related to talent, then it might be attributes, but that's fate." Xiao Runing nodded slightly and said, "You're right, but in the past no one had the God spawn system, and there were people who could cultivate. The God spawn system suddenly appeared one day. Then when there was no God spawn system, do you think that cultivating relied on hard work and talent? But now, the so-called talent now is to evaluate your comprehensive ability. Although the existence of the God spawn system makes it difficult to evaluate talent, the talent stone is more to evaluate how old you are and what realm you have reached. In this realm, how many spiritual power values other people have, how many defense and strength they have, and how many you have. Everyone is different. For example, in the 5-star law realm, some people's spiritual power values can exceed 10,000. Have you exceeded 10,000? That man was speechless. In fact, I know a person who is at the 5-star law realm. His spiritual power value is probably over 30,000. Don't you think this is a gap? Does this count as an extraordinary talent? What? The law realm has a spiritual power value of 30,000? I'm afraid it's only 30,000 when you enter the domain realm. When they heard Xiao Runing's words, many of them were shocked. Murongyu, who was walking over from behind, was slightly surprised when she heard this. She revealed a look of interest. The Martial Arts Academy was indeed a place where geniuses gathered. Only a place like this would be challenging. Beautiful teacher, you're right. If there's no problem, come over and appraise it. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Lin Xian, is Miss Xiao talking about you? Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian. Probably. Wow. You're really a 5-star law adept with a spiritual energy value of close to 30,000? Wang Xintong's big eyes twinkled like stars. A normal 5-star law adept's spiritual energy value was actually around 10,000. Lin Xian's was 3 times higher, so it was normal for her to be shocked. Every martial artist had their own attribute panel from the God's Child system. They could clearly see their strength, physique, agility, spirit, and spiritual energy value. Basically, all martial techniques would also indicate how much spiritual energy value it would consume to use that martial technique in a certain realm. Yeah, pretty much. After Lin Xian revealed this point to Xiao Runing, he had forgotten how he had inexplicably brought up this topic with her. Amazing. I'm only 11,000. 11,000 is actually already higher than the normal level. I'm an exception. I've gone through several special upgrades. Lin Xian said. Wang Xintong revealed her attribute panel to Lin Xian because they were close. It was normal. One's attribute panel was the most important thing to keep secret. Okay. A red light flashed ahead. Pass. After about 10 minutes, it was finally Wang Xintong's turn. Lin Xian stood behind Wang Xintong and secretly glanced at Xiao Runing. When Xiao Runing saw it, she quickly pretended not to see it. Place your hand on the talent stone and release your spiritual energy, Xiao Runing said to Wang Xintong. Okay. Then, Wang Xintong placed her hand on the talent stone. Red, orange, red. The 3 colors skipped almost instantaneously. Only when it reached the green color did the color change slow down slightly. It only stopped when the green color became very, very dark. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This beautiful girl's talent is so high. She'll probably reach blue talent if she goes a little higher. Yeah, it's already green now. It's almost turning blue. It's already very exaggerated for her talent to reach blue. Can 100 out of 10,000 people reach blue talent? It's hard to say. It's really a gathering of geniuses. This pure and beautiful girl is actually a ruthless person. Sigh. The surrounding people were talking about it. Yes, she's close to blue talent. She's 1 out of 1,000. Very good. Go back and wait for the third round of the assessment, Xiao Runing said to Wang Xintong. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Wang Xintong ran over happily. Miss Xiao? How does she know that she's Miss Xiao? Do they know each other? Some people were puzzled. They all knew that she was a teacher, but they didn't know her surname. You might think that 1 out of 1,000 was nothing, but Xiao Runing's 1 out of 1,000 was this martial arts academy. Everyone in the martial arts academy was a genius. Among the geniuses, blue talent was 1 out of 1,000. What about in the mainland? 1 out of 100,000 was considered small. It was really exaggerated. Then it was Lin Xian's turn. There weren't many people paying attention to Lin Xian, because Lin Xian didn't have any outstanding points. They also didn't know Lin Xian. Only Su Zhiming, Xiao Yun, and a few others were paying attention to Lin Xian. Of course, there was also Han Chuxue and the others. Place your hand on the talent stone and release your spiritual power, Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian in a bad mood. Got it? Lin Xian then placed his hand on the stone. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian should have blue talent. Purple talent was possible, but purple talent was the strongest talent. What did it belong to? In the entire martial arts academy, there might be 100 martial artists with purple talent. Some were light, some were dark. Among those who were predetermined, there were 10 martial artists with full purple talent. Full talent meant that purple was the darkest color, and all attributes were the best. This kind of martial artist was 1 out of 1,000,000. Xiao Runing thought highly of Lin Xian anyway. Purple talent was normal. As for full purple talent, that was very difficult. 1 out of 1,000,000. How could it be so simple? Release your spiritual power. Then Lin Xian released his spiritual power, accompanied by a trace of thunder attribute power. Red, orange, red, green, blue, purple. The 7 colors instantly jumped to purple without any hindrance. Everyone. Chapter 946. They had seen someone with a purple talent before. So far, only one person had participated in the assessment. Although it was a purple talent, it was not a full talent. Moreover, the color change was very slow. The first 3 colors changed very quickly, but the later ones changed bit by bit. Finally, it became a purple talent. It was very difficult, but this person, in 1 second, changed 7 colors and landed on the darkest purple. It was obvious how easy it was for him to do it. Obviously, this person's talent was much stronger than the previous person. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian's innate talent was already within her expectations, so she wasn't too surprised. She was very happy for him. Su Zhiming and the rest saw that Lin Xian's full talent was purple. They secretly clenched their fists. To be honest, they were unhappy. They were extremely unhappy. Lin Xian's full talent is purple, Ling Ying said in surprise. If it's him, it's not too surprising. Han Chuxue nodded slightly and said, both of us have full talent purple. This Lin Xian is not that powerful. He's just like us, Ling Ying said proudly. Just as Ling Ying finished speaking, bang, the talent stone exploded. Everyone, damn, what's going on? It exploded? What the heck? It's broken. Or it's off the charts? His talent is off the charts? How is that possible? His thunder attribute is off the charts? What a joke. I think it's really broken. Everyone was talking about it. This was definitely the most mysterious thing they had seen today. Damn, what's going on? Lin Xian withdrew his hand and shook it. Xiao Runing looked at this scene in astonishment. I say, could this be a fake product? Lin Xian asked. This? I don't know. It's my first time using this thing. I don't know why this happened. Wait a moment, I'll go and ask. Then, Xiao Runing ran away quickly. Vice President Luo Xiao. Xiao Runing came to Luo Xiao. Instructor Xiao, what's the matter? There was a student whose talent stone exploded when he was appraising his talent. I don't know what happened, but it might have been broken. Are there any extra talent stones? What? Hearing Xiao Runing's words, Luo Xiao revealed a shocked expression. You're saying that someone appraised his talent and the talent stone exploded? Xiao Runing nodded. Is it broken? No, absolutely not. It's his talent that has surpassed the purple max talent. It's the talent stone that can no longer withstand the power of his talent. Murong Qing was speechless. It couldn't be right. Was this Lin Xian really a monster? Quick, take me there. Then, Xiao Runing brought Luo Xiao there. Luo Xiao took out another talent stone and looked at Lin Xian. You were the one who made the talent stone explode? Luo Xiao asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Vice Principal, you're not going to blame me, are you? I've already said it. This is your quality problem. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian hurriedly said, No, try again. Luo Xiao placed a new talent stone on the table. Hey, I've already said it. You can't blame me if it's broken. My family is poor. I can't afford it. The corners of Luo Xiao and Xiao Runing's mouths couldn't help but twitch. All right, you can appraise it. Lin Xian then placed his hand on it. Red, orange, green, blue, purple, bang. The talent stone exploded again. Damn, you guys can't have bought a fake, right? You make me feel that the Martial Arts Academy is very low. Could it be that you're lying? Lin Xian, everyone. They also wanted to know what was going on. Why was the person beside them fine? Ha ha ha. Luo Xiao could not help but laugh out loud, and then patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Go to the third round, Luo Xiao said to Lin Xian. Passed? Yes, of course. Thank you. Then Lin Xian walked over. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why? Could it be that he could pass just because the talent stone exploded? Vice President, I'm not convinced. Why can he pass? If that's the case, I can pass too. I only need to release a little bit of power to shatter the talent stone, and I can pass too. Why should I be eliminated? A young man said, unconvinced. Oh, is that so? Then you try. Shatter it. If you shatter it, I'll let you pass. Luo Xiao said to him, All right, you said it. Boom. In the next moment, a monstrous thunderbolt struck the talent stone. The entire table was instantly annihilated. The dust dispersed, and the talent stone was intact on the ground. Humph, do you think that the Martial Arts Academy would have some affair? What right do you have to make the Martial Arts Academy target you? Do you have the qualifications? Luo Xiao looked at that person coldly and said, That person was speechless. Then why can it pass? If you want to make the talent stone explode, there are two ways. First, your strength has reached the 5-star domain realm. Then you can destroy the talent stone. Second, your talent exceeds the talent stone's appraisal range. Do you understand? Hearing Luo Xiao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. That person's talent had already surpassed the purple full talent? Did he really make the talent stone explode? Xiao Runing revealed a shocked expression. It seemed that she had still underestimated Lin Xian. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue also looked at each other. I'll take back what I said just now, Ling Ying said helplessly. Exploding. However, I didn't understand what this meant, but Luo Xiao understood. Continue to be firm. Luo Xiao couldn't wait to tell the dean and the others this news. Just 30 seconds after leaving, boom, another explosive sound came from behind them. Everyone. Luo Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned around to take a look. What the hell? No. How many years had it been since there were any monsters? Why did two appear in one day? Luo Xiao then rushed over and looked at Murong Yu. So it was her. Then he was slightly balanced. That meant that there was only one. Murong Yu retracted her hand. Pass. Let's go to the third round. Luo Xiao said to Murong Yu. Murong Yu nodded and walked away. Everyone was dumbfounded. The sky blue-haired beauty was so ruthless. Luo Xiao then quickly left. Dean! Luo Xiao entered a room and shouted, Come in. Then Luo Xiao walked in. Inside sat a white-haired old man. Dean, there is... The white-haired old man raised his hand and said, I know what you want to say. Luo Xiao wasn't surprised. To our martial arts academy, to our human race, this is definitely an unexpected gain. Luo Xiao said excitedly. The white-haired old man nodded. This is also something that I didn't expect. Xiao Yu is the third person in history to have a heaven-defying level talent. I thought that she was the only one in this era. I didn't expect that there would be a legendary youth. It's a great fortune for our human race. Chapter 947. They understood what this meant. Normal people would not understand. At most, they would think that this was a talent that surpassed the purple full talent. Even the patriarchs of the 8 great families might not know. A purple full talent was already very heaven-defying. It was considered good if 1 out of 10 million people had it. But there was an even more heaven-defying talent. A heaven-defying talent was even a legend. If not for Murong, you showing it 2 years ago, it would still be a legend. Although this talent was only 1 level higher than the purple full talent, it was already the peak. A talent that existed in legends, one could imagine. According to what they knew, if such an existence reached the Empyrean realm, their combat strength would be more than 10 times that of an ordinary Empyrean. Sorry, not an ordinary Empyrean, but more than 10 times that of a genius Empyrean. The higher the realm, the more terrifying it was. If one reached the virtuality realm or the heavenly Tao realm, they would be invincible. And most importantly, it was rumored that only such a talent could reach the legendary realm above the heavenly Tao realm, possibly God. In their industry, this talent was called Godhead. If you had such a talent, it was equivalent to having a Godhead. There were very few people who knew about this. Those who knew that Murong you had such a talent were even fewer. Only the Murong family and a few old fellows knew. And what kind of existence was the Murong family? Murong Tian, the current master of the temple. The temple was founded by the Murong family. Murong Tian, Murong Yu's father. It was easy to imagine why these old fellows knew about Murong Yu. Her status was too high. She was the only daughter of the temple master. Could you find another 2 young people with a higher status than her? As for Murong Qing, Murong Tian's sister and Murong Yu's aunt, Lin Xian did not even know about this. Lin Xian only knew that Murong Qing was a law enforcement officer with a very high status in the temple. She could also be from a large family in the divine capital. But he definitely did not expect her background to be so heaven-defying. Then, Dean, how do you plan to treat this kid? Treat him normally. First, go and check his information for me. Then, observe him in the martial arts academy for a period of time. See if he is as outstanding as Xiao Yu. All right, I'll go now. In just 5 minutes, Luo Xiao walked in with Lin Xian's information. The white-haired old man took it and glanced at it. Space, lightning, ice, and poison. 4 elements. As expected, he is a person with extraordinary talent. He actually possesses 4 attributes. According to the known records, the most one possessed was only 3 attributes. He is even stronger than that little girl Xiao Yu. Luo Xiao praised. That's hard to say. Little Yu has both time and space. He has less time than little Yu. There's still a difference. That's true. He's Lin Ye's younger brother from Yushin Group. The white-haired old man read it out. Did they create the Yashuan Group? This is quite interesting. The medicines from the Yushin Group are epic-making. I don't think it's Lin Ye's doing. It should be this kid's doing. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy nodded in satisfaction and said, he once saved a class. After that, he single-handedly caused the 3 major forces planned to attack Lin Feng City to fail. After that, the losses were minimized. Tianhua City fell into enemy hands, destroyed the void heavenly crystal, stopped the large number of demonic beasts from pouring in, and saved the people of Tianhua City. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy nodded in satisfaction. As expected, this kid is indeed extraordinary like little Yu. He is worthy of admiration. His character is also very good, except that he is a little sentimental. Sentimental. This is a very normal phenomenon for men. He is so outstanding. It is quite normal for many girls to be dead set on him. Luo Xiao said, that's true. Alright, there's also a piece of information here. Some time ago, he was at the Ling family in Tiandu. He defeated Xiao Yun, who was at the 2-star domain realm, with the power of a 5-star law realm. Luo Xiao said, he crossed 7 realms and defeated Xiao Yun, who was at the law realm and domain realm. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy frowned. Yes, that's what the information says. Many people have seen it. I believe Patriarch Ling Hai should be able to verify it. This is a little too monstrous. Even if there is no domain realm and law realm, to be honest, it should be very difficult to cross the 7-star domain realm. However, for a child with such talent, it is hard to say. Didn't Little Yu also defeat a 4-star domain realm when he was at the 8-star law realm? They are about the same. Luo Xiao nodded. Then what should we do? There is no need to give him special treatment. Let's see how he performs in the martial arts academy. Let's observe him for a period of time first. Then the class. He can choose for himself. According to the information, Xiao Runing and him used to have a teacher-student relationship. He will most likely choose Instructor Zhao's class. Let's leave it at that for now. Don't leak this matter out. Yes. Increase the difficulty of the 3rd round of assessment by 3 times. 3 times? Isn't it a little too high? Luo Xiao asked in shock. 3 times. Also, cut his image to me. Let me see what is different about him. Yes. At this moment, Lin Xian and Wang Xintong arrived at the venue of the 3rd round of assessment together. The venue of the 3rd round of assessment was in a huge building. Those who had passed the 2nd round were lining up at the foot of the building. Those who had entered the building had already begun the 3rd round of assessment. The assessment in the building. Don't tell me it's a theoretical assessment. That's impossible. Wouldn't they be idiots? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Wang Xintong was waiting for Lin Xian behind him. Therefore, she did not know that she had come with Lin Xian. At this moment, an instructor walked over. The lowest cultivation realm among the instructors here was at the heavenly venerable stage. This was unlike those small academies. Students, I will now explain the content of the 3rd round of assessment. The male instructor cleared his throat and said, the 3rd round of assessment will be a simulated battle in the simulation cabin. Lin Xian was enlightened. This could be done in the building. It was the same as the actual combat simulation in the Sky Martial Court. What you will be doing next is lying in the simulation cabin and simulating an actual combat. You will randomly fight a simulated demon beast whose cultivation realm is 3 stars higher than yours. The time limit is 2 minutes. If you are defeated or exceed the time limit, you will fail. Whoosh! Upon hearing the instructor's words, everyone could not help but burst into an uproar. This was too fucking crazy and perverted. For example, they were all at least 5 stars in the law realm. The difference of 1 star in the law realm was huge. Needless to say, the difficulty of fighting someone who was 3 stars higher went without saying. All of them were geniuses and had the ability to fight someone who was 3 stars higher. Although it was difficult to fight someone who was 3 stars higher, it was still within an acceptable range. However, there was another condition, a 2-minute time limit. Was this not pushing them to their deaths? Chapter 948. You can finish a battle of the same realm in 2 minutes? That was really difficult. Now, you're 3 realms higher than you, and you can finish the battle in 2 minutes. Isn't this too fucking abnormal? It could be said that 9 out of 10 people present did not have this confidence. Lin Xian also secretly felt that the 3rd round of the assessment was really abnormal. It was quite easy for him to be able to fight across realms. In fact, it was a power that others did not have. If Lin Xian did not create laws and exchange attributes, it would be quite difficult for Lin Xian to defeat a 5-star law realm expert who was 3 realms higher, but he could still do it. In fact, without the 2-minute time limit, 9 out of 10 people could do it. However, with the 2-minute time limit, 9 out of 10 people would probably be eliminated. Wow! Wang Xintong could not help but exclaim. Wasn't it too cruel? 5 minutes was fine. 2 minutes was 120 seconds. If you went in and saw the monster ready to fight, 10 to 20 seconds would pass, right? I want to fight an 8-star law realm monster. I'll finish it in 2 minutes, Wang Xintong pouted. She felt that it was super difficult. It's fine. Believe in yourself. Although your attributes aren't very strong, you've learned a lot from Uncle Qin in terms of close combat. You're definitely not weaker than many of the so-called geniuses here. Lin Xian then said, also, basically all demonic beasts have their own weaknesses. You and Uncle Chin should know many different types of demonic beasts and know the simplest ways to deal with them. In these aspects, I'm definitely not even 1/10 as good as you. I understand. Lin Xian was not praising Wang Xintong. He really did not know as much as she did. In other words, he did not have much experience. To be honest, since Lin Xian obtained the system, he was a 5-star Law Realm expert. How many times had he been to the monster domain? Not many times. Lin Xian was also the kind of person who did not attend classes properly. How many classes had he attended? What did he attend classes for? Wasn't it for little Missy back then? What did he learn? Nothing at all. Therefore, he really did not know much about the types of monsters. On the other hand, Wang Xintong worked very hard every day. Lin Xian himself knew this. To be honest, he was too embarrassed to teach them what to do. They knew better than him, but they would unconditionally believe Lin Xian. Murongyu walked over from behind. She saw Lin Xian, but she didn't give him a second glance. Beauty, let's get to know each other. My name is Zhao Wuliang, and I don't know her. Before Zhao Wuliang could finish his words, Murongyu indifferently replied. Let's get to know each other. We'll be in the same school in the future, and we'll all be schoolmates. There's no harm in being friends. No, I don't. Sister, you can't be so heartless. As soon as that person finished speaking, Murongyu's delicate body erupted with a cold aura, instantly separating him. Zhao Wuliang's entire body trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. Seeing this scene, many people who wanted to strike up a conversation with her gave up. This was an iceberg beauty that was absolutely difficult to strike up a conversation with. Although they were all arrogant and felt that they were very cool, after coming to the martial arts academy, many of their self-confidence had been shattered. Those who were not affected were the truly powerful people. Lin Xian did not know what happened behind him, but he suddenly felt a chill and then turned his head to look. What the hell? When did such a beauty appear behind him? What made Lin Xian feel that she was different from other girls was not her appearance. She was indeed very beautiful, but Lin Xian had seen many beautiful girls, who around him could not compare to her. Only Lu Yufan and the other younger girls could not compare to her. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Which one of them lost to her? It was just that each of them had their own merits. What caught Lin Xian's attention was her sky blue hair and ice-cold light blue eyes. Lin Xian felt that this kind of eyes were really very beautiful. He had seen one before, and that was by Xuan's light purple eyes. Dongfang Shue's eyes were also different, and they were also light blue like the woman in front of him. So when he saw her light blue eyes, Lin Xian's thoughts became even more complicated. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Time limit: 3 months. Reward: unknown. Time limit: 3 months. Current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian: fine. It was expected. It really was expected that he would trigger a mission. However, this mission was different from the previous one, and it was very special. Reward: unknown. Logically speaking, in terms of quality, who could compare to Linglong Shui? In Lin Xian's eyes, although everyone was equal, in terms of temperament, strength, and nobility, Linglong Shui was clearly at the top. And Linglong Shui's mission reward was also public, but there was a girl around the same age as Han Chuxue and Ling Ying, and her mission reward was unknown. Logically speaking, mystery was universal, whether it was for men or women. For women, if a man was mysterious, they would be curious. For men, if a woman was mysterious, they would also be curious. Once you were curious, it was the first step into a trap, and this kind of mission was the same. Unknown. Then what was unknown? Fuck your mother. This damned system. Ding. Detected that the host is not friendly to the system, deducting Adonis points. Don't. Before the system finished speaking, Lin Xian quickly admitted defeat in his mind. I'm just kidding. The system also chose to forgive Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a little embarrassed. This trip to the Martial Arts Academy. How many missions would he trigger? In the Martial Arts Academy, there would definitely be a lot of top-notch beauties. There would definitely be a lot of them. It all depended on whether the system would take notice of him. Lin Xian glanced at Murongyu, and Murongyu also glanced at Lin Xian. To be honest, until now, in the entire martial arts academy, the only person she paid attention to was naturally Lin Xian. As someone who could make the talent stone explode, she knew what this meant. Those adults were saying that this was a rare occurrence in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. It was not as simple as 1 in 10,000. It meant that you had divinity. After so many years, she had never seen a second person like this. But today, this scene happened in front of her. It was just that the person in front of her looked ordinary, and compared to many of the handsome geniuses here, his appearance was really below average. But it was such a person who made the talent stone explode. However, this was actually nothing. She would just pay attention to him a little. In her heart, Lin Xian might be her biggest rival. But this did not mean that it would increase her favorability. Lin Xian took a look and saw that it was 0. How he wished that he could be liked by Xian Xian, who mysteriously had a favorability of 10. And looking at this girl's eyes, she was probably someone who was even harder to win over than Han Chuxue. It was as difficult as Lin Xian chasing after Han Chuxue without saving her. Chapter 949. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue also moved with Lin Xian. Of course, they kept a certain distance from Lin Xian, but they could still see Lin Xian. Look at him, look at him. He's looking at her. Bastard. Stinking pervert. Ling Ying saw that Lin Xian was looking at Murongyu. She clenched her teeth and was extremely unhappy. Ah, men are all pigs. Stupid pigs. Han Chuxue was also very helpless. Of course, she was also unhappy, but she would not show it. She was also a very, very indulgent person. Moreover, she and Ling Ying were serving Lin Xian together. What else could she say? Perhaps this was a day that she and Ling Ying did not expect. He's just looking, it's nothing. Moreover, Murongyu is not someone he can interact with whenever he wants to. Han Chuxue comforted. That's the reason, but Ling Ying paused and said, even Sister Ling Long and Lin Xian know each other, and their relationship is so good. Do you think Murongyu is harder to interact with than Sister Ling Long? They knew Murongyu and naturally knew her identity. This woman's identity was much nobler than theirs. They were only daughters of the 8 great families, but Murongyu was the daughter of the temple master. However, in their hearts, Ling Long Shui was the most powerful. Although they did not know how strong Ling Long Shui was, Ling Long Shui's temperament and appearance made them, as women sigh. She was definitely the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Perhaps in their eyes, only Bing Lingyue was close to her. Such a woman had a relationship with Lin Xian, and even spent the new year together. This proved that their relationship was very good. They also received many good things from Ling Long Shui. Therefore, Lin Xian was a very strange person. They felt that no matter how powerful a woman was, he would have a relationship with her. Bah! Stinking pervert. Lin Xian looked at Murongyu for more than 10 seconds. Murongyu frowned slightly. A man's eyes were on his body. It did not matter whether he looked at her or not. It was their freedom. However, he stared at her for more than 10 seconds. Wasn't that too much? Lin Xian was lost in his memories. Of course, he knew that it was not good to stare at a woman for so long. Lin Xian only regained his senses when Ling Ying's extremely displeased system notification rang out in his mind. Then, he hurriedly looked around to see where this chick was looking at him. As expected, Lin Xian saw Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Lin Xian coughed dryly and silently turned his head. He's guilty. He's guilty. Ling Ying said unhappily. Instructor, I have a question. At this time, a woman raised her hand. Ask. If I'm a 10-star or 9-star Law Realm cultivator, wouldn't I be facing a Domain Realm cultivator if I have to face a demonic beast 3 levels higher than me? The difference of a major realm isn't just a simple difference of 3 stars. The woman asked. You don't have to worry about that. Even if you're a 10-star Law Realm cultivator, you'll only have to face a 13-star Law Realm cultivator. Although there's no such realm, we've arranged a power that won't cross a realm. Don't worry. That's good. Good. Go inside and line up in order to enter the classroom for the trial. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked in one by one. Good luck. Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong. I'll do my best. Wang Xintong secretly clenched her fists and then walked into a room with a few people. Lin Xian happened to be assigned to another room. Everyone who comes and lies in the simulation pod. The trial is about to begin. A male instructor in the room said. Murong Yu and Lin Xian were also together, and their simulation pods were side by side. Lie down. Lin Xian then lay down and closed his eyes. The device turned on, and his consciousness randomly entered a grassland. Murong Yu didn't look at him. Just as she lay down, a female instructor walked in and whispered something in the male instructor's ear. Murong Yu's device hadn't been turned on yet, so their words were very soft. However, she was the closest to Lin Xian, and her strength wasn't weak, so she heard what they said. The meaning was very simple. Normally, in this trial, one would need 2 minutes to defeat a demon beast 3 levels higher than oneself. However, that person asked the male instructor to increase the difficulty of Lin Xian by 3 times, which meant 9 stars. 9 stars? What kind of concept was that? Even if he couldn't surpass the so-called Great Realm, 9 stars was basically a world of difference. In any case, it would be very difficult for her to fight a demon beast 9 stars higher than herself. The difference was simply too big. Even if she had so many attributes and outstanding combat strength, it was still too difficult to achieve. Perhaps it was possible, and it wasn't completely impossible. However, there was still a prerequisite. 2 minutes. Was the martial arts academy targeting him? Was it because he exposed his talent that was on the same level as hers? No, it shouldn't be, right? Targeting, it should be because they wanted to see how great his potential was. However, she admitted that if she had to do it like that, she wouldn't be able to achieve the 2 minutes limit. For Lin Xian, this was indeed extremely difficult. However, don't forget that the previous Lin Xian didn't even have the ability to create a law. He was able to surpass 6 stars and 7 stars to defeat and even kill opponents. Now, he had the incomparably heaven-defying ability to create a law. To be honest, Lin Xian was more qualified than anyone in the continent to surpass such a high realm to defeat opponents. Of course, he could still try a 1v1. If they ganged up on him, Lin Xian's ability to create a law would be useless. After all, with his realm and spiritual energy value, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Once his spiritual energy value was depleted, he would basically be crippled. Lin Xian was in a grassland. It was originally just a grassland, but suddenly the ground trembled. The entire environment underwent an earth-shattering change, instantly turning into a lava zone. Wow, it can even change the terrain. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose, then took out his weapon, 1,000 Evils. To be honest, Lin Xian rarely used 1,000 Evils. Thinking about it, he rarely fought, let alone used 1,000 Evils. Hurry up and come out. It's already been 10 seconds. Lin Xian couldn't help but complain. Wasn't this a fucking scam? At this moment, a fiery red lizard drilled out of the lava in front of him. Lin Xian? Its body was more than 5 meters long, and it was the kind of monster that wasn't simple at first glance. Moreover, it crawled out of the lava. This was Quan Zhen's sex simulation. Since this demonic beast appeared, it proved that it could also survive in the magma in reality. To be honest, how could a monster with a low realm survive in the lava? Lin Xian felt that a low realm monster couldn't survive in the lava normally. It had to be at the domain realm, right? Then, Lin Xian glanced at it with his eye of cave spirit. Fuck! Chapter 950. The Eye of Cave Spirit could detect demonic beasts that were no higher than 5 stars. However, he couldn't see this demonic beast clearly. Why did this feel like déjà vu? That's right. During the Tianhua City Sky Martial Institution's assessment, Xiao Runing had also secretly raised the level of her virtual combat demonic beasts. Now, she had already been fucked by Lin Xian. Damn. What happened to being higher than 3 stars? You're higher than at least 5 stars, right? Didn't I just break 2 of your academy's talent stones? How can you blame me for this? Lin Xian had a miserable look on his face. You can't bully me like this. Now Lin Xian had two choices. First, I won't accept it. I won't fight anymore. However, this choice might bring about a bad situation, and that was failing the assessment. If Lin Xian didn't accept it and reported that he wanted to do it again, what if the other party didn't agree? What if the other party didn't admit it? Wow, this group of black-hearted people? Damn it. Then there was only the second choice. Swallow it and fight, okay? You guys are awesome. As the dean, you better not have a granddaughter studying here. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you regret it. Then, Lin Xian held 1,000 evils in his hand and pressed the button. 1,000 evils turned into a heavy sword. Heavy swords and light swords were actually two completely different weapons. Heavy swords focused on strength, while light swords focused on lightness. When facing an enemy whose realm was much higher than his, heavy swords were undoubtedly the better choice. Achoo! The dean sneezed. Dean, what's wrong? Luo Xiao asked. Nothing. The dean of the martial arts academy rubbed his nose. Strange, why did he sneeze? Then he looked at the scene in front of him. This weapon is very interesting. Yeah, a light sword and a heavy sword can switch forms indiscriminately. Dean, I've never seen such a spirit weapon before. You've seen it before. Isn't Xiao Yu's weapon like this? Luo Xiao suddenly remembered. That's right. Her sword can switch between several forms, but that's a divine weapon. That's right. Her family spent 13 years and a large amount of precious resources to create this divine weapon. Don't look at how it's just a simple change of form. The spiritual weapon is already fixed. This is something that is very difficult to achieve in theory. So this kid's spiritual weapon might also be at the level of a divine weapon. It's really admirable. When the time comes, we'll check if he has any hidden backers. With his ability, it's absolutely impossible for him to obtain such a spiritual weapon. All right. The dean of the martial arts academy had just picked up his teacup and was about to take a sip when he froze. Because the battle was over. This. Vice Principal Luo Xiao widened his eyes in shock. Are you sure you increased the difficulty? The dean of the martial arts academy asked. It's grown bigger. Headmaster, this is a 6-meter-long demonic lava lizard that can live in lava. It's actually a 1-star domain realm existence. You should know this very well, right? Luo Xiao said in a daze. What's going on? Luo Xiao said in shock. This kid is a 5-star law realm expert, and he instantly killed a 1-star domain realm demonic lava lizard with one strike. The dean finished his tea in one gulp, and his eyes shone brightly. This is too shocking. This has already exceeded our understanding. The vice principal of the martial arts academy nodded. Yes, it has exceeded our understanding. Normally, with his talent, he might be able to defeat it, but to kill it in one strike, he only used an Earth Stage Lightning Attribute sword move. It's very strange. Could it be this spiritual weapon? It's possible. Take a look at the data first. The dean of the martial arts academy stared at the data displayed on the screen. What? The power of a 3-star domain realm expert? Luo Xiao's eyes widened. The power he unleashed in that instant has reached the level of a 3-star domain realm expert, a 5-star law realm expert, and an Earth Stage sword skill. Even if it's a divine weapon, with his current realm, he can only unleash 1/5 of its power, right? At most, the power he unleashed in that instant is around 9-star or 10-star law realm expert. It's even more impossible for him to cross a major realm and reach the power of a 3-star domain realm expert. Could it be? He must have a strength-enhancing martial technique, and it's definitely not low. Then it has to be 4 to 5 times, or even more. Does such a strength-enhancing martial technique exist? The dean of the martial arts academy said, it's only possible for it to be a divine skill, but I don't remember it. Moreover, to release a divine skill with a 5-star law realm expert, unleash 4 to 5 times the power, control a divine weapon, and release an Earth Stage martial technique. This kind of spiritual energy consumption is very terrifying. As expected, how can someone who can possess a divine core be simple? How can he be viewed with common sense? This is good. I wonder what the outcome of his battle with Xiao Yu will be. I'm looking forward to it now. Ha ha ha. That's right. Don't you want to see it? Then I'll let you see. Isn't it awesome? Exchanging attributes, coupled with the large release of the law of creation and strengthening his own strength, Lin Xian directly achieved an instant kill. It was very strong, and even a 5-star law realm expert like Lin Xian could instantly kill a domain realm expert. Now Lin Xian had really just comprehended the true meaning of the law of creation. It was really omnipotent. If he had known earlier that it could be like this, he would have used the law of creation to torture Xiao Yun instead of fighting to the death. Fuck, what a miscalculation. However, the law of creation was really awesome. It was too awesome. No wonder Ling Long Shui was full of praise at that time. With a flash of light, Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. He regained his senses and sat up. The instructor who was paying attention to Lin Xian behind was stunned. It was true because he could also see this scene, and he knew what kind of demonic beast Lin Xian was facing. It was killed in one move. What kind of monsters had come to the martial arts academy? And the blue-haired girl next to him, she was a 5-star domain realm expert. Facing an 8-star domain realm demonic beast, the difference of 1 star was too big, and then she didn't move from the spot and was directly frozen. Instant kill. This was really a group of monsters. Murongyu opened her beautiful eyes and slowly sat up. Turning her head, she saw that Lin Xian was also sitting up. She was slightly stunned. He was facing a demonic beast that was 9 stars higher than him. And it was over? He lost? Congratulations. You can leave from the back door and wait at the location of the 4th round of the assessment. The instructor sorted out his emotions and said to Lin Xian, "Thank you, instructor." Lin Xian smiled and jumped out of the simulation pod. Murongyu. He won? And in such a short time? If she switched roles, if it was her, she couldn't do it. She could win, but not in such a short time. Battle intent surged in her heart. It was right to come to the martial arts academy. As expected, this place was not filled with ordinary people. This place would definitely allow her to improve greatly. Lin Xian's gaze then turned to Murongyu, who was walking out of the simulation pod. "Hey, big sister, your blue eyes are so beautiful." Chapter 951. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian, then nodded slightly and walked out of the door. Lin Xian followed her. She had encountered far too many people trying to hit on her. There were far too many people who said that she was beautiful, and there were far too many people who said that her eyes were beautiful. Lin Xian's was nothing special. Lin Xian followed and walked side by side with Murongyu. "I also know someone. She also has blue eyes, and they're exactly the same as yours." Murongyu faintly replied, and, if she hadn't mentioned it, Lin Xian wouldn't have realized that their eyes were the same. Although they both had blue eyes, and although there were many possibilities, they were very similar. They were very similar. Her eyes were very similar to Dongfang Shui's. No, it really felt like they were exactly the same. Although it seemed like everyone had eyes and there was nothing different about them, they really were different. Murongyu naturally didn't believe Lin Xian's words. This was probably how men hit on women, saying things like, "You look like someone I used to know," or "You look like my ex-girlfriend," or something like that. This was a common tactic used by men to hit on women. Murongyu had encountered far too many of these types of people. There was probably no one else with blue eyes on this entire continent. Even if there was someone else, it would be almost impossible to find. Perhaps other people also had blue eyes, but they were definitely different from hers. It was more likely that they really only had strange eyes and didn't have any other special abilities. Furthermore, there was no way that her eyes were exactly the same. This was because her eyes didn't come from her constitution or bloodline. They really did come from a type of divine I called the 1,000 Sealing Ice Eyes. The 1,000 Sealing Ice Eyes were a rare sight that only appeared once in 1,000 years. It had the power to freeze everything within 1,000 miles. Other people might have to unleash a heaven-tier martial skill to freeze everything, but she could do so as well. However, it was even easier to unleash the power of the 1,000 Sealing Ice Eyes and freeze everything. She had just finished a battle by unleashing her 1,000 sealing ice eyes, and she could easily freeze enemies of a higher cultivation base than herself. The power, range, number of people, and so on would all increase as her cultivation base and cultivation of the 1,000 sealing ice eyes increased. Upon reaching major accomplishment, he would be able to seal 1,000 li in ice with just his 1,000 ice eyes. A true god's eye. Compared to those ice-attributed martial skills, it was definitely many times more powerful. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to start cultivating. However, very few people knew about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, and even fewer people could tell that it was the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Her eyes are 1,000 sealing ice pupils. What about yours? Lin Xian asked. Actually, Lin Xian didn't have any other intentions. He was just curious, because he felt that their eyes were very similar. Morongyu, she stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Lin Xian. He actually knew about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Did he deliberately say that because he knew that he had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? No. There were less than 10 people in this world who knew that she had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, and they were all the people closest to her. Those who knew about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils were probably less than 1,000 people in this world. These were all ancient items. A long, long time ago, there were many people who knew about them. However, with the development and changes of the era, the number of people who knew about them decreased. With the arrival of the God's Child system, everyone relied on the system to cultivate. As for the so-called cultivation world, no one knew anything about it anymore. They only knew about some demonic beasts. At most, they knew about some simple spiritual herbs. They didn't know about the rarer ones at all, not to mention the spirit eyes. There weren't many people who knew about the existence of special physiques and special pupils in this world. However, Lin Xian's words really shocked her. He didn't deliberately come to strike up a conversation. Did he really know about these things? Did that mean that what he said was also true? Did he really know someone who had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? She has the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? Morongyu looked at Lin Xian and asked. Hearing Morongyu's question, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Yours? Don't tell me it's also the 1,000 sealing ice pupils? This wasn't a secret that couldn't be told. Since Lin Xian knew about it, there was no need for her to hide anything. Yes. Damn. Then what level of heaven are you at? The highest level of cultivation for the 1,000 sealing ice pupils was the 9th level, but it was very, very difficult. Morongyu. It seemed that she had really misunderstood Lin Xian. He really wasn't deliberately finding a topic to strike up a conversation. He actually knew what level of heaven the 1,000 sealing ice pupils were at. 4th level. 4th level. 4th level in your 20s is already very strong. However, the one I know is at the 6th level at 23 years old. Lin Xian said. Morongyu, where is she? Can you introduce her to me? Morongyu asked somewhat excitedly. The cultivation of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils was simply too difficult. Her talent was very heaven-defying. 5 years ago, she had already reached the 4th level of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. However, in these 5 years, she hadn't improved at all. Those experts and seniors didn't know what to do either. Now that Lin Xian said that he had a friend who also had the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, she believed that it was true, because he said it out loud and even said what level of heaven it was. She was sure that this wasn't recorded in any ancient books. She really wanted to find the person who had reached the 6th level of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils and ask her for guidance. She believed that if she could really ask for the cultivation method above the 4th level of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, she would definitely be able to reach the 6th level in the shortest time possible. I can't because I can't find her either, Lin Xian said with a slight sigh. She left? Yes, in a place that I know but can't go. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Morongyu looked at Lin Xian. The eyes wouldn't lie. She really did see those things in Lin Xian's eyes. Ding! Morongyu's favorability towards you +3. Lin Xian. Where did this favorability come from? It was quite easy to explain. Murong Yu initially thought that Lin Xian was trying to hit on her. After hearing these words, she felt that Lin Xian was indeed not a frivolous person. It was normal for her favorability to increase a bit. Do you want to ask her for guidance? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murong Yu nodded. There are no records of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils in history. Since ancient times, few people have obtained it. Those who possess it might not have survived or become famous. My family spent a long time to find a senior who has lived for more than 1,000 years and learned of it from him. However, the cultivation method is nearly impossible to know. As there was no system back then, people who could live for thousands of years were at the heavenly Tao realm. Very few such experts have left behind their legacies. The first 4 firmaments are relatively simple, but the 5th firmaments are a qualitative change. It's completely impossible to figure it out. That's right. However, I do have some understanding of the cultivation method for the first 6 levels of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian again, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Chapter 952. She, Murong Yu, was a true cultivation maniac. Perhaps it was because of her personality and her family, but her birth meant that she was destined to be stronger than anyone else. She was already used to this from the start. Simply put, she would not lose to anyone in terms of her desire to excel. Of course, she was very concerned about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. She was stuck at this stage, and even those old monsters did not know what to do. However, Lin Xian said that he knew the cultivation method of the 5th and 6th heavens of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. How could she not be surprised? How could she not feel troubled? The main thing was that she believed him because Lin Xian recognized her 1,000 sealing ice pupils. How many people in the entire continent could recognize her 1,000 sealing ice pupils? Moreover, he said that his friend also cultivated the 1,000 sealing ice pupils to the 6th heavens. Lin Xian nodded. He did know the cultivation method of the 5th and 6th heavens of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. It just so happened that he had a way to get close to Murong Yu. Otherwise, how could he pursue her? It was a good opportunity. I can do it, but I can't help you for free, right? Lin Xian said as he walked out side by side with her. Just then, they bumped into Han Chuxue and Ling Ying who were walking in. When Han Chuxue and Ling Ying saw Lin Xian and Murong Yu chatting happily, they were going crazy. Wow, devil, how did you manage to chat with Murong Yu in such a short amount of time? Was this Lin Xian really that handsome? How strange. Murong Yu also saw Ling Ying and Han Chuxue and nodded slightly at them. The 2 girls also nodded back, and then they walked past each other. Obviously, they knew each other, but their relationship was not very good. Maybe they just knew each other and could not be considered friends. Of course not. If you have any requests, just let me know. Requests? I can't think of anything right now. How about this? I'll tell you the cultivation method of the 5th heavens first. See if you can do it, then we'll talk about it. All right. Murong Yu nodded. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. On the other side, Ling Ying was going crazy. Han Chuxue smiled helplessly. Chuxue, why do you think Lin Xian can chat with Murong Yu? Ling Ying was really puzzled. This wasn't normal. Murong Yu was not such a person. Even those who were more outstanding than the young masters of the 8 great clans would find it hard to get along with her. Could it be that they already knew each other? That was impossible. Han Chuxue also shook her head. Damn it. When the time comes, I must ask Lin Xian. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. Senior Ling Ying, Senior Han Chuxue. Wang Xintong happened to walk out and saw them. Xian Tong, did you pass? Ling Ying asked. And I passed. I'm preparing to go to the 4th round. Did you see Lin Xian? Lin Xian. He left with another big sister and left you behind. Ling Ying said unhappily. Oh, then I'll go to the 4th round first. Go, good luck. Wang Xintong then ran off. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lin Xian was also embarrassed. He bumped into 2 girlfriends while chatting with Murong Yu. However, Lin Xian was very touched. They were actually giving face to Lin Xian. What was a man most afraid of when looking for a girlfriend? Girlfriends not giving face. According to what you said, can I really cultivate to the fifth heavens? Morong heard Lin Xian's words and felt that it made sense. However, she was also a little doubtful. Anyway, she had never thought about it this way. And you've been stuck at the fifth heavens for 5 years. If you're ready, you can try it tonight. Who knows, you might reach the fifth heavens tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Morong said gratefully. She never thought that coming to the martial arts academy would give her such a reward. However, no matter what, she would try it first and see if it was useful. They arrived at the location of the fourth round. It didn't seem to be the location of the fourth round. It should be a gathering place. There were already more than 1,000 people gathered here. There were about 30,000 examinees today. In the fourth round, there would be about 10,000 examinees. As for how many would pass, that would depend on the difficulty of the fourth round. However, it was estimated that there would be about 20,000 examinees after the end of the enrollment. The quality of these 20,000 examinees was really high. There were so many geniuses who were selected to be the cream of the crop. Su Jiming and the others were very surprised when they saw Lin Xian walk out. Lin Xian, being able to pass the third round, was actually within their expectations. Although they didn't want to admit it, this Lin Xian was indeed something. After all, he really did lose to Lin Xian at that time. However, why was this Lin Xian chatting with Morong? Although Su Jiming didn't know what her name was or what her identity was, she was so beautiful. Moreover, he had personally tried to hit on her, but failed. How did this Lin Xian do it? They were chatting, thinking about it. He only said one sentence, and she just nodded and walked away. She didn't even bother to say a word to him. Then why was she chatting with this Lin Xian nonstop? Fuck your mother. Why exactly? Young Master Su, it seems that it will be difficult for you to get this beautiful girl, Qi Ming said with a smile. It doesn't matter if I can get her or not. There's still Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Other than them, there's definitely no lack of beautiful girls. However, what I don't understand is, how can this Lin Xian chat with her so freely? Qi Ming shook his head. I don't really understand either. Just from the few sentences that young Master Su said to her, I can see that this person is very difficult to communicate with. Let's go and take a look. Su Jiming really wanted to know how this Lin Xian did it. The fact that he was able to get Xiao Runing proved that he was indeed something. Could it be that he had some special characteristics that attracted girls? He didn't understand, so he wanted to take a look. Young Master Lin, congratulations on advancing to the fourth round. Su Jiming walked over with a smile and said to Lin Xian. It seemed like he was talking to Lin Xian, but in reality, it was similar to checking on him. Then there's nothing to congratulate. Young Master Su is even more amazing. He directly decided that he didn't even need to take the fourth round. I admire. Lin Xian said with a smile. That's nothing. Young Master Lin, do you know this young lady? Su Jiming smiled and asked. His gaze then shifted to Morong. This woman was really beautiful. Blue hair, blue eyes, fair skin, beautiful features, and a good temperament. This kind of girl would definitely feel better than other girls of the same level. I know her. Didn't we just meet? Why? Young Master Su also knows her? Lin Xian asked. I want to know her, but she doesn't want to know me. Su Jiming said with a helpless smile. Lin Xian patted Su Jiming's shoulder and said, maybe it's a matter of charm. Su Jiming. What do you think? Lin Xian smiled and asked Morong. Morong. Chapter 953. Morong didn't answer. She glanced at Lin Xian and then silently looked into the distance. Lin Xian felt awkward. This girl didn't give him any face at all. So cold. They were just talking about the 1,000 ceiling eyes pupils earlier. They felt like they were friends. Now you're ignoring me? Wow. This woman needs to be taught a lesson. Ha! Lin Xian laughed awkwardly and then said, she has ulcers in her mouth and it hurts to talk, so she stopped talking. Su Jiming, fuck. A law realm and domain realm expert with ulcers? Morong felt helpless when she heard Lin Xian's words. It's good. Su Jiming began to chat awkwardly with Lin Xian. Good? It's good that she has ulcers in her mouth. Young Master Su, no wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. I'm saying it's good that you two know each other. Su Jiming said with a dark expression. Oh, I see. Hi, you guys chat. Isn't the fourth round of the assessment coming soon? I hope you two pass. Thank you, young Master Su. Then, Su Jiming walked away with a dark expression. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong walked over and stood obediently beside Lin Xian. How long did it take? Lin Xian asked with a smile. 1 minute and 20 seconds. I told you could do it. Wang Xintong smiled embarrassedly. She lacked confidence and felt inferior. Lin Xian knew that, so Lin Xian would guide her and make her slowly believe in herself. Her strength was there, and she cultivated desperately to improve herself. What she lacked was confidence. Murong Yu heard Lin Xian talking to a girl. She turned around and saw a very young and beautiful girl. Wang Xintong saw Murong Yu and was stunned. Wang Xintong was very beautiful, but when she saw Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue in front of her, she felt that there was a big gap between her and them. She felt inferior and lacked confidence. This is Murong Yu. Lin Xian introduced her. Hello, my name is Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong said with her head slightly lowered as she reached out her hand nervously. Murong Yu extended his hand and shook her hand. Hello. Wang Xintong then let go of her hand without saying a word. Lin Xian put his arm around her shoulder and said, You're too unconfident. Murong Yu was slightly surprised to see Lin Xian hugging Wang Xintong like this. Were they boyfriend and girlfriend? They were a good match. Wang Xintong pouted. She didn't know how to answer Lin Xian. I have to help you practice in the future. You're so outstanding. There's no need to be unconfident, okay? I know. Wang Xintong whispered. Her face was red. After all, in front of so many people, Lin Xian hugged her shoulder. She was really shy. In the eyes of others, this scene was really unpleasant. Wang Xintong was really beautiful. In a few years, she would be even more beautiful when she matured a little. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were the same. Wang Xintong naturally attracted a lot of attention. At the same time, there was also Murong Yu beside Lin Xian. So, one could imagine how much attention they attracted. However, Murong Yu's temperament was too unapproachable. So, no one had the confidence to strike up a conversation with her, even if the people here were all geniuses. At this time, an instructor came over. Everyone, you can find a place to rest or visit the Martial Arts Academy. In the front yard of the Martial Arts Academy, except for some instructors' living quarters, you can visit the other places. After everyone finishes the first 3 rounds of assessment, we'll start the 4th round. It's estimated that it'll take 3 hours. Make good use of your time and gather here in 3 hours. Okay. Lin Xian had already guessed that the 4th round of assessment wouldn't be simple. In the first 3 rounds, around 10,000 out of 30,000 people could be eliminated. The main reason was that more people were eliminated in the 3rd round. In fact, although the 3rd round seemed difficult, one had to know that the people here were all geniuses. They were all born in rich families. Fighting across ranks with a 2-minute time limit was indeed difficult. But don't forget, they were all born with powerful martial arts skills. Although there might be very few Heaven Stage Masters, because Heaven Stage Masters were really rare, there were many Earth Stage Masters who were invincible. With such skills, it was easy to defeat opponents across ranks, so the 3rd round of assessment didn't eliminate too many people. In the end, only 20,000 out of 30,000 people would be left before the 4th round of assessment. Only 20,000 people were recruited, so this batch might only have 3,000 to 4,000 people who could pass the 4th round of assessment. This 4th round would definitely be the cruelest. And the words of the instructor just now also revealed one point, which was that the 4th round of assessment would definitely be carried out by all the students who passed the first 3 rounds. As for what they would do, no one knew. Perhaps even the instructor didn't know. Lin Xian brought Wang Xintong around the Martial Arts Academy. The instructor just now said that the Martial Arts Academy is in the front yard. We should be in the front yard, right? Wang Xintong asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. Let's walk around first. How about we go get something to eat? Okay. Wang Xintong nodded. The martial arts academy naturally had a place to eat, which was the cafeteria. However, this wasn't a cafeteria in the ordinary sense. Here, you might see a lot of things that you wouldn't normally see, including the meat of some demonic beasts. Some demonic beasts were of higher ranks. Their meat contained spiritual energy, and eating it could quickly restore one's spiritual energy. However, most of the demonic beast's meat was extremely unpalatable. There weren't many people in the cafeteria. Everyone was at least at the 5-star law realm, so it wasn't easy for them to get hungry. Moreover, for most people, it was more important to familiarize themselves with the martial arts academy rather than eat in the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, because there really weren't many people, Lin Xian immediately saw two figures who had just walked into a private room. They were Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. That's right, there were private rooms in the cafeteria other than the main hall. The private rooms were the same as the ones outside. They didn't cost anything. If you came early, you could go to a private room. Let's go and see what delicious food little Ying and the others made. Lin Xian brought Wang Xintong and quietly entered the private room. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were still very curious. They were eating alone in the private room. So why would someone come in? They took a look and saw that it was Lin Xian. It smells so good. Let's eat, let's eat. Lin Xian walked in with Wang Xintong. Yo, young Master Lin, aren't you going to accompany the new big sister? Ling Ying said sourly. What new big sister? Little Ying, did you misunderstand something about me again? Lin Xian sat next to her and said, What about Murong Yu? Ling Ying asked, Do you know her? Lin Xian was stunned. Ling Ying nodded. What's wrong? Weren't you chatting happily with her? Chapter 954. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. The conversation wasn't that exciting. You couldn't have a good conversation with that type of girl. We really didn't talk much. I just happened to know a bit about something she cultivates, so I gave her some advice. You? Gave her advice? Lin Xian nodded. Yeah, she even accepted it humbly. Bullshit. Do you know how many people in this world are qualified to give her advice? Just the knowledge in her head is more than many old people who have lived for more than 100 years. Lin Xian was curious after hearing Ling Ying's words. So awesome? Who is she? Really? Nonsense. You don't know? Lin Xian shook his head. What the hell would I know? I really didn't talk to her. Oh, nothing. It really was nothing. Ling Ying believed it too. But this bastard must be thinking of something. Otherwise, why would he chat with her? He must be thinking of something. However, Lin Xian was really curious. Did this Murong Yu have a special identity? Otherwise, Ling Ying wouldn't praise her like this. Ling Ying then said, Her father is the head of the holy shrine. Lin Xian, really? Why would I lie to you? Her father is the current head of the holy shrine. The holy shrine was founded by the Murong family. Although it serves the people of the entire continent, her father currently has the highest authority and command of the holy shrine. She is the daughter of the head of the holy shrine, the only child. Damn! Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Fuck you. So awesome. With this identity, how many young people on the continent could compare to her? That's not all. Do you know how many attributes she has? Ling Ying asked. 3? 4? Lin Xian, he was awesome because of the existence of the system. But she was born with 4 attributes. She was really a monster. She has the attributes of time and space. Lin Xian. Fuck. He was indeed a monster. Time and space were all on him. Fuck. Lin Xian had it too, but it was brought to him by the system. Wait a minute. Could it be that this girl also has a system? Lin Xian thought inexplicably. After all, he had a special system. That was indeed special. But it did not mean that he was the only one in the entire world who had it. But that might not be the case. Monsters really existed. So, in terms of overall strength, she should be the most outstanding person in the martial arts academy. The possibility of anyone surpassing her is almost zero, but it's not impossible. After all, there is always someone better than a genius. Maybe there is someone on the same level as her, Linging said. Yes, they were envious. But how could they be envious of something like this? They just had to work hard to improve themselves. In Lin Xian's opinion, since she had the 4 attributes of time and space, plus the 1,000 ice pupils, she was basically the strongest student in the academy. It was really hard to find someone more monstrous than her. If she didn't have the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, she might not have been able to do so. However, with the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, even if there were people with 4 different attributes, even if there were people with the time and space attributes, without the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, it would be very difficult to fight against her. However, this was not the only face of the world. Could it be that the 3 major forces were really the strongest? Was there another face of the 3 major forces that they did not know about? Perhaps only a few people knew about it. Lin Xian did not know, but this system really knew how to pick people. That's amazing. Lin Xian praised. Amazing, right? Then why are you teaching her? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Lin Xian scratched his head helplessly. I just didn't expect her to come to the martial arts academy. This is actually what we should admire about her. Compared to her, we are really weak. Ling Ying said. You can't say that. Is it amazing to have more attributes? Having the 2 top attributes of time and space is heaven-defying? That's not absolute. Take little Ing Ying, for example. With your dark attribute, how many people can you find in the entire continent with the highest purity? Isn't that right? When you improve yourself step by step and become stronger, even her 4 main attributes might not be able to defeat you. Lin Xian, that's the theory, but I haven't even reached the domain realm. What's there to compete with? Ling Ying rolled his eyes. It was all Lin Xian's fault. Previously, he played with her all day long, causing her to not want to go to the beast domain anymore. In addition, after the incident in Tianhua City, the area around Lin and City was not peaceful. They did not dare to go out for training in a short period of time. Their realm was indeed delayed by a lot. That's why I have to work harder. Don't talk about me. You're only a 5-star law realm cultivator. Can't you focus on improving your realm? All you know is to flirt with this young lady all day long. Ling Ying said unhappily. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, improve. I definitely have to improve. I'll work hard to improve my realm during this period of time. I'll reach the domain realm first. After all, this realm is too important. That's right. Although the system could improve Lin Xian, his own realm was also very important. Now Lin Xian should focus on this. Let's eat. I'm hungry. At this moment, Morong Yu came to a cultivation room. With her status, it was naturally not a problem for her to get a room in the martial arts academy. Of course, not many people in the martial arts academy knew her. Anyone who knew her identity could come and visit this room. However, she invited a mentor to communicate with her and said that she wanted to cultivate, so she asked her to help look after her. This was a small matter. No matter who it was, such a small request was naturally not a problem. In the room, Morong locked the door and took off her jacket. After taking off her jacket, she also took off the white turtleneck sweater inside. She was only left with her underwear. If Lin Xian was here, he would probably have a nosebleed. What a good figure. Although every girl was good, she was still a new girl. New girls were very tempting to men. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, a home flower is not as fragrant as a wild flower? The cultivation method of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils 5th firmament was a qualitative leap. Because it was very important, she had not found the method in 5 years. Lin Xian told her that the cultivation method of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils 5th firmament was actually very simple. Although it was simple, it was very difficult to think of it without guidance. It was also very difficult to dare to do it. That was, to release the cold energy. Not only would the cold energy flow through the meridians, but it would also fill the bones, blood, flesh, and every part of the body. Then, use the power of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils to circulate continuously. Once the body had adapted to it, the 5th layer of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils would be initiated. The next step was a very dangerous step, which was to absorb all the cold energy into the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Chapter 955. The fifth heaven of the thousand sealing ice pupils was a qualitative leap. If a person had the thousand sealing ice pupils, then that person must have the power of frost, which was the ice attribute. The fifth heaven was to let the thousand sealing ice pupils control all the power of frost. In a normal battle, releasing the power of frost was the power of one's own attribute. One's spiritual power was released from one's body. If one wanted to reach the fifth heaven of the thousand sealing ice pupils, then one had to let the thousand sealing ice pupils control all the power of frost. If one wanted to release the power of frost from one's body, the first step was to use the thousand sealing ice pupils as the source to release the power of frost throughout one's body. Simply put, if one wanted to reach the fifth heaven of the thousand sealing ice pupils, then from now on, the power of frost would be channeled through the thousand sealing ice pupils to the body. The body would then release the power of frost, and the pupils of the thousand sealing ice pupils would be the source of all the power of frost, not the Dantian. To be honest, Morong Yu would never have thought of this in her entire life. However, Lin Xian had told her this. At first, she was skeptical, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was feasible. It was dangerous, but it made sense. It wasn't nonsense, so she was willing to give it a try. Actually, the better choice was to first communicate with her family and powerful experts and ask for their opinions. However, Morong Yu felt that it was feasible. She didn't think it was necessary. Did she believe Lin Xian? Naturally, she didn't believe him completely. Part of the reason why she was willing to give it a try was because she felt that Lin Xian's words made sense. The surrounding power of frost was piercing. Morong Yu was paying attention to the meridians under her skin. Her meridians were getting clearer and clearer. Lines appeared on her fair arms. Of course, this was a very normal phenomenon. Time slowly passed. What's going on with this building? Many people saw an abnormal scene. The entire huge building was sealed in ice at this moment. The cold was so strong that the students did not dare to approach it. Some teachers also gathered outside the building. The people inside the building had already been evacuated. Teacher Chin, what's going on? Well, a student is cultivating inside. It looks like he's about to have a big breakthrough. A breakthrough in the power of frost? This is too exaggerated. What kind of frost power is this? They also shook their heads. He had come into contact with too many people who cultivated cold force. As long as you were of the ice attribute, you would basically cultivate cold force. However, he had never seen a person who could break through to this realm and erupt with such cold force. At this moment, Lin Xian and Wang Xintong happened to pass by and saw this scene. Morong Yu couldn't have been cultivating here, could he? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue didn't like to go out with Lin Xian. Although it was said that they didn't like Lin Xian, it was actually just that they didn't want to bring trouble to Lin Xian. They just wanted Lin Xian to keep a low profile. If the two of them kept walking with Lin Xian, chatting and laughing intimately, to be honest, if these people saw them, then Lin Xian would definitely be noticed again. Although Lin Xian and Morong Yu seemed to have a good relationship now, it was indeed just seemed. Moreover, the young masters of several families in Tiandu were here. Now that Lin Xian's relationship with the Ling family and the Han family had not been exposed, they didn't want to be exposed. If that happened, it would be over. The two young ladies of the Ling family and the Han family were Lin Xian's girlfriends. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be over. Not only would there be countless public opinions, but their own families would probably forcefully take them back. Therefore, this choice was not wrong. However, now that Lin Xian had Wang Xintong with him, he had already received a lot of attention. Moreover, he was chatting and laughing with Morong Yu before, but how should he put it? Not many people saw it. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the building. Although he couldn't see the situation inside, he could feel the power. It should be done. Lin Xian muttered to himself. What's done? Wang Xintong asked doubtfully. She's cultivating something. I didn't expect this woman to be so monstrous. Originally, I thought that even if she knew the method, it would take some time. Now it seems that it might be done in a few hours. Lin Xian praised. Oh, at this time, Lin Xian's gaze caught a familiar face, Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue seemed to feel Lin Xian's gaze and also turned her head to look. When she saw Lin Xian, she quickly turned her head back. Her gaze was fixed on the building, and after a few glances, she walked away. Now, she couldn't have too much contact with this Lin Xian, otherwise she would definitely be bullied to death by him. She still owed Lin Xian 6 conditions. She didn't want to meet Lin Xian at this time, and then Lin Xian might make her do something. Why does this chick look like she's afraid of me? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. More and more people gathered here, and each of them was asking what was going on and what was going on. After a while, a burst of cold energy erupted, and everyone hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, the cold energy dissipated, and the frozen building also melted, and water kept dripping from the building. Looks like it's done, Lin Xian muttered to himself. In the room, Morongyu opened her beautiful eyes. Those beautiful blue eyes flashed with a trace of light, and then she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. 5th layer of heaven. There was a qualitative change. It was really right. Morongyu was pleasantly surprised. She never thought that the cultivation method of the 5th layer of Thousand Eyes pupils would be found here. After she successfully reached the 5th layer of heaven, she had already firmly believed in Lin Xian. What he said was true. It was absolutely true. Morongyu put on her clothes and couldn't wait to walk out of the building. As soon as she walked out, she saw so many people gathered in front of the building. Morongyu was slightly stunned, and her originally smiling and excited expression immediately returned to her cold expression. Damn, so beautiful. Fuck. Goddess, who is she? Please contact me. Blue hair, blue eyes, white skin, beautiful appearance, and temperament, damn. I love it. Most of the people here had never seen Morongyu before, and this was their first time seeing her. Seeing her coming out of the building, it was normal for them to be stunned. Morongyu's beautiful eyes swept through the crowd, and then she saw Lin Xian at the back, and then she walked towards Lin Xian's direction. Those people in Morongyu's direction were all very excited. The goddess is here, the goddess is here. However, Morongyu walked past them and walked to the back. Thank you, I've reached the 5th layer of heaven. Morongyu looked at Lin Xian gratefully and said. She was really grateful to Lin Xian from the bottom of her heart. 5 years of trouble, and Lin Xian said it out loud. How could she not be grateful? Everyone's eyes looked at Lin Xian. Chapter 956. Not far away, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were standing on the rooftop of a building, enjoying the breeze. They could also see the situation below. It seems that someone is destined to not be able to keep a low profile. Ling Ying said helplessly. Yes, Morongyu appeared in front of so many people today, and she just happened to walk toward Lin Xian in front of so many people and talk to Lin Xian. This was enough to make those men pay special attention to Lin Xian. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue had deliberately not appeared on the same stage as Lin Xian, and now there was Morongyu. Moreover, there was also Wang Xintong beside Lin Xian. In this martial arts academy, there must be more men than women, about 7-3, with men making up 7. In fact, it was not that there were fewer female geniuses than male geniuses, but that more females were not as competitive. There were basically 3 types of people who came to the martial arts academy. The first type wanted to really improve themselves here. The second type wanted to be incomparably strong and wanted to compete with others. They were all geniuses, but they were still better than them. The last type came to show off. They came to show off their powerful identities, only to find that there were many more people here who were more powerful than them. Among these 3, how much do you think women accounted for? 30% was really enough. But the good news was that there were really many beautiful girls in this martial arts academy. They were not only beautiful, but also goddesses who could make the birds alight and the geese fall from the sky. But now, these goddesses actually had friends of the opposite sex, and she could even talk to him in front of so many people. Damn it! Congratulations! Lin Xian smiled and said, Thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal after the exam. Morongyu said, You're not planning to treat me to a meal to repay me, are you? Aren't you too stingy? No. Morong Yu shook her head and said, repayment is repayment. It doesn't conflict with treating you to a meal. Okay. Then they walked away while chatting. Everyone was dumbfounded. How do I fix this sixth heaven? Morong Yu asked expectantly. Lin Xian glanced at her. Her favorable impression of him had reached 10. Big sister, I've already done so much, but your favorability is only 10? What the fuck? Chase. Lin Xian wanted to cry. However, it really depended on the person. It was really difficult to raise the favorability of this kind of girl. Sixth heavenly layer. Sixth heavenly layer is very difficult. Lin Xian said. Morong Yu looked at Lin Xian. Wang Xintong, who was beside them, scratched her head in confusion. What were they talking about? What fifth layer of heaven? What sixth layer of heaven? For the sixth layer of heaven, you need to find a man with a pure yang body to dual cultivate with. Morong Yu. Seeing Morong Yu's expression, Lin Xian laughed. You must be joking. It's not to the extent of dual cultivation. We're just cultivating together. What do you mean? Morong Yu asked. If the fifth layer of heaven is a qualitative change in your frost energy and thousand sealing ice pupils, then the sixth layer of heaven is to use fire to strengthen ice. Fire to strengthen ice? Morong Yu frowned. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, of course, it's not the traditional use of fire to strengthen ice. This person must have a pure yang body. What's a pure yang body? Morong Yu had never heard of it before. She had only heard of the extreming body. Could it be that the pure yang body and the extreming body were two different opposites? To put it simply, this person's fire attribute must reach 100% purity. At the same time, his body constitution is called the pure yang body. The fire attribute energy released by him must be extremely strong. Lin Xian. Morong Yu pondered for a moment. In her memory, there wasn't even a person with a fire attribute purity of 100%, let alone a pure yang body. In theory, it was possible to reach 100% purity. However, there was basically no one who could reach it. At most, it could reach 99% purity. It was impossible to reach 100% purity. However, because Lin Xian's cultivation method of the fifth layer of heaven was correct, she now firmly believed in Lin Xian. Do you know such a person? Morong Yu asked. You're very lucky. I just happen to have it. Morong Yu. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and condensed a flame. This directly told Morong Yu that he had the fire attribute. However, the pure yang body and 100% fire attribute purity were all made up by Lin Xian. In fact, as long as one had the fire attribute, it would be fine. There weren't many people in the world who met this requirement. It was just that Lin Xian said this to show that he was unique and that he was her only choice. Then, when the time came, wouldn't she be able to take advantage of him with a few words? Morong Yu. Was there such a coincidence? Was her luck really too good? Then, don't be anxious. You just advanced to the fifth layer of heaven. You have to slowly consolidate it. And I know. Thank you. Lin Xian smiled. You're welcome. When the time comes, I'll repay you. What do you want? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This girl couldn't say things like, I want you. I haven't thought about it yet. If I do, we'll talk about it later. Morong Yu nodded slightly. Shall you? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Lin Xian and the rest turned around to look. An extremely handsome man smiled and jogged in front of them. Fuck. Why are all the men more handsome than me? Lin Xian thought unhappily. Actually, Lin Xian wasn't too handsome, but he was good-looking. And this kind of person, he was really handsome. Therefore, Lin Xian really felt that this world wasn't a world that looked at looks. No, it couldn't be said that. For outstanding girls, especially those who had self-respect and self-respect, they didn't necessarily have to be handsome when choosing a partner. It was all about fate and feelings. Look, which girl around Lin Xian wasn't beautiful and outstanding? Weren't they dead set on Lin Xian? And wasn't Lin Xian very handsome? He was just good-looking. But for men, in the eyes of men, there was only one thing about girls' looks. When a girl was good-looking, they would have the intention to get close to her, and then something would happen. If she wasn't good-looking, getting close to her wouldn't even exist, let alone anything happening. Therefore, it was right to say that this was a world that looked at looks. For men, it was definitely a world that looked at looks. But for Lin Xian, looks were indeed very important. Who didn't like beautiful girls? But they had to have a good heart. Which girl around Lin Xian didn't have a good heart? For Lin Xian, looks were the prerequisite for him to get close to her. After she had good looks, Lin Xian would accept her. Murong saw him and nodded slightly, saying, "Brother Jinjie." Lin Xian. Oh, this man was Murong brother? Biological brother? No, Lingying said that the Murong family only had one daughter, and that was Murong. Chapter 9:57. Murong then said to Lin Xian, "This is my cousin, O Jinjie." Nodding her head, she then extended her hand to O Jinjie. "Hello, cousin." "O Jinjie, what does this person mean?" "He is Murong's cousin, but what kind of cousin are you calling? Do you think that you are Murong's boyfriend? If you are Murong's boyfriend, then there is nothing wrong with calling him cousin. Moreover, he also likes Murong. He has liked Murong for a long time. Although he is her cousin, their blood relationship is quite distant, and they can love each other. However, this Murong really doesn't like any man. O Jinjie and Murong have known each other for 15 or 16 years, and they have known each other since childhood. They can be considered as childhood sweethearts, but there is no relationship between them. At most, compared to other men, he can get closer to Murong. That's all. However, in all these years, he had never seen Murong get along well with anyone of the opposite sex. In fact, he didn't even know if Murong had any friends of the opposite sex. This was actually a good thing. The pavilion closest to Murong enjoyed the moonlight first. Perhaps he would be the one who would have the easiest time wooing Murong. However, today, he saw Murong talking with a stranger of the opposite sex. This is not the first time. It is this Lin Xian he has already noticed. This time, although it seems that he came to greet Murong, in fact, he wants to see what kind of person this Lin Xian is. He, O Jinjie, also comes from a rich family. Although the O family is not one of the so-called 8 great families in Tiandu, it is a family that is above the 8 great families. In other words, the 8 great families are T3 level families, but his O family is T2 level family, and T1 level family is the 3 major forces very strong. Of course, it is also because of the close relationship with Murong. In any case, in the mainland, it is difficult to find many people who can compare with O Jinjie in terms of status. Before this, he'd been extremely arrogant. In his eyes, the only person who could compare to him was Murong. Even after coming to the Martial God Academy, this view of his hadn't changed. Although he'd seen many heaven-defying geniuses, he still felt that there was a gap between him and them. O Jinjie smiled and shook Lin Xian's hand, and then said, "Hello." O Jinjie then smiled and said, "This is the first time I see Murong have contact with the opposite sex. Are you Murong's friend?" Lin Xianran looked at Murong and asked, "Does that count?" Murong, "Yes." Murong nodded. Murong really does not have many friends. Not to mention the opposite sex, even the same sex is very rare. However, Lin Xian has helped her a lot. Murong is grateful to Lin Xian from the bottom of her heart. She also hopes to be friends with him. Of course, it is only an ordinary friend. He, very good, very good. O Jinjie then looked at Murong and said, "Murong, what happened just now? I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation. It is nothing, so that's how it is. Let's go eat something together?" O Jinjie asked. "No need, I still have some things to discuss with Lin Xian. Cousin, you go first." Since Murong said so, O Jinjie naturally cannot say anything. He nodded and then walked away. As soon as he turned around, his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Putting aside the fact that Lin Xian and Murong had a close relationship, even if Lin Xian said so, O Jinjie would not believe him. However, since Lin Xian is Murong's opposite-sex friend, O Jinjie is destined to take Lin Xian seriously. As for what he wants to do with Morongyu, he can only think about it in the future. He likes you. Lin Xian asked. I don't know. Morongyu answered indifferently. Can relatives like each other? Wang Xintong asked doubtfully. Stupid. It is fine as long as it is more than 3 generations. Wang Xintong suddenly understood. Her pretty face blushed slightly. How could she forget this? Miss, add me on WeChat? Lin Xian took out his phone and waved it around with a smile. Morongyu nodded slightly. Then, she scanned Lin Xian's QR code and added him as a friend. Morongyu's WeChat profile picture was a very cute cartoon profile picture. In fact, it was obvious that she has a child's heart deep in her heart. Yes, she is old. No matter how cold and mature she is not an old woman after all. Wang Xintong is used to Lin Xian's behavior. She does not care about anything. As long as Lin Xian remembers her and treats her well, she does not care what Lin Xian does. Oh, we have a mutual friend, Lin Xian said. Morongyu was also surprised. How could they have a mutual friend? Then, Morongyu leaned closer to Lin Xian to take a look. Then, she took out her phone and looked at it. Who is your mutual friend? Let's look through the friend list and see which profile picture is the same. I'm very curious. Who can be our mutual friend? Lin Xian was really very curious. Linging? Hanchu Xue? That can't be. They know each other, but they are not friends. They just know each other. In Morongyu's eyes, they are opponents that she needs to care about. In Ling Ying and Han Chushue's eyes, Morongyu is the same. To be able to enter Morongyu's eyes and be treated as opponents, it is indeed proof of their excellence. Ling Ying and Han Chushue are originally excellent, but because of that bastard Lin Xian, they went to the beast domain less. Otherwise, they would have been in the domain realm by now. You're not going to look? Lin Xian looked at Morongyu curiously. No need. Ah! Lin Xian looked. Dad, Mom, Big Uncle, Second Uncle, Big Aunt, that's right. This is Morongyu's friend list. There are only about 10 people, and they are all family members. Then, there's a cousin's name. It is probably Oh Jinjia. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Amazing! Does this person really have no friends? No wonder he doesn't need to look. However, Lin Xian doesn't have many friends. Then, Lin Xian looked at Morongyu's phone. Finally, he found their mutual friend, Murong Qing. To be honest, although they are both called Murong, Lin Xian really didn't think that there is any relationship between them. But now Morongyu naturally saw it too. Lin Xian's note for Murong Qing, 8 wives. It is Wang Xintong's first time looking at Lin Xian's phone. It doesn't matter if she doesn't look, but once she does, little fairy, then first wife, second wife, third wife, all the way until there are more than 10 wives. Amazing! She is also noted as one of them. Of course, Lin Xian's notes are basically known by those girls. Some didn't think much about it, and some were too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he can't really have more than 10 wives, right? That's right, Morongyu is also attracted by Lin Xian's note. Of course, she doesn't really think that these are Lin Xian's real wives. They are probably just for fun. However, Chapter 958. Murong Qing was his 8th wife. First wife and second wife were actually meaningless. They were just randomly arranged. Looking at the friend list, whoever was first would be the first wife. They were just arranged in order. However, Lin Xian did not dare to list Linya as one of his wives, because in the eyes of the other girls, she was Lin Xian's sister. If he listed her as one of his wives, they would have guesses. Lin Xian glanced at Murong Qing's name. Aunt. Lin Xian. That's right. Dumbfounded. Murong Qing is your aunt? Lin Xian asked. Morongyu nodded. What kind of aunt? My father's sister. By blood? Yes, by blood. Lin Xian. Fuck. Murong Qing was the sister of the master of the holy sanctum. Fuck. Wasn't this person too low-key? Then why did you list my aunt as this? Morongyu asked, puzzled. Lin Xian did not know how to answer. My family is urging my aunt to find a boyfriend. During the new year, my aunt said that she would not go home after spending the new year at her boyfriend's house, Morongyu said. Lin Xian, don't misunderstand. I'm just used to listing the girls in my friend list like this. Lin Xian smiled and explained. Murong Yu was one of the missions. He could not say that he had a girlfriend or something like that. He also could not tell her that he wanted to court her aunt and be her uncle. Fuck. Murong Yu nodded. Then I'll list you like this too. Murong Yu. She was indifferent to all of this. You can list me as you like. That's your freedom. All right. 14th wife. Murong Yu. Then they went to the gathering place because it was about time for the 4th round of the examination. What really surprised Lin Xian was that Murong Qing actually had such an amazing identity. However, the Murong family was really powerful. Murong Qing's time attribute, Murong Yu's 4 attributes, and the others were probably also very powerful. This kind of thing was predestined at birth, which also meant that the ancestors of the Murong family were very powerful, and they definitely had some kind of time attribute. Simply put, it was a matter of bloodline. Otherwise, at most, there would only be 1 or 2 powerful people. However, if your direct bloodline was powerful, then it was a matter of bloodline. But then again, if the ancestors of the Murong family were not powerful, they would not have been able to create such a colossus like the temple. About half an hour later, all the people who had passed had gathered here, waiting for the 4th round of the examination to begin. Just as Lin Xian had expected, there were about 20,000 people who had entered the 4th round. At this time, Luo Xiao walked over again. Murong Qing and Xiaoru Ning were also walking side by side, talking and laughing as they walked over. The two of them were already known as goddess mentors. From the start of the day until now, they were probably the ones who had left the deepest impression on everyone. As for Murong Yu, not many people had seen her before. Everyone quiet down, Luo Xiao said. Everyone looked at him one after another. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the first 3 rounds of assessment. In fact, the difficulty of the first 3 rounds of assessment isn't too high, as can be seen from the number of people who advance to the next round. However, don't be too happy too early. Luo Xiao paused and continued. This time, the Martial Arts Academy's enrollment is estimated to be around 20,000 people, and the enrollment will last for half a month. Every day, there will be tens of thousands of people participating in the examination. In half a month, the total number of candidates will be around 200,000, and 20,000 will be admitted. This admission rate is not high, but it is not low either. After all, the competition is very fierce for geniuses who came here from all over the world. As for the 21,000 of you, 11,000 people will be eliminated in the 4th round. Hiss. Hearing Luo Xiao's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Only 2,000 people will be admitted when 19,000 people will be eliminated out of 21,000? Damn. That's right. We don't look at the level, we only look at the ranking. In the 4th round, only the top 2,000 will be admitted to the Martial Arts Academy. The rest will be eliminated. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are eliminated. Next year, the Martial Arts Academy will still accept new students. You will still have a chance. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Only 2,000 people were admitted this time. It was really cruel. Some people were already regretting it. Why did they have to come today? Today must be the day with the most people in half a month, and the competition was also the most brutal. Vice President, what is the 4th round of the examination? Someone asked. The 4th round of the examination is the comprehensive strength of everyone. Everyone was confused. Next, you will be taken to the Endless Forest. Everyone looked at each other. The Endless Forest? Not many people had heard of it. Most of them were probably Chinese people who had heard of this place. The Endless Forest is one of the more famous, huge monster forests in China's monster territory. The monsters there range from the weakest Qi-building realm to the heavenly venerable realm and virtual realm monsters. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Next, you will enter the Endless Forest for a day of training. That's right, it's similar to the last round of the Tianwu conference because we discovered this rule. This method is indeed very useful. We don't care what ability or method you use. Kill monsters, obtain monster crystals, and exchange them for points. In the end, the top 2,000 will be admitted. Don't say it's unfair. Your realms are different, your backgrounds are different, and your spiritual weapons are different. If you are really powerful, you will be able to stand out. If your realm is only a pseudo-realm, even if you are in the territory realm, you might not be able to beat someone in the law realm. Luo Xiao said. To Lin Xian, this was good news. Damn it. Finally, he could go and grind properly. That was because there were too many things that tested a martial artist in this kind of battle. If it was useless, it would not have been used in the last round of the Tianwu Conference. Of course, the Endless Forest is very dangerous. The lowest realm of all of you is 5 stars of the law realm. You have the ability to protect yourself there. But if you are unlucky, you might encounter a powerful monster and die. We will give each of you a teleportation crystal. If you encounter danger, you can use the crystal to teleport to a safe area where the instructors are. Of course, this means that you have failed the examination, but even so, danger can still happen. Therefore, if all of you are willing to take the 4th round of the examination, come to me and sign the life and death writ. Of course, if you die, the Martial Arts Academy will give your family some compensation, but we will not be responsible for it. Now, I will give you a chance to choose. Begin. Also, you will depart in an hour. The estimated time of arrival is before 12 a.m. You will enter the Endless Forest at 12 a.m. and come out before 12 a.m. the next day. The rules are the same as the last round of the Sky Martial Assembly. If you don't come out before the stipulated time, you will be eliminated. Everyone was naturally participating in the Sky Martial Assembly, so they naturally understood the rules. These are the general rules, the same as the Sky Martial Assembly. Is there anything else you want to ask? Can we form a team? Someone asked. Of course you can. However, you should also know that when you form a team, you will experience the same place. If you don't form a team, you will also experience the same place. The journey will be the same, and the number of monster beasts you will encounter will also be the same. Therefore, if the monster crystals are divided, it is possible that your team will not be able to advance. That is your choice. Luo Xiao said. Then can we snatch monster crystals from the hands of other martial artists? Yes. Everyone couldn't help but rub their hands together. Snatching monster crystals would be awesome. These are all within the scope of a martial artist test. However, fighting for monster crystals is one thing. You are not allowed to seriously injure or kill students. Although you may be in any corner of the Endless Forest, the few hundred instructors of the Martial Arts Academy have some kind of method to monitor your every move at any time. If you maliciously injure or kill a student, what you will suffer will not only be the punishment of the Martial Arts Academy. Luo Xiao reminded everyone. Because in the process of fighting was unavoidable. Some people might even kill others. This was very normal, and everyone understood. However, they were not allowed to kill each other. But if we fight and the other party is clearly unable to defeat us, but still refuses to let go, then what should we do? We clearly have the ability to take the monster crystal from him, but we can't take it. Someone asked. I said, we can see your every move. If such a situation really happens, you don't need to pay attention to it. Just leave. When the test is over, report to me. I will use my divine sense to see everything that happened. If it is really like what you said, then that person's monster crystal will be counted on your head. Luo Xiao said. If that's the case, then that's excellent. Thank you, Vice President. Now, do you still have any questions? Luo Xiao glanced at everyone again. Okay. If there are no questions, then make some preparations. We will prepare to go to the Endless Forest. At this time, a pretty girl ran over. She was probably one of the predetermined ones. Vice President. After that girl ran over, she whispered something in Luo Xiao's ear. Luo Xiao nodded slightly. Then his gaze swept across everyone and said, the situation has changed. This time, the 4th test map is no longer the Endless Forest. Everyone revealed a surprised expression. After the discussion between the Vice President and the experts of the 3 major forces, the test map this time has been redrawn to Tianhua City. Everyone, Lin Xian. Wow. This group of people was sneaky. Tianhua City was a city that had just been conquered. If Tianhua City was taken back by the human race now, it would not be difficult to regain its vitality. This was because many of the facilities, buildings, and so on inside were still intact. However, for a city that had been conquered for a long time, it was estimated that green vines had already crawled all over the buildings. Many things had already become dangerous buildings. The cost and time needed to regain that kind of vitality was too great. Now, it was simply killing two birds with one stone. How strong was the combat strength of these 20,000 geniuses? It was probably not inferior to a million-strong army of the three major forces, right? One had to know that the armies of the three major forces often had millions of people fighting against millions of demonic beasts, but the vast majority of them were very weak. There were chi-building realm cultivators, and there were even ordinary people. They fought with firearms, and demonic beasts of lower realms were naturally afraid of firearms. As for 20,000 martial artists of the law realm and above, and they were all genius martial artists, they belonged to the kind that could fight across realms. Their combat strength exceeded the normal standards of those of the same realm. With 20,000 of these people gathered in Tianhua City, how many demonic beasts could they kill in Tianhua City? In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that if the fourth round of this half-month test was held in Tianhua City, after the test, the three major forces could lead their troops and take back the dominance of Tianhua City. This was not an exaggeration. Chapter 960. Therefore, this was also a good thing about the Martial Arts Academy. Normally, one would not even dare to imagine that they could gather hundreds of thousands of geniuses, but the Martial Arts Academy had done it. Lin Xian had thought of this possibility just from the fact that the last round of assessment was in Tianhua City. Therefore, this group of people was really sneaky. However, Lin Xian had also thought of a possibility for the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy. It was this possibility. Perhaps the future 20,000 students of the Martial Arts Academy would have a lot of missions. For example, today, the Martial Arts Academy had gathered 20,000 students to attack a certain city together. The results would be very brilliant, and the losses would be very small. At the same time, this could be a way for the Academy to train the students. Wow, this group of people was really fucking sneaky. However, this was also where these people were smart. Intelligence was really too important. This was definitely very good news. For example, they had gone to Tianhua City today. 20,000 people, and the lowest level was at the law realm. With 20,000 people of this quality entering Tianhua City, how much could they stir up? It was unimaginable. The combat power of these 20,000 people was really comparable to an army of 1 million. Moreover, they had the advantage of being flexible. They fought alone and filled the entire Tianhua City, stirring up a storm. Just based on this point, Lin Xian admired these people. They were too smart. Luo Xiu then said, I believe everyone knows about Tianhua City. Tianhua City is a city that has been captured recently. At this stage, there are many monsters in Tianhua City, and there are many powerful monsters. There are even heavenly venerable monsters. It's very dangerous, but you have a teleportation crystal. As long as you can react, it's not considered dangerous. Compared to the endless forest, the danger level should be lower because everyone is more familiar with the city. Then, Luo Xiu continued, perhaps with all of you mobilizing this time, it won't be long before Tianhua City can be easily taken back by us. You can be considered to have made a great contribution. This is also the goal of our Martial Arts Academy. Everyone did not have any requirements for the venue of the assessment. Instead, they felt that the city was much more comfortable than the forest. This was because they were very familiar with the city, and there were too many places to hide in the city. There were countless houses, residential areas, and so on. Of course, there were also disadvantages in the city. Although there were many places to hide, there were also many places for monsters to hide. You might be exposed to many monsters while walking on the streets. In the forest, there were countless trees blocking the way. Although there were countless tall buildings in the city, there were also countless streets. As long as you walked along the streets, you would be exposed. Or if you went to a shopping mall or a building in a residential area, you would have already been discovered by the time you entered. There was no other way. It was a matter of geography. Forests had their advantages, cities had their advantages, but if a martial artist had to choose, they would definitely choose a city. All right, that's the situation now. Changing places to train is just changing places. There's no big change. Do you have any other questions? No one spoke. Since no one wants to speak, then it's settled. We have an hour to rest and prepare. Next, we will head to Tianhua City. Remember, don't think of preparing the demon crystals in advance. As long as you dare, we will definitely be able to discover you. Yes, in fact, when he said those words, many people had already thought of bringing some demon crystals into Tianhua City and treating it as if they had obtained them from killing demon beasts there. However, when they heard Luo Xiu's words, they immediately gave up because at that time, the Sky Martial Assembly could also be like this, but it could also be discovered. The easiest way was to appraise the demon crystals. There was a way to appraise it. Roughly how long had it been since the demon crystals were taken out from the monster's body, etc. Luo Xiu then said, "All right, now go and prepare. There is a shop in the Martial Arts Academy. There will be various kinds of medicine, spiritual weapons, and even some special tools. You can all go there to buy them. After all, it's very likely that you will die in the next day, so you have to be well prepared." Lin Xian. Fuck your mother. Do you have to be so evil? Go and buy them. You even encouraged everyone to buy them. Fuck. You are a martial arts academy formed by a few hundred heavenly venerables and virtuality realm cultivators. Fuck your mother. All right, 1 hour. Forget it. Because the journey to Tianhua City is short, 1 hour is enough. However, the endless forest will take more than 6 hours, so I will give everyone 6 hours to prepare. You must be well prepared. Lin Xian. 1 hour of preparation time became 6 hours of preparation time. Fuck. This black-hearted vice principal. You must be well prepared. Wasn't the implication of this sentence. You should spend more time to spend more. All right, now you are dismissed. Gather here in 6 hours. After that, everyone dispersed. Lin Xian, let's go and buy some medicine. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian charmingly. I don't need it. You take this. Lin Xian handed a few spirit recovery pills to Wang Xintong. Lin Xian didn't have any healing pills, but Ling Long Shui gave him a lot of spirit recovery pills. As a martial artist, spiritual power was also very important. At this stage, spirit recovery pills had a very high recovery rate for martial artists. No need. You can use them. I still have a lot. Moreover, you are being polite with me? If you continue to be polite with me, I will skin you alive. Lin Xian said fiercely. Wang Xintong shrank her head. Lin Xian had a headache. How could he make Wang Xintong not feel so inferior? She was Lin Xian's girlfriend, but she still rejected Lin Xian. She was indeed very competitive. However, this matter had nothing to do with being competitive. It was purely a lack of confidence. But perhaps this was Wang Xintong's personality. Every girl had their own uniqueness, didn't they? Let's go. I will go with you to buy it. No need. Didn't you say that you don't want to buy it? Then what do I do for 6 hours? Can I help you pay? Lin Xian smiled and rolled his eyes. Wang Xintong muttered, I have money, but I am your boyfriend. It is natural for a boyfriend to pay for his girlfriend. Wang Xintong's small face blushed slightly. Then, Lin Xian took her away. Whether it was Xiao Runing or anyone else, they were all very concerned about Lin Xian. However, there were so many people now. It was best not to have any contact with Lin Xian. It would probably be troublesome for him. Xiao Yu. When Murong Qing saw Murong Yu walking towards a corner by himself, she walked over to him. Although Murong Yu was alone, there were many people who were secretly looking at her. Chapter 961. Murong Yu arrived at Murong Qing's place. What's the matter, Annie? Murong Yu asked. Murong Qing was her auntie. so their relationship must be very good. Murong Qing was only a few years older than her. Murong Qing's grandparents accidentally gave birth to another child. In fact, Murong Qing was only 5 or 6 years older than her. 5 or 6 years old. She was already her elder sister. Her parents could have given birth to her, but it couldn't be helped. Annie was Annie. Moreover, her father doted on her Annie too much, and her grandparents doted on her even more. She could be considered as having a daughter at an old age, but her realm was high. Her grandparents also looked very young, so it was normal for them to give birth to another child. However, they definitely couldn't give birth now. How small would that child be? For example, if they gave birth to another girl, she would be 1 year old, and Murong Yu would be 21 years old. Then, Murong Yu would call her Annie, and her father would call her sister. It was simply too messy. I heard that you are together with Lin Xian? Murong Qing asked. Murong Yu nodded. Yes, we got to know each other. Didn't I tell you not to contact him? Murong Qing said helplessly. Originally, Lin Xian was a hooligan in her mind. He would make a move on all kinds of beautiful girls. Just look at the girls around him. Did you dare to say that these girls were just friends with him? That was impossible. Murong Qing saw it too clearly. The way these girls looked at Lin Xian was not the kind of look a friend would give. This man was very strange. He obviously felt very ordinary, but he could slowly attract many girls. It was strange. Originally, Murong Qing didn't really define Lin Xian as a hooligan or a scumbag. However, when she saw Murong Yu come to the martial arts academy, she thought that if Lin Xian saw her, and if Lin Xian was really a scumbag, he would definitely have some contact with Murong Yu. Sure enough, they really did on the first day. Murong Yu knew Murong Yu too well, but Lin Xian could really talk and laugh with her. This Lin Xian was really a veteran hooligan. Murong Qing didn't want Lin Xian to do anything to Murong Yu. I think he is quite good, Murong Yu said. Murong Qing, after knowing Murong Yu for so many years, it was the first time she heard her say that a boy was quite good. Murong Qing was going crazy. What was so special about this Lin Xian? How could this niece of his be? What do you mean? Murong Qing asked. No, it's just a feeling after chatting for a while. And what? He helped me advance Thousand Eyes pupils to the 5th layer. Murong Yu said. What? Murong Qing couldn't help but exclaim. He has a friend who also has Thousand Eyes pupils, and it has reached the 6th layer. At first, I was also suspicious, but according to his method, it reached the 5th layer in 2 hours. Murong Qing. As her sister-in-law, Murong Qing naturally knew about her 1,000 sealing ice pupils. She also knew that she had been stuck here for 5 years. Her father and the other experts had no clue about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils, but Lin Xian had exposed it with a single sentence. Advancing to the 5th celestial layer in 2 hours? What kind of monster was this Lin Xian? And he had a friend who also had 1,000 eyes pupils? One of the characteristics of 1,000 eyes pupils was blue eyes. She should have known all the girls around Lin Xian, but she didn't see any of them with blue eyes. This Lin Xian was really mysterious. Then, Murong Qing also understood why Murong Yu would say that Lin Xian was not bad. It was because he helped her to advance to the 5th layer of 1,000 eyes pupils. Don't look at how cold she was. In fact, there were many tricks she didn't know. Simply put, she might be unapproachable on the outside, but she was easily deceived on the inside. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a fool on the inside. Murong Qing finally understood Lin Xian's tricks. First, he used 1,000 eyes pupils to get close to Murong Yu, then slowly increased her favorability, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wow, what a sinister man. What else did he say? He also said that he could help me advance to the 6th layer, but don't be anxious. What's wrong? Murong Qing nodded slightly. Yes, I'm also very surprised that he knows 1,000 eyes pupils. But for you, it's a good opportunity. After all, you've been stuck at the 5th layer for 5 years. But you must remember, he's a man and an old pervert. Murong Yu. Yes, I know. All right, what about his friend who also has 1,000 eyes pupils? Did he tell you about it? Murong Qing asked. He said he couldn't find her. Murong Qing nodded slightly. Okay, you go prepare for the test. Then Murong Yu walked away. Can't find her. Murong Qing muttered slightly. What Lin Xian said should be true because he really did know about the 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Moreover, he knew the method to advance to the 5th celestial layer. This was something that those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years did not know. So Murong Qing was really surprised. Linya and Lin Xian had been together since young, so she should know. Then, Murong Qing contacted Linya, but she did not get any information from Linya. Linya also did not know when Lin Xian met a girl with blue pupils. What a mysterious person! Murong Qing sighed in admiration. Whether it was this or Lin Xian's Art Pavilion Group's medicine, they were all too powerful. It could even directly increase a martial artist's attribute purity. However, her attribute purity had not increased yet, and Lin Xian wanted her to sleep with him. Damn it! Time slowly passed, and the sky was already dark. Slowly, it was time for them to prepare to go to Tianhua City. And what was Lin Xian doing? Lin Xian found Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. The three of them sat on the rooftop and chatted. I heard that your assessment location has changed to Tianhua City. Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian rested his head on Han Chuxue's thighs. It was simply too comfortable. Sometimes he would touch her naughtily. It was simply too comfortable. Ling Ying really wanted to give Lin Xian a good time. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, Tianhua City. What's wrong? Nothing. Tianhua City has been captured. There are a lot of powerful demonic beasts there. There are even many demonic beasts that have taken human form. Perhaps the place is being used as a temporary base for demonic beasts. It's quite dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. It is quite dangerous. So, before we leave, can you two take your husband to relax? Lin Xian revealed a naughty smile. Go to hell, bastard. Ling Ying pulled Han Chuxue up. They were talking about something serious. No matter what this bastard talked about, he would always talk about sex. Chapter 962. Ling Ying pulled Han Chuxue away angrily. Lin Xian smiled helplessly behind them. They were already very tolerant of him. Lin Xian was just joking. Of course, if he could, he would still move his body to warm up. Tianhua City. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, thinking about something. The demon race had conquered Tianhua City. As a brand new city, the demon beasts were naturally very willing to live in such a city. There was no need to mention the number of demon beasts in the city. There must be a lot of them. However, this was not the key point. The key point was those demon beasts that had transformed. They were just like humans living in a city. A brand new city was naturally the best. Therefore, Tianhua City should have a lot of such demon beasts. And for a demon beast to transform, they must be at least in the domain realm. Therefore, Lin Xian also knew what Ling Ying meant. It was very dangerous. Tianhua City might not be safer than the Endless Forest, but it was similar in comparison. At most, as long as you stayed in the periphery of the Endless Forest, it was basically impossible to encounter powerful demon beasts. However, in Tianhua City, there might be powerful demon beasts everywhere. Of course, demon beasts were the same as humans. They also had their own pride. Places like the city center, where tall buildings gathered, would definitely have more powerful demon beasts. This kind of thing was clear in everyone's heart. The powerful ones would definitely live in good places. Perhaps those exquisite and noble residential areas were the most powerful. Some might even live in villas. Lin Xian, gather. Wang Xintong shouted Lin Xian from below. Coming. Lin Xian leaped off the cliff. Arriving at the back of the crowd, Lin Xian's gaze saw Zhou Xinjie beside Murong Yu. Obviously, this Murong Yu's cousin definitely liked her. His advantage was that he was the first to get close to her. With their relationship, if he looked for Murong Yu to talk, Murong Yu would be embarrassed to not reply. Everyone should be ready, Luo Xiu said. Ready? All right, let's go to Tianhua City. An hour later, the crowd arrived at Tianhua City. Of course, the teleportation crystals had already been distributed to everyone. Tianhua City is right in front of us. It's 11:40 now. We'll enter Tianhua City in 20 minutes. We'll gather here tomorrow at the same time. Remember the time, Luo Xiao said. On the other side, several people were sitting in a room in the main palace of the Myriad Demon Alliance. Everyone, the Martial Arts Academy has received news that the human Lin Xian is already outside Tianhua City. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Clearly, he was a demonic beast in human form. Lin Xian's name had a relatively large impact among the Yao race. In fact, what had happened before was nothing much. However, the most important reason for the entire Yao race's attention was that Lin Xian had destroyed a large number of void heavenly crystals. These were void heavenly crystals that the Yao race had spent many years collecting. If these void heavenly crystals could continue to exist, it would be of great significance to the Yao race. They could take down the human race's cities one after another in the shortest amount of time, because the power of these void heavenly crystals could instantly teleport millions of troops to a certain location. Under such circumstances, the human race would not be able to defend at all. However, the entire Yao race had not expected that a young man named Lin Xian would appear in the human race. He had actually discovered this thing and then destroyed the void heavenly crystals. It could be said that Lin Xian had destroyed the Yao race's decades of planning. Therefore, one could imagine how much they hated Lin Xian among the Yao race. They had always been paying attention to Lin Xian. There were even spies from their 10,000 Demon Alliance experts among the human race. They even had a special mission, which was to always pay attention to Lin Xian's movements. However, they absolutely would not touch him or anyone around him. This was because the 10,000 Demon Alliance also knew that Lin Xian had the Void Fox by his side. Therefore, the news that Lin Xian had joined the Martial Arts Academy naturally spread to this side. Of course, the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy was naturally within the ears of the Yao race. They could not do anything about the Martial Arts Academy. Right now, the most important thing to them was Lin Xian. In the eyes of the 10,000 Demon Alliance, Lin Xian was a very important link. They could not kill this person. They believed that if they could rope in Lin Xian, they would obtain far more benefits than killing him. For example, gene potions, Void Fox, what he could obtain was simply too much. Have they arrived in Tianhua City? They have arrived. They are about to enter Tianhua City. There is no need for Tianhua City to exist. The extinction of the human race is only a matter of time. A man said, however, this human race has established the Martial Arts Academy. The strength and potential of this Martial Arts Academy cannot be underestimated. Lord Ice God is already preparing a series of methods. There are many human geniuses in the Martial Arts Academy. However, they still need time to grow. They're not a threat for now. These young people are all arrogant and think that they are fearless and omnipotent. The 10,000 Demon Alliance can find countless opportunities to kill them. However, for now, Lord Ice God is more concerned about Lin Xian. More importantly, the young man named Lin Xian is more important. Grand Elder, in your opinion? The 10,000 Demon Alliance was a massive organization of the demon race. It could be said that the humans had 3 major factions, while the demons only had 1. The 10,000 Demon Alliance was a major faction. However, the 10,000 Demon Alliance had a total of 13 halls. Each Demon God Hall was in charge of an area. As for Tianhua City, the 10th Demon God Hall was in charge. Every Demon God Hall's Hall Lord was called a Demon God. They were definitely existences at the Heavenly Tao realm. At the very least, they had absolute authority here. The 13 Demon God Halls in the 10,000 Demon Alliance had the same status and strength. One could not say that the first Demon God Hall's Demon God was the strongest while the 13th Demon God Hall's Demon God was the weakest. That was not certain. As for the 10th Demon God Hall's Demon God, he was known as Ice God. The elders were the strongest under the Demon God. As for Lin Xian, he had even attracted the attention of the 10th Hall Lord of the 10,000 Demon Alliance's Demon God Hall. It was enough to show how much the 10,000 Demon Alliance cared about Lin Xian. This Lin Xian is the only human youth I've seen in so many years that even Lady Ice Goddess is so interested in him. The few great gene medicines he has are extremely terrifying. He can even create gene medicines that can increase the purity of one's attributes. Furthermore, this method is monopolized by the Ice Goddess. The most important formula is called the chalcedony liquid. However, I've searched through all the ancient books and never found the existence of the chalcedony liquid. Therefore, we can only rope in this Lin Xian. The Grand Elder swept his gaze across the crowd and said, Chapter 963. They were all members of the 10th Hall of the Demon God Temple. Even further, they were members of the Myriad Demon Alliance. They naturally obeyed the orders of the 10th Hall of the Demon God Temple, the Ice God. To be honest, this young man is indeed somewhat amazing. Those medicines are real. In fact, we never imagined that if such a person can be used by the demon race, the strength of the demon race will increase. The destruction of the human race will be just around the corner. Yes, but if he continues to be used by the human race, the average strength of the human race will definitely increase. It's not good news for the demon race either. They discussed animatedly. Therefore, the main mission tonight is to take away that human Lin Xian. The Great Elder said, that shouldn't be a problem. He's just a weakling in the law realm. The Great Elder said, we can't treat him as an ordinary law realm cultivator. This person is indeed extraordinary. Even the Ice God cares about him. How can we see through him? Moreover, this person has the Void Fox as his companion. The Void Fox didn't follow this operation, so this is the best opportunity. However, we can't be sure if the Void Fox left any divine sense imprints on him. Therefore, although this operation seems to be targeting a young man in the law realm, it's extremely dangerous. The Void Fox is the race with the strongest control of space in the world. The current generation of the Void Fox is very heaven-defying. It's very likely that it will suddenly appear, so it's very dangerous. Great Elder, let me go. The Great Elder looked at a woman. Yes, but you can't do it alone. This time, the 13 of you will act together. This is an order from the Ice God. Even if you die there, you have to bring that Lin Xian to me. Do you hear me? Yes. At this moment, another person asked, what about the members of the Martial Arts Academy of the human race? We can't touch them for the time being. Let them take back Tianhua City. It's not a big deal. The most important thing is to get Lin Xian. If we make a move now, there are hundreds of top experts in the Martial Arts Academy watching. What do you think they're doing? They're watching us so that they can make a move on us. Yes. Lin Xian didn't know that the entire Myriad Demon Alliance was paying attention to him, much less that they were going to attack him tonight. If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely bring Ling Longyue out. Given his current state, wouldn't he be tortured to death? 20,000 people entered Tianhua City. Very few people chose to form teams. After all, they were all proud geniuses. They didn't want to form teams. Very quickly, they filled every corner of Tianhua City. Lin Xian walked into Tianhua City and glanced around. There were absolutely no powerful demonic beasts in this location. Even if there were, there would be very few of them. Lin Xian was very familiar with the city, and the overall strength of the demonic beasts in the city would definitely be stronger. Therefore, that was Lin Xian's choice. Bang! Lin Xian came to an SUV parked by the side of the road. He pulled open the door of the driver's seat and sat inside. The key was still there. There were many cars on the road. Most of them were destroyed by the demonic beasts, but there were still some that were still in good condition. One must know that Tianhua City had only fallen for such a short period of time. It was easy to find a car that was still in good condition. Moreover, many of the cars had keys. Those were the keys that those who escaped didn't have time to pull out. Because there were too many people at that time, driving wasn't even as fast as running. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Xian turned the steering wheel, but the car didn't start. It should be out of battery. Lin Xian muttered to himself. The oil was definitely still there, and the car was definitely not damaged. However, it was normal for the battery to run out of battery. This is the time for the lightning attribute to show its usefulness. Lin Xian got out of the car and opened the front cover. Brother, you still want to drive? These cars have been here for a few months. Even if they're not damaged, they're already out of battery. At this moment, a member of the martial arts academy who was passing by glanced at Lin Xian and said, "Sizzle." In the next moment, lightning flashed. It looked quite fierce, but Lin Xian controlled the voltage to be very small. At the very least, he couldn't blow up the battery all of a sudden. At this moment, the entire battery was probably fully charged. Then, Lin Xian walked into the car, and the car started. "What did you say?" Lin Xian asked. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. "Damn, the lightning attribute can be used like this?" Lin Xian ran, then drove the car towards the city. There were definitely many people who thought the same as Lin Xian, but there weren't many who could do it. The premise was that you had to have the lightning attribute. If you had the lightning attribute, you had to be able to think of this point. Everyone knew that the location of the city center was more suitable for them to grind levels and kill powerful demonic beasts. Using an hour to drive back was definitely more valuable than grinding in the outskirts of the city. Moreover, it was better to have a car. When the time came, the return journey would take less time, and they would have more time to kill demonic beasts and obtain demonic crystals. They entered the city at the edge of Tianhua City, at the entrance of the county. This place was very remote, and the monsters here were generally weaker. They were about the same level as humans. The rich ones were in the city center, while the poor ones were in the small counties and villages. Many people just watched as the car drove past. They were dumbfounded. "How the hell did you start the car?" Half an hour later, on a main road, Lin Xian heard the roar of a sports car. Then, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw a red sports car covered in ash speeding towards them. "Morongyu." Lin Xian saw the person sitting in the driver's seat. Morongyu stepped on the gas and was about to overtake Lin Xian. "Oh, isn't this Miss Morong? What a coincidence." Lin Xian laughed when the two cars were side by side. Morongyu was also stunned for a moment and turned to look at Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian? And what a coincidence. Morongyu said, "How did you start the car? Do you have the lightning attribute too?" "No, there was a car repair shop nearby, so I changed the battery," Morongyu said indifferently. Lin Xian. Smart. This woman was indeed smart. The car repair shop definitely had a new battery or a fully charged one. It didn't need to be fully charged. The car only needed a little bit of power, and the generator would continue to generate power when the car started. They should be the first batch to go to the city center. They didn't care about the others and rushed straight to the city center. "See you in the city center," Morongyu said indifferently and stepped on the gas, overtaking Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian. Fuck. So what if you got a sports car? Lin Xian muttered helplessly. Another half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the city center and parked the car by the side. Along the way, they saw many demonic beasts, but they were fast, so they just passed by them. There were also many demonic beasts that tried to attack Lin Xian, but they were all killed by Lin Xian. They had changed 3 cars, but they were all destroyed. Chapter 964. Lin Xian was very familiar with this place. This was a place where he lived. At this moment, Lin Xian was standing in the middle of the square. He did not know how many demonic beasts he was exposed to. "Let's see if I can advance to the 10-star law realm this time," Lin Xian muttered in his heart. To be honest, it was too difficult to advance to the 10-star law realm. He was now at the 5-star law realm. How many demonic beasts would he have to kill to reach the 10-star law realm? Once he reached the 10-star law realm, Lin Xian could directly exchange for a heavenly star fruit to advance to the domain realm. However, Lin Xian had his ways, and the price was very dangerous. That's right, Lin Xian deliberately exposed himself to the surroundings. There were shopping malls, supermarkets, cinemas, and office buildings around. How could there be a lack of demonic beasts in such a place? Many demonic beasts were staring at Lin Xian from the side of the road, but none of them made a move. It was not because they were afraid of Lin Xian, but because they were afraid of the other demonic beasts around them. If the demonic beasts were not unified by the myriad demon alliance, they would also be enemies. There was no doubt that the current Lin Xian was a human delicacy in the eyes of these demonic beasts, and they loved human delicacies the most. However, these demonic beasts also understood that if they attacked first, it was very likely that they would be killed by the other demonic beasts as well as themselves. Therefore, no demonic beast wanted to be the first to attack. If Lin Xian was anywhere else, he would have been attacked long ago. However, this position was very special. Lin Xian jumped onto a road and condensed lightning in his hands. It was very small lightning. It was probably the kind of lightning used to charge batteries. Then, zzz. Countless lightning threads shot toward the demonic beasts that were eyeing him covetously. The realms of these demonic beasts were not low. Lin Xian glanced at them, and the lowest was at the arcane body realm. There were countless arcane heaven realm beasts, and there were also quite a few law realm beasts. After all, this was the city center. The demon beasts sensed that the incoming lightning did not pose any threat, but they subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, Lin Xian's powerful spatial manipulation ability instantly sent dozens of lightning threads in front of those demon beasts. Then before they could avoid it, the lightning threads hit them. There was almost no pain, but they all felt provoked by the little human. On the other hand, Lin Xian was sitting on top of a street lamp with his legs crossed and swinging back and forth. What? Why didn't Lin Xian release dozens of lightning bolts that were enough to instantly kill them and then hit them with spatial energy? He couldn't do it. How much spiritual energy would that consume? And how could Lin Xian release dozens of such powerful lightning bolts? Boom! A blue lightning bolt shot toward Lin Xian from afar. Following this lightning attack, dozens of angry roars from various demonic beasts broke the silence of the night. Roar! In the next moment, dozens of demonic beasts roared crazily and charged toward Lin Xian from all directions. Some even directly smashed the walls and windows of the nearby houses. They were provoked. A lowly human actually dared to provoke them like this. Demonic beasts were like humans. They also had their own dignity. Maybe low-level demonic beasts could not feel it, but demonic beasts that had reached the arcane body realm and arcane heaven realm would not allow their dignity to be provoked by a mere human. Lin Xian leaped up, and the lightning shattered the street lamp he was on. Lin Xian landed steadily on the ground, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Come on, come on. This young master hasn't had a good fight in a long time. Let's start a massacre tonight. Lin Xian twisted his neck and made cracking sounds. Lightning surges. Sizzle. Terrifying purple lightning exploded from Lin Xian's body. Boom! In the next moment, the entire ground shook violently, and the terrifying purple lightning spread out. Lightning surges, a heaven-tier martial skill, had a range of 100 meters. Those demonic beasts that were charging over suddenly felt this powerful force and subconsciously wanted to retreat. But it was too late. When the dust settled, those demonic beasts had already turned into corpses lying on the ground. Just this. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. The reason why Lin Xian dared to be so presumptuous was actually very simple. This young master had the spatial attribute, and if he encountered something that he could not defeat, this young master would run. All right? Moreover, the efficiency of using a heaven-tier martial skill to kill dozens of demonic beasts was faster than chasing them one by one. Although it was a heaven-tier martial skill, killing dozens of demonic beasts in an instant was much less than killing them one by one. Then, Lin Xian took the demonic beast crystals, very presumptuous. On the other side, Lin Xian glanced over. Loud noises could be heard coming from the nearby shopping mall. Sometimes this side would suddenly freeze over. Lin Xian knew that Murong, you must be slaughtering people in that shopping mall. Roar! After a few minutes, Lin Xian was still keeping the demonic beast crystals with his head lowered when a huge figure slowly walked behind him. No, not just one. There was a group behind it. Lin Xian's squatting motion paused, and he kept the demonic beast crystals. Then he slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at his target. Three-eyed wind-seeking leopard. Seeing the black leopard demonic beast that was over 5 meters long, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. 9 stars of the law realm. And behind this three-eyed, wind-seeking leopard, there were more than 20 demonic beasts. This was clearly a small group. Human. At this time, another voice came from behind Lin Xian, and Lin Xian turned around to take a look. A man with a long black tail slowly walked out of a building in front of him. This was a transformed demonic beast. No, it hadn't finished transforming yet. Lin Xian took a look with his eye of cave spirit. 10 stars of the law realm. Are all humans so savage now? Another figure came over, and a woman with 8 huge spider legs on her back swayed her graceful body as she walked over from another direction. She licked her scarlet lips and looked at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. It looks delicious. The spider woman licked her lips as she looked at Lin Xian. Then, she snapped her fingers, and the surrounding houses, and even the tall buildings, densely packed huge black spiders crawled over. Everyone, let me have this human's meat. How about it? Another voice came, and a fat man that was over 3 meters tall and weighed around 700 to 800 kilograms walked over. Behind him was a group of huge toads. As soon as the man finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and shot his tongue towards the spiders. The head of one of the smaller nocturnal magic spiders was bound by the tongue. With a sudden twist, the tongue brought the head of the nocturnal magic spider over and swallowed it. I'm tired of eating this despicable meat. It's been a long time since I've eaten human meat. The fat man said as he chewed, blood and flesh splattering from his mouth. Chapter 965. Lin Xian truly did not expect to attract so many people. Say, each of you should have come by yourselves. Why did you all bring a group of underlings? Of course, Lin Xian was willing to do so. These leaders were all at the 10-star law realm, and they had not fully transformed. Although they were in human form, they still retained some characteristics of their original form. They were naturally not the most powerful in Tianhua City. They were probably just some of the more powerful ones nearby. The truly powerful ones were probably still watching in the dark. Lin Xian glanced at them. There were probably over 100 of them. Now no one could compare to his efficiency, right? Then the spider woman looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little handsome, do you want to have some fun with Big Sister before you die? Big Sister will eat you bite by bite when you're at your best." Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Then forget it. I'll just kill all of you." Huh? Are all humans so arrogant now? The middle-aged man with the black tail could not help but laugh. Of course, so many people had not come to eat one person. It was purely because Lin Xian's arrogance had attracted them. They were not talking to Lin Xian because they were interested in Lin Xian. They simply wanted to enjoy the pleasure of killing Lin Xian with their mouths. After all, he was a human they were hostile to. Lin Xian did not panic. Although there were many of them, he had the spatial attribute which allowed him to nimbly dodge the concentrated attacks. All right, since you're not willing, you can die. The spider woman licked her scarlet lips. After saying that, her face suddenly turned sinister. The 8 spider spears on her back suddenly lengthened and stabbed toward Lin Xian. Hey, don't kill him just like that. The man with the black tail said, "Isn't there a human girl in that building? Go play with that," the spider woman said indifferently, as if Lin Xian had already died under her move. "Many humans have entered this place today. We can go on a killing spree." Boom! The 8 spider spears shot toward Lin Xian's position as if 8 thunderbolts had struck there. They all thought that Lin Xian would be killed in one move, because they could sense that Lin Xian's realm was not high. He could not dodge. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from behind the spider woman. "I say, can you give me some face? Fighting is fighting. Let's not chat." The spider woman's pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, her chest was pierced through by myriad evils in the form of a heavy sword. Blood flowed out of the mouth. Chi! Lin Xian held 1,000 evils in his hand and abruptly raised it upwards. The spider lady was instantly split into 2 from her stomach to her head. She was deader than dead. Normally, Lin Xian would not be so relaxed. But if you look down on him, it's not Lin Xian's fault. However, when Lin Xian heard their conversation, he understood that the reason so many people had gathered here wasn't because of his arrogance. Instead, it was because they were waiting for the people from the Martial God Institute to arrive. However, they probably didn't know what kind of geniuses the Martial God Institute had sent. They probably hadn't received any news from the Myriad Demon League. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the Myriad Demon League, they were nothing more than rotten fish and shrimps. Before anyone could react to Lin Xian's sudden attack, the Spider Lady was killed in an instant. Chi, that the hundreds of nocturnal magic spiders behind the Spider-Woman all took a step back. They were stunned because their boss had been killed in an instant. Lin Xian could even kill a domain realm cultivator, let alone a 10-star law realm cultivator. Of course, it was useless for Lin Xian to kill the Spider-Woman or even create a law. He had only exchanged it for an attribute. In fact, even if he did not exchange for an attribute that doubled his strength, Lin Xian could easily insert 1,000 evils in her body if she let down her guard. The exchange was only to ensure success. After all, Lin Xian was not invincible. If he could kill a 10-star law realm cultivator for no reason, wouldn't it be for nothing? They weren't friends. In the Yao clan, especially in this kind of situation, there were no friends to speak of. They would even eat their own kind. Naturally, they wouldn't feel anything about the Spider Lady's death. They were only shocked that Lin Xian's sudden attack had killed her in an instant. This person was not as simple as he appeared. They could not underestimate him anymore. Everyone, surround him. Attack. On the other side, Murong was clearing out the monsters in the mall floor by floor. It was not easy for her to clear out the monsters on the top floor. She felt that she had not killed many monsters, so her efficiency was not very high. Then, she took out a cup of water from her spatial ring, opened it, and raised her head to take a sip. Suddenly, she heard a huge commotion outside. She curiously drank the water while walking to the huge transparent glass to look at the square. Then she was stunned. She naturally knew that the figure in the square was Lin Xian, but what made her a little dumbfounded was, aren't you too crazy? Lin Xian stood there alone, facing the continuous attacks of over 200 demonic beasts. That scene was simply too majestic and awesome. She looked down at the scene from a high vantage point. That scene was simply indescribable. She just did not understand. Why are you so crazy? Killing monsters is killing monsters, but you can't do this. You're only at the 5-star law realm. Isn't it a little too exaggerated to fight like this in the square in the center of Tianhua City? She felt that this person's brain circuit was completely different from others. Murong Yu was probably the most qualified student to kill monsters like this. Not only was she strong, but she also had the 1,000 sealing ice eyes. Even so, Murong Yu had never thought of killing monsters like this. Instead, Lin Xian, who had the lightning attribute, was so crazy, she had to admit defeat. But then, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Space. That's right. She saw Lin Xian using space. As expected. In fact, Murong Yu had already guessed that Lin Xian couldn't possibly have only one lightning attribute. After all, he was the one who caused the talent stone to explode. Normally, it would be difficult for someone with only one lightning attribute to do so. But since he had the space, it made sense. In Murong Yu's eyes, Lin Xian had at least 3 attributes. In fact, it was not a secret that Lin Xian had the space attribute. It was just that Murong Yu did not know about this person at all. To her, the phone was really just a communication tool. She could make calls and send WeChat messages. That was all. Surfing the internet? She rarely did that. In her world, other than cultivating and exploring, there was only fighting. If one had to say what her way of entertainment was too, one was to sit under the sun and read quietly in the garden. The second was to watch some television. She had a computer at home, but she couldn't remember when was the last time she turned it on. To her, there was a lot of news and information on the internet that she didn't know at all. To put it more harshly, Murong Yu did not even know how to use a computer. That's right. It was that exaggerated. Therefore, she did not know any Lin Xian at all. Of course, she had heard of the Xian group because she had heard about it from her family. However, she did not know much about it, let alone the relationship between Lin Xian and the Xian group. Chapter 966. Murong Yu's gaze was fixed on the ground below, watching as Lin Xian fought and killed the several hundred demonic beasts one by one. What surprised her was that she herself was a spatial attribute martial artist. She could see that Lin Xian's control of space was much higher than hers. The lightning attack uses spatial displacement to achieve an unexpected all-around sudden attack. He can control 10 lightning bolts at the same time. How pure is his control of space to be able to do that? Murong Yu was secretly shocked. She admitted that her spatial attribute was definitely not as good as Lin Xian's, and the difference was huge. She put herself in Lin Xian's current situation. If she did not release a powerful area of effect attack, it would be very troublesome for her, because her spatial attribute was definitely not as good as Lin Xian's. Hundreds of monster beasts attacked from afar, and he had to dodge in all directions. He had to sense the long-range attacks from all directions, dodge in close combat, and deal with his opponents. In such a situation, he could even use the combination of space and lightning. She admitted that it was very difficult for her to do so. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. She was not jealous. Instead, it aroused her strong fighting spirit. The others were probably still bitterly on the way, but Murong Yu did not continue to fight. She stood there and watched Lin Xian deal with these monster beasts from beginning to end. She admired him quite a bit. The main thing was, why did he dare to fight like this? If it was just to determine the level of the monster beasts here, then he could fight like this. However, there were even heavenly venerables here, and there might even be great void realm powerhouses. If he was so high profile, so what if he had the spatial attribute? If he encountered a powerful demon venerable who also had the spatial attribute, then there would be no escape. Therefore, Murong Yu did not think that Lin Xian's approach was correct. 7 stars of the law realm. Lin Xian let out a long breath. Tired. He was really tired. The consumption of spiritual power was too serious. This was this was definitely not something that current martial artists could do. If not for Ling Long Shui's spirit recovery pill, Lin Xian would not have been able to hold on until now. A martial artist without spiritual power was like an athlete without legs, so Lin Xian was really taking a risk. However, everything was worth it. He had advanced by 2 stars and killed so many demonic beasts. Lin Xian sat in place to recover his spiritual energy and physical strength. The entire square was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Murong Yu walked down and frowned when she smelled the stench of blood. It was crazy. Hey, don't tell me you want to steal my demon crystal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said to Murong Yu, even if I snatch it, it's still within the rules. Murong Yu said. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, but I'll be very sad. Murong Yu. She naturally would not steal it. This was her personality. Lin Xian was also very clear about it. Although he was not very familiar with her, Lin Xian guessed that this was the case. This kind of girl was like this. I'm going somewhere else. You be careful. Murong Yu said. Are you worried about me? Lin Xian grinned and looked at Murong Yu. Murong Yu's expression did not change. It's normal for a friend to be concerned. Moreover, if you die, who will help me break through to the 6th layer of my 1,000 sealing ice pupils? After saying that, Murong Yu walked away. Lin Xian glanced at Murong Yu. Her favorability towards him did not increase. Wow! How on earth should he increase this woman's favorability? It was too difficult. Lin Xian then happily kept the demon crystals. Just the demon crystals from this trip would probably be enough to enter the top 2,000. Lin Xian mumbled to himself. However, that might not be the case. It was obvious that he had done something that no one else would dare to do. Who the hell would dare to be so arrogant in the territory of the demonic beasts? Time slowly passed, and the sky gradually brightened. Lin Xian did not know how many demon beasts he had killed. Later on, he really did not dare to be so arrogant anymore. His spiritual energy was simply not enough to fight. If his spiritual energy was not enough and he encountered danger, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to use his spatial attribute to escape. The sky gradually brightened. Lin Xian sat on a tree to recover his strength. He thought that it should be enough. This was because his efficiency in killing demon beasts was much faster than others. More and more people had already arrived at the city center. Many people also saw this scene. They were extremely shocked. What the fuck is going on? Why were demon beast corpses all over the ground? If it was just demon beast corpses, they would suspect that it was a fight between demon beasts. However, they found that the demon crystals of the demon beasts were all taken away. Therefore, they knew that this was done by one of their examinees. Who was it? They were all pondering. There were so many demon beast corpses here. Then, the person who killed these demon beasts should have a lot of demon crystals on him. Directly snatching the demon crystals from him would be more efficient than killing demon beasts for a day. At this time, Lin Xian jumped down from the tree. She didn't want to stay in this place any longer. There were demonic beast corpses everywhere, and the stench of blood assailed her nostrils. Murong Yu had left a long time ago. After all, she was a pretty girl. She didn't want to run around and stain her skirt and legs with blood. When Lin Xian landed, about 5 to 6 people around him looked at Lin Xian. "It's him! It's him!" A person pointed at Lin Xian and shouted. Lin Xian scratched his head. "Our friend, little Neza?" Lin Xian replied in confusion. "Everyone. It's him. I remember him. He has the lightning attribute, and his lightning is purple. There are signs of lightning strikes everywhere, so these demon beasts should have been killed by him. The demon crystals must be on him, and he appeared here. He must have been recovering his spiritual power just now." Another person pointed at Lin Xian and shouted. Lin Xian. A second ago, he was still a little confused. Now, looking at these people looking at him as if he was a little rabbit, Lin Xian understood something. It seemed that they were going to snatch his demon crystals. At this time, Lin Xian said, "Big brothers, it really wasn't me. You're still lying? Think about it. It's true that I have the lightning attribute, but I'm just a law realm cultivator. I'm not even at the domain realm. How could I have the strength to kill so many demon beasts here? Look, there are also 10-star law realm half-transformed demon beasts here. How could I fight them?" When they heard Lin Xian's words, they took a look. It seemed that it was true. "Then what do you say?" "Lin Xian, it's Murong Yu. She's that beautiful blue-haired, blue-eyed girl. She's very fierce. She killed all of them. I saw hundreds of demon crystals on her. If we can kill her and split the demon crystals, wouldn't it be great?" Chapter 967. These people were very evil. If he ran away, who knew how many people would search for his location if he sent out a message on his phone or something? Therefore, it was very comfortable to frame Murong Yu. Moreover, there were probably only a few people out of 20,000 who knew Murong Yu. They didn't know her true strength and attributes. "Since you want to mess with me, I'll screw you over. If you dare to look for Murong Yu, just wait to be beaten up." Murong Yu still didn't know that she had been screwed over by Lin Xian. "I know that girl. She's very, very beautiful. I've never seen a girl more beautiful than her in my life." That's not it. The 2 teachers in our academy are also very beautiful, and there are also a few students who have already been selected. Anyway, I've seen them before, and they're also very, very beautiful. However, that blue-haired girl with blue eyes gives off the feeling of a cold senior sister from a 2-dimensional anime. Hee my ass. We have wasted a lot of time coming to the city center. That girl is very strong. The most important thing now is for us to work together and snatch her crystal stones, then divide them equally. With her strength, even if we snatch all her crystal stones, looking at the corpses of the demon beasts on the ground, she can still kill a lot of demon beasts in a short period of time and advance to the next round. Now is not the time for romance. If we are eliminated, it will be very shameful when we go back. Hearing that person's words, everyone fell silent. That's right. Which one of them wasn't a famous genius in their region? If they were eliminated and went back home, it would really be a huge loss of face. Moreover, they really didn't think that Lin Xian, who was in the law realm, had the strength to do all this. Where did she go? Lin Xian pointed in a direction. There, she's over there. It shouldn't be too far. Okay. Then they all rushed in that direction. As for Lin Xian, they knew that he definitely had monster crystals, but probably not many. Moreover, to be honest, they didn't want to snatch other people's monster crystals. They felt that it was shameless. However, there were so many monster corpses here. As long as they snatched Murong Yu's monster crystals, they would definitely pass the test. How easy would that be? Therefore, they couldn't be bothered to make a move on Lin Xian. How pitiful. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. These people were definitely going to be eliminated. Continue to kill monsters. Lin Xian then walked to the neighborhood where he used to live with Lin Ye. There was no other meaning. It was just more meaningful. Moreover, there were many memories of Lin Xian there. There was also a necklace of Lin Ye's. Necklaces weren't worth much, just a few yuan each. Lin Xian knew that it was a birthday gift that the original owner of this body had given to Lin Ye a long time ago when they were very poor. Lin Xian had seen it before, but he never paid attention to it. He didn't know that Lin Ye had a diary. Then Lin Xian opened it and took a look. What made Lin Xian's nose tingle was every simple diary entry was related to Lin Xian. October 1st, the weather was fine. Today, little Xian's condition was much better. He ate 2 bowls of rice and his appetite was very good. As expected, red braised pork was his favorite dish. I know that he's brooding because he can't cultivate. I must continue to work hard and develop the company. That way, I can give little Xian a better life and let him slowly forget about these things. October 2nd, the weather was fine. Little Xian's mood wasn't very good today. He seemed to have been mocked by his classmates. October 3rd, looking at these diary entries, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. How could you not love this kind of woman? Lin Xian didn't experience these things. At that time, he hadn't come from Earth, but these memories were all there. For Lin Xian, his world was filled with many people, but for Lin Ye, her world was only Lin Xian. The reason why she worked hard was because of Lin Xian. That was all. Then, Lin Xian saw a diary entry. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 968. January 3rd, the weather was gloomy. Today, when he was washing little Xian's bedsheets, there seemed to be something hard and dry on it. Could it be that little Xian was secretly doing it at night? Little Xian was already 14 years old and was slowly maturing. He had to work hard to develop the company. This way, he could find a better girlfriend for little Xian and not be looked down upon by other girls. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Fuck, little fairy, you even wrote about this. Wah! So Lin Xian had such a dark history in Lin Ye's memories. Also, why did you hit the bedsheets with your lighter? Can't you use toilet paper? At that time, Lin Xian hadn't come here yet. Lin Xian put away this diary. It was an extremely thick book. It probably recorded more than 6 or 7 years of diary entries. Each entry was actually only a few dozen words, at most 100 words. One page could write 2 or 3 entries, or even more. These were all her memories with Lin Xian. Who is it? At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly focused, and he turned around. There was no sound coming from outside. He heard it clearly. It was the sound of footsteps. It wasn't the footsteps of a demonic beast. It was 2 feet. Moreover, it was the sound of footsteps with shoes. A human? Lin Xian then cautiously walked out of Lin Ye's room. The sky was already bright. Lin Xian saw a few people sitting on the sofa in the living room. At the same time, there were a few people standing there. When did they appear here? Why didn't Lin Xian hear them enter the room? However, the footsteps just now were the sound of one of them taking a step. He scanned them with his eye of cave spirit. He couldn't see through them. There was even an old man among them. Could they be demons? I finally meet you in person. Your Excellency Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. The one who spoke was an old man. He even smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. They were here to find him. Evil Fiend Temple? Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Wanhu. Oh, I got this surname from you humans. Demon? Lin Xian's frown deepened when he heard their words. A demonic beast from Tianhua City? Was it because of his massacre at the square that attracted their attention? No, they were here specifically to find him. That's right. I was there when His Excellency Lin Xian destroyed the heavenly void crystal. However, I wasn't able to stop you in time, Song Wanhu said. Then you're here to kill me? Lin Xian sneered. No. Whether we kill you or not isn't something we can decide. Your Excellency Lin Xian, if you don't want to suffer physical pain, I hope you won't resist. The weakest of us is a 10 stars heavenly venerate. You won't be able to resist. Song Wanhu stared at Lin Xian and said, Did I say I wanted to resist? That's for the best. Fuck you. Lin Xian released his spatial attribute with all his might and instantly disappeared on the spot. Fuck. Wouldn't he be dead if he didn't run? He had destroyed decades of hard work from the demon clan. Wouldn't they want to cut him into pieces? The moment Lin Xian landed, he quickly took out his phone. He felt that although he was already more than 10 kilometers away, he couldn't escape. Just as he took out his phone and was about to send a message to Linglong Shui, Lin Xian disappeared again. In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared in the house again. Really? Why didn't Lin Xian wear a spatial spiritual artifact made by Linglong Shui? Did he feel relieved because he had the spatial attribute and had mastered it? You're asking for it. You're courting death. A man rushed towards Lin Xian and slapped Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was red and swollen. In the future, use your brain before you act, Song Wanhu said coldly. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of blaming that person. It's fine. It's just a slap. The man sneered. Lin Xian slowly got up from the ground. I bet you'll die. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and said coldly as he stared at the man who slapped him. Fuck. No one had ever slapped him in his life. Even if you punched him, Lin Xian wouldn't be so angry. However, if you slapped him in the face, Lin Xian would definitely kill him. I'll definitely die? Ha ha. The man couldn't help but laugh. Come, kill me, the man said mockingly. Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? You'll definitely die today. Lin Xian stared at him and said again. He didn't have the ability to escape. There was a demonic beast here that was more powerful than him. Therefore, Lin Xian could only be taken away. The only thing that could turn the tables was the obedient spray. However, there were so many people here. Moreover, when Lin Xian destroyed the heavenly void crystal, he used the obedient spray. This old man called Song Wanhu would definitely be vigilant. It was impossible for him to succeed. However, at least for now, this Song Wanhu called him Your Excellency Lin Xian. When Lin Xian calmed down and thought about it, this demonic beast didn't necessarily capture him to cut him into pieces. There was probably something else. However, if he didn't agree, he would definitely die. This person who slapped him, Lin Xian, would definitely die today. As for how he would die, Lin Xian already had a plan in mind. Now that he couldn't run away, his plan was to temporarily compromise and find an opportunity to send a message to Linglong Shui. Otherwise, he would hang up. Fuck your mother. Why were there so many opponents of this level? Even if there were a few domain realm cultivators, Lin Xian would still try to fight to the death. They were at least 10 stars heavenly venerables. What the hell were they trying to do? Whoosh! At this moment, Song Wanhu waved his hand and tied Lin Xian up with a rope. At the same time, the phone in Lin Xian's hand fell to the ground. The teleportation crystal of the Martial Arts Academy was probably useless because there was a demonic beast here that was very powerful in space. Song Wanhu walked towards Lin Xian and crushed his phone with his foot. This old man won't give you a chance to call for help. Take him away. Yes. Lin Xian. Fuck your mother. My phone is gone. What should I do? Lin Xian panicked. There might be another way. The wheel. Lin Xian hadn't used the wheel in a long time. He didn't have many Adonis points left. Moreover, the wheel was worth 16 million each turn. Lin Xian had just exchanged for a large amount of chalcedony liquid a few days ago. At the same time, he extended the mission of the girls for a while. Therefore, he didn't have many Adonis points left. But he had to use it, because this was his last chance of survival. In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of a huge palace. Instead of calling it a palace, it was more accurate to call it a majestic palace. There were countless halls, and the area it occupied was probably many times larger than the ancient palaces from many years ago. Let's go. The man who had slapped Lin Xian was holding Lin Xian down. For some reason, he was the only one who treated Lin Xian like a yuppie when no one else spoke or made a move. Chapter 969. Your Excellency Lin Xian, this is the 10th Monster God Temple. Song Wanhu walked in front and said to Lin Xian. He spoke with pride, as if he was showing off this place to Lin Xian. The 10th Monster God Temple? Lin Xian knew about this. The Myriad Monster Alliance had 13 Monster God Temples and 13 Monster Gods. The 10th Monster God Temple was in charge of attacking Tianhua City. However, Lin Xian had never seen it before. There were no pictures of the Monster God Temple on the internet because no one could come here. It was too dangerous. Everyone here was a top expert of the monster race. Were they here to die? Even if there were experts here, they wouldn't come just to take a picture. Therefore, this was Lin Xian's first time seeing the Monster God Temple. It was indeed grand. How is it? Isn't it grand? Song Wanhu asked. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to answer him. He raised his head and looked at the sky. This was probably what Lin Xian was most curious about and surprised about. The 10th Monster God Temple below was very big and grand. However, there was an island floating in the sky above the Monster God Temple. It wasn't that big, but it was quite impressive. Oh, that's where the ice god lives. We can't go up there normally. Song Wanhu saw Lin Xian's gaze and laughed. He seemed to be quite amiable. However, if the ice god hadn't ordered them not to kill Lin Xian would have been killed by him. Second Elder, there's no need to say so much to him, the man who slapped Lin Xian said. After all, this will be Lin Xian's home in the future. We have to let him know, Song Wanhu said with a smile. Lin Xian? What did he mean? Was he trying to rope him in? Why? Lin Xian's mind was in a whirlwind. What could he do to the monster race? Then Lin Xian thought of something. Medicine. It was the only thing on him that could possibly catch her eye. However, Lin Xian obviously couldn't give the potion to them. If he really did, he would probably be killed, and then he would be of no use to them. However, he was the only one who could produce the chalcedony liquid. However, Lin Xian would never mass-produce it for them. It was impossible for him to go and strengthen the demon race. He had to leave. But what else could he do? Lin Xian didn't say anything. He was secretly spinning the wheel in his mind. Ding, you got loneliness. Lin Xian. 16 million, gone just like that? The second wheel. Ding, you got loneliness. Lin Xian. Fuck your mother. Lin Xian really wanted to curse. He only had enough Adonis points left for one attempt. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and tried the third time. Ding, you got. Lin Xian. There was an additional obedience spray in Lin Xian's interspatial ring. However, why did this obedience spray pink look so familiar? Lin Xian was suddenly stunned. Wasn't this the culprit who had sex with Linglong Shui? Fuck. What's the point of him drawing this thing? For a man to use? Fuck Lin Yang. It's over, it's over. Lin Xian was really panicking. Did the Martial Arts Academy know that he had been fucking captured? Could someone please come and save him? Of course, the Martial Arts Academy didn't know. If they could ensure what everyone was doing there and what danger they would encounter, why would they make them sign the life and death order? Even those in the heavenly Tao realm couldn't casually look at the mirror image of any place. They walked into the demon god temple. Lock up Lin Xian first. Changhong, watch him. Don't let him escape with his spatial attribute. Yes, second elder. Lin Xian was then locked in a room. The female demon named Changhong was likely the expert with the spatial attribute. Lin Xian kept pacing in the room. Now, he only hoped for one thing, and that was a cell phone. Fuck. What do I do now? Lin Xian sighed. The current situation was definitely extremely bad. However, the good thing was that he was still useful to them, so he might not die for the time being. He might be safe for the time being, but Lin Xian didn't know what methods they would use. He didn't know if they would use force or soft tactics. At this moment, Song Wanhu arrived at the First Elder's place. First Elder, Lin Xian is here. The First Elder stood up. Well done. Your Void Fox didn't notice, right? Song Wanhu shook his head. No, he didn't have time to send a message. In addition, I didn't sense the existence of any divine sense from him. Well, that means the Void Fox didn't leave any mark on him. But that's not necessarily true. What if you can't sense it? However, if the Void Fox could sense it, with her ability, she would have killed you on the way. All right, I'll go report to the Ice Goddess. She will decide what to do. Yes. After that, the Great Elder walked out and leaped onto the floating island above his head. In the entire 10th hall of the Demon God Temple, apart from those in the floating hall, the First Elder was the only one qualified to fly up there. The floating island was simply a different world after flying up. It was very beautiful. There were all kinds of flowers, trees, lakes, and even peach blossoms. In short, it was a very relaxing place. On the floating island, there were only girls. They wandered around the island, watered the flowers, or prepared something. First Elder, what's the matter? The First Elder landed on the edge. A few girls who seemed to be guards respectfully asked the First Elder, "Help me report to the Ice Goddess that Lin Xian is here." "All right, thank you, First Elder." Then this old man will take his leave. Then the Great Elder flew down again. Yes, he could come here, but he was just a messenger. Although he was the First Elder of the 10th Hall, the floating island wasn't under his jurisdiction. In the huge palace below, he had the highest status. But above, it was hard to say. It was said that there were some on the floating island who were much stronger than him. The beautiful girl quickly walked into the depths and came to a garden. Behind the garden was a very large and beautiful palace. She walked in. "Where is the Ice Goddess?" she asked one of the other girls. "In the room." Then she came to a very large door and knelt there. "Ice Goddess, I have something important to report." Ka. Then the door in front of her slowly opened. She got up and walked in. In front of her was a huge bed. She could vaguely see 3 figures, but they were covered by a gauze curtain. Of the 3 figures, one seemed to be lying there. The other 2 were kneeling on the bed and seemed to be massaging her or something. Chapter 970. A lazy voice came from behind the gauze curtain. "Speak." "Lord Ice God, Great Elder said that Lin Xian has been brought here." "You may leave?" "Yes." Then the girl slowly retreated and closed the door. "Master, is Lin Xian the human youth who ruined your plan?" A soft voice came from inside. It was very sweet. The camera turned to the inside of the veil. It was a scene that would make one's nose bleed. There were a total of 3 girls. There was no need to say more about their figures. They were all white and naked. They were especially clean. One of them was lying there. Her figure was very good. It was really a devilish figure. Her buttocks were very perky. The 2 girls who were massaging her were also very naked. One of them was about 16 or 17 years old. The other didn't look very old, about 20 years old. They were both super beautiful. They might be a bit inferior to goddesses like Ling Ying, but the difference wasn't that big. They were definitely existences above the school flower level. They were very beautiful. After all, they were demon incarnations. After all, they were the girls who served the ice god. The ice god had carefully selected them. She must have chosen them very well. That's right. The ice god was a lesbian. Moreover, at her current level, the girls she had played with were simply much more than those rich men. Naturally, the quality of the girls she had played with was also top-notch. What? How did girls play with girls? How would I know? Anyway, the pretty girls on Sky Island were all chosen by her. There wasn't a single guy. She had basically played with all of them. After all, she was a demon god. In the entire demon race, no, in the Myriad Demon Alliance, she was one of the 13 strongest demons in the huge camp that was hostile to humans. Xiao Yu. Ah, master. The 16 or 17-year-old girl hurriedly said in a slightly timid manner. The ice god sat up. Go and help me bring that Lin Xian here. I understand. Xiao Yu lowered her head. Then she hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out. Master, what do you want to do? Another pretty girl said softly as she helped the ice god put on his clothes. He's a man, especially a human youth in his 20s. With his age, there are too many things in the world that can tempt him. The ice god put on her clothes and looked at the beautiful white girl sitting on the bed. She said, I'll leave this matter to you. Call your sister. Yes. Go get it done. Yes. Xiaolan hugged his clothes and ran over naked. Anyway, there was no need to avoid arousing suspicion. The entire Sky Island was full of girls, and they were all girls that the ice god liked and played with. How could he play with them? How was he supposed to understand? At this moment, Linglong Shui opened her beautiful eyes and slowly sat up on the bed. After being in a daze for a while, she slowly got off the bed and walked out. There were many different types of tigers. Some were trash, and some had powerful bloodlines. But since she was a tiger, even if she was a girl, she shouldn't be so soft and gentle, right? You might die if I slap you. Xiaoyu then walked in front and said softly, Might die? Lin Xian checked and found that she was a 2-star domain realm cultivator. Under normal circumstances, this difference in cultivation level would definitely kill her. But it was impossible for Lin Xian. As for why Xiaoyu wasn't fierce, she might have been taught by the ice god. Hey, why are you bringing me up? His Excellency, the ice god, wants to see you. Lin Xian. Wow, what kind of fucking demon is this? Lin Xian had only seen one heavenly Dao realm cultivator in his life, and that was Linglong Shui. He never expected that the second heavenly Dao realm cultivator he was about to meet was one of the Fey race's Fey gods. Fuck. Chapter 971. Lin Xian then said, Speaking of which, you're so beautiful. You must have been fucked by the ice god, right? Lin Xian didn't panic at all. Since the ice god wanted to see him, there must be something going on. Xiao Yu. Anyway, Lin Xian felt that if a person stood at such a high position, wouldn't these women obediently fall into his arms with just a wave of his hand? I don't have to answer you. Xiao Yu said, Then you must have fucked him. Lin Xian mumbled. Xiao Yu didn't answer. In the next instant, they disappeared from where they stood. Lin Xian also arrived at the heavenly island above. Seeing the scene above, Lin Xian was very surprised. So beautiful. Moreover, there were so many girls. Each and every one of them was so beautiful. Mr. Lin Xian, please follow us. Xiaolan walked in front of Lin Xian and bowed slightly as she spoke. Lin Xian was dumbfounded the entire time as he followed her into a beautiful hall. Mr. Lin Xian. When Lin Xian walked in, the 2 rows of girls called out sweetly in unison. This really gave Lin Xian a fright, and his whole body trembled for a moment. What the fuck are they doing? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at Xiaolan. Mr. Lin Xian, please sit. Xiaolan bowed respectfully to Lin Xian, then led Lin Xian to a seat. Come, serve the dishes. Then a row of girls each carried a dish and placed it in front of Lin Xian. Xiaolan poured some wine for Lin Xian and said, This is our ice god's favorite wine, 100-flower wine. It's brewed by the elves, and only the elves can brew it. As the wine was poured out, Lin Xian really thought he could smell the fragrance of flowers. No, what are these people doing? At this moment, a few girls walked over. Two of them rubbed Lin Xian's shoulders, and two of them knelt on either side of Lin Xian and rubbed Lin Xian's legs. Lin Xian. Xiaolon directly knelt in front of Lin Xian and reached out to untie Lin Xian's belt. Lin Xian. Really? His whole body trembled, and he immediately stood up. What? Fuck. They want to take off my pants. A group of female perverts. The ice god said to serve Mr. Lin Xian well. Xiaolon stood up and said to Lin Xian, "No need. If there's anything, just tell him to come face to face." "There's no need to do this," Lin Xian said. "Please wait a moment. Please eat first." Lin Xian didn't have to worry about anything. If they wanted to kill him, they didn't need to poison him, so the food was definitely not poisonous. Xiaolon walked out. "Master," she knelt in front of the ice god. "How is it?" "Lin Xian wants to see you directly." "Oh." The ice god raised her eyebrows and took a sip of the 100-flower wine. "Then bring him to his room." "Yes." On the other side, Lin Xian drank a sip of the 100-flower wine. "Oh my god, it's delicious." It was brewed by the elves. Lin Xian had never seen elves before. It was said that the elves were a race that stood aloof from worldly affairs. They were a very beautiful race. They didn't participate in any wars and were considered a neutral race. To be honest, ever since the human era entered the era of technology, no one had seen elves. However, Lin Xian had a rich aftertaste of this 100-flower wine. The wine that cost tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands per bottle was trash compared to this. Lin Xian roughly understood the ice god's intention. He wanted to use these things to win him over. Xiaolon walked over. "Mr. Lin Xian, please follow me." Lin Xian stood up and followed her upstairs. Xiaolon opened a room. "It's here." Lin Xian followed her in. The entire room was filled with a pink haze. Lin Xian's eyes saw the figure taking a bath behind a thin layer of gauze. Lin Xian. Click. Xiaolon walked in and slowly closed the door. Then, she stood beside Lin Xian and directly removed the coon on her body. Lin Xian. At this moment, the veil was slowly lifted up by a fair arm. Then, a super beauty with curvy breasts and perky buttocks, with water droplets dripping all over her body. This kind of scene, especially when it was a woman with an excellent figure and appearance, was especially seductive. Her appearance really didn't lose to Han Chushue's. Moreover, this woman's expression was cold. This was a cold beauty. In this situation, it was even more alluring. Gulp. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What the fuck? What was going on? The woman walked barefoot in front of Lin Xian and wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian, calm down. Calm down. What if she was fucking sick? Sister, I'm going to take a bath. Xiaolon said softly and walked away. Let me and Xiaolon serve you. The woman stuck out her tongue and licked Lin Xian's neck. Don't I like men? Lin Xian said. The woman. Her movements suddenly paused. Lin Xian then sat on the bed beside her and looked at her naked body, saying, Don't waste your time. I've already said that if there's anything, just get your boss to talk to me face to face. There's no need for all this. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils emitted a pink light. It could be seen that when the woman kissed Lin Xian's neck just now, she had lightly bitten a spot. It was even bleeding now. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian directly reached out and grabbed her chest. He was abnormally strong. The beautiful woman's face suddenly showed a painful expression. At this moment, the erotic scene in the room was being broadcasted live in front of the ice god. Do you think I'm here to negotiate with you? The corners of the ice god's mouth rose slightly. From the start, she had not planned to have a good chat with Lin Xian. She only needed to control Lin Xian. Xue Bingxin, the cold and beautiful woman that Lin Xian was violently touching, was her favorite and had been with her for a long time. Xiaolon, Xue Binglan, was her biological sister. The two of them were from the Heavenly Charm Spirit Fox clan. The Heavenly Charm Spirit Fox clan's strongest point was control. She knew that Lin Xian would not be easy to control, but with Xue Bingxin's ability, as long as they had sex, controlling him would be a piece of cake. Therefore, she was willing to sacrifice her favorite sister, Xue Bingxin. This was because she hated the human race. The human race had an irreconcilable enmity with her. She was willing to sacrifice herself. However, she frowned slightly. Was it really that comfortable for a woman to do that kind of thing with a man? Lin Xian was really being controlled now. He really did not expect this to happen. In any case, he was not rational now, so he did not know whether it was comfortable or not. Chapter 972. 2 hours later, Lin Xian was lying there. He was very tired. As for the two girls, they didn't want to move at all. They had no strength left. They lay there lazily and fell asleep. At this moment, a burst of power erupted from Lin Xian's body. A seven-colored light flickered slightly, and the ice god suddenly stood up. In the next moment, Lin Xian's pink pupils returned to normal, and Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? What was that seven-colored radiance? The ice god frowned. Lin Xian looked to the side. Fuck! What a sin! What should I do? She's beautiful, but Lin Xian doesn't want a woman who has been played with. But Lin Xian knows that he must be under control, and he knows what they want to do. The light, just now, seemed to be the seven-colored sacred scale. Lin Xian murmured in his heart. He didn't expect the seven-colored sacred scale that Xue Qilin gave him to save him again. Otherwise, if he was under control, everything would be over. Lin Xian glanced at the two girls and then walked out. He had just walked out when Lin Xian saw a figure. Mr. Lin Xian, Sir Ice God invites you. The girl saluted and said, are we finally going to meet? Lin Xian sneered. Seeing that he didn't fall for the trick, they could only meet. Yes, the Ice God's plan was to have Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan control Lin Xian. But she didn't expect that the Heavenly Charm Spirit Fox's power wouldn't be able to control him. This surprised her. The only possibility she could think of was that the seven-colored sacred light just now came from a magic treasure the Void Fox gave him. Since this method didn't work, she could only talk face to face. She took Lin Xian to a gate. We're here, Sir Ice God is here. Lin Xian then pushed open the door and walked in. It was a very, very, very big room, and it was very beautiful. What made Lin Xian frown was that the decoration of this room was a bit like a girl's room. Since you're here, come and have a seat. A voice sounded. Lin Xian then looked at the rooftop. A girl's voice? Fuck. Could this ice god be a girl? Lin Xian was stunned. It was true. Lin Xian had always thought that the ice god was a man. If it was a girl, then Lin Xian would be able to accept the two girls who had been harmed by him. That might not be the case. Lin Xian then walked over. This rooftop was super beautiful, and there were many plants and flowers. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a girl wearing a long black muslin dress. That girl also looked at Lin Xian. Her ink-black hair fluttered in the breeze, sometimes sticking to his white and translucent skin, sometimes brushing past his thin and slightly curved lips. The bridge of her nose was as narrow as the snow on the mountain. It stood tall and straight, and her eyes had a kind of soul-stealing feeling. She didn't even wear shoes. Her delicate white, jade-like feet were bare. She crossed her legs and gently sipped the 100-flower wine in front of her. As for her appearance, forget it. There was no need to describe it, because it was really super beautiful. She was a seductive and mature older sister type of girl. You really couldn't tell that she was the ice god. Ding! You have triggered the mission. Mission reward. Permanently activate the dark attribute, proficiency, and purity. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment. GOG shortens by 5 centimeters. Mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian. What the fuck? Why did I trigger the mission? This was the Ice God, the demon god of the 10,000 Demon Alliance's Demon God Temple. Lin Xian naturally didn't mind having a relationship with a beautiful girl from the demon race. Linglong Shui was already pregnant with Lin Xian's baby, but this was a demon god. Whether it was Tianhua City or Changfeng City in front of them, she was the one who ordered the attack. Even the heavenly void crystal was part of her plan. She was the enemy of mankind, and this damn system wanted him to flirt with her? Let's not talk about their identities first. She was a demon god and an enemy of mankind. How was he going to pursue her? No, why did the system trigger the mission for her? It was so difficult. Moreover, shouldn't the targets of the system's missions be quite good? Look at all the girls that the system triggered the mission. Which one of them wasn't good? But this one. Yirenbing glanced at Lin Xian. Then, with a flick of her finger, a teacup flew in front of Lin Xian. Then, she poured a cup of Baiwa wine for Lin Xian. Have a seat. Yirenbing's lips curled up slightly. Then she said, she looked like Murong Qing. She gave off a seductive feeling. Lin Xian even felt that although she was dangerous, it didn't seem like anything. However, Lin Xian couldn't forget her identity. She was the demon god of the demon god temple. In Tianhua City, there were millions of humans. Tens of millions of lives were lost because of her. At least, the direction of Tianhua City was ruled by her. Lin Xian sat there, looked at her, and said, if you have something to say, just say it. I like people who are straightforward. Yirenbing's lips curled up. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, if you like it, can you let me go? Yes. But we have to come to an agreement first. So you don't intend to let me go? Yirenbing glanced at Lin Xian and said, you can leave at any time. Just nod your head and agree. I believe that with your intelligence, you should know why I captured you. I know. But the moment I came, you asked me to fuck your people. What's the meaning of this? That's quite impressive. Yirenbing didn't directly answer Lin Xian's question. Instead, she said this. Lin Xian, that's all right. Lin Xian said, these two girls of mine have been tormented by you quite a bit. How did you know? I saw it from beginning to end. Lin Xian, what the fuck? That's why I said you're quite impressive. Yirenbing said indifferently. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This is so fucking embarrassing. Fortunately, this ice goddess was a woman, and a woman who triggered the mission. Otherwise, it would be so awkward. Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. They are my favorite female pets. You played with them, so you should give me the reward, right? Lin Xian, female pets? You can't be. What? You men are all dirty creatures. I prefer to accept clean and pure women. Can I? Lin Xian, fuck. This ice goddess is actually a lesbian? What the fuck? These identities, and she's a lesbian. How the fuck am I supposed to pursue her? Fuck. That's good, that's good. But Miss Ice Goddess, you haven't even tried men. So how can you say that men are dirty? You saw it just now. Your two female pets must have had a good time, right? Is this something that women can give you? Chapter 973. Yirenbing wasn't the type of person who couldn't stand men speaking dirty words to her. Furthermore, she felt that Lin Xian's words weren't dirty words. As for what he said, she didn't agree. In her eyes, men were dirty. Of course, she hadn't reached the point where she hated all men, to the point where she would kill any man she saw. Her level was only in this aspect. She definitely wouldn't let any man touch her. There's no point in saying this. Exa and and Xiaolan are women who have only been touched by me. Now that they've been sullied by you, you should take responsibility for this, right? I won't say anything else. Give me the formula for the medicine, and I won't pursue this matter. I'll give Exa and Xiaolan to you. This is your only chance to live. Yirenbing said, all right, I'll give you the formula. Coincidentally, there was a pen and paper in front of him. Lin Xian directly wrote down the formula on the paper and pushed it in front of Yirenbing. Yes, the formula. Yirenbing frowned and revealed a sullen expression. Are you toying with me? You should know what I mean. You said it yourself. If I give you the formula, you'll let me go. Now that I've given it to you, What else do you want? Lin Xian retorted. Of course, he knew what this girl meant. However, this was Lin Xian's only trump card. It was also the only thing that she was interested in. That was what she said. However, she hated men so much. If Lin Xian gave it to her, he might die. Furthermore, Lin Xian wouldn't give it to her. Of course, it wasn't certain. It didn't matter if it was a small amount, because it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Jade marrow liquid. Where did you get it? Yurenbing asked coldly. All right. If you agree to 3 conditions, I'll give you the jade marrow liquid. Lin Xian said. Of course, he knew that they definitely knew the formula. Everyone knew that this wasn't a secret that could be kept. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried because he was the only one who had the jade marrow liquid. Speak. Yurenbing took a sip of the 100 Flowers wine and said indifferently. The first one, the one who slapped me, I want him to die in front of me. Lin Xian said that he would die today, so he would definitely die today. Sure. Yurenbing replied indifferently. She then placed the blanket on the table and stretched out her hand. A figure appeared in the void in front of them. Lord, Ice God. The man who slapped Lin Xian looked in front of him in horror. Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. Did you really kill him? Did I say I was going to touch him? Yurenbing asked him coldly. The man trembled all over. I was too reckless. Please forgive me, Lord Ice God. Forgiveness is God's business, and I only need to send you to see him. With that said, Yurenbing waved her hand and sent him flying. Countless icicles came at him from all directions, piercing through his heart before he fell to the ground. Lin Xian. Sis, isn't that too ruthless? He's one of your fucking men? But you killed him just like that? The second one. Yurenbing said slowly. Lin Xian. Fuck. He felt like he was doomed. The second one is to give me a cell phone. No. I know you will inform the Void Fox, so I can't satisfy you. Wow. She fucking knows quite a lot. Are you afraid of her? Lin Xian asked. I'm not afraid, but if she reaches the heavenly Tao realm, with her perception of space and her spatial attributes, it's not impossible for her to fight me across realms. It'll be tricky. This Xiao Linglong was even afraid of a demon god. Then you're doomed. She's coming. Lin Xian said. Is that so? The corners of Yurenbing's mouth curled up slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. Of course. I have a perception she left on me. She naturally knows that I've been captured, Lin Xian said. If she really knows that you've been captured, you would have been taken away before even seeing the demon god temple. And now, either she doesn't care about you or she doesn't know. So, tell me the second one. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, All right, then the second one is not to attack humans. All right. Yurenbing nodded. Lin Xian? What the hell? All right. What was the big deal to Yurenbing? She didn't attack humans, but just because the demons were powerful didn't mean that they couldn't. Are you sure? Yurenbing said, It's just that I can attack humans. So what? Of course it's not just you. I can only represent the 10th Demon God Temple, so it's only the 10th Demon God Temple at most. But there is still the 12th Demon God Temple, so it's not impossible. Lin Xian. This woman really had her own principles. But Lin Xian didn't know if she would keep her word. Fine. She wanted to play this game with him. Tell me the third one. All right, then the third one is to spend a night with me. Lin Xian said. Yurenbing's body emitted a cold aura as she glanced coldly at Lin Xian. What? Is it wrong for me to state my conditions? Lin Xian asked. Change it. Why do you think you can make me change my conditions? He was very unhappy. Because you're a captive. I can decide your life and death at any time. Lin Xian, that seemed to make sense. I don't care. This is my third condition. Promise me that I'll give you the jade marrow liquid. If you don't, then forget it. If I want to kill you, then I'll kill you. You can choose any of the women here. I'll give you 20. Lin Xian. Did she think he was a stud horse? I'm thinking, aren't they your women? Why are you so willing to give them to others? Some things are more important than them. Lin Xian shrugged, then stretched out his hand and placed a bottle of jade marrow liquid on the table. All right, then I won't ask for the third condition. I'll give you the jade marrow liquid and let me go. Yurenbing felt like she had been played. A lowly human kid dared to play her. I want to know where you got the jade marrow liquid. But I said I'll give you the jade marrow liquid. Did I say how much I'll give you? I gave you this bottle. Did I go back on my word? Did I go back on my word? You're asking for it. Erin Bing's expression was furious. She suddenly slammed the table, and a monstrous aura exploded out. Lin Xian found it hard to breathe when this aura burst forth. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me about the jade marrow liquid. Otherwise, you'll die. Erin Bing said coldly. He was really angry. Because of this thing, 2 of his beloved women had been harmed by him. His men had been killed by him. Now he was actually toying with him? What right did he have to toy with him in such a situation? Fine. I'll give it to you. Lin Xian was really out of ideas. Although this person had triggered the mission, she was too troublesome. Now that Lin Xian's power was sealed, what could he do? Even if he exchanged all his Adonis points for the chalcedony liquid, it would not be enough for her. He could not possibly tell her that no one else had the chalcedony liquid and he had the system to exchange for it. This might be Lin Xian's only chance at survival, but would she believe him? Chapter 974. Therefore, in this situation, Lin Xian would rather choose another method that he had used before. Erin Bing retracted her aura and looked coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then swaggered out the obedient pink spray right in front of her. Erin Bing looked at the pink thing in Lin Xian's hand and frowned. What is this? Look carefully. Lin Xian held the obedient spray and said. Erin Bing took a step forward and reached out to take it. However, just as she was about to touch the obedient spray, Lin Xian instantly pressed the trigger. Sizzle. Normally, such an expert's reaction would be very fast. However, with Lin Xian's realm and Erin Bing's realm, there was no way she would believe that Lin Xian's item would be a threat to her. Therefore, her vigilance was very low, and the obedient spray naturally hit her. You're courting death. Erin Bing's delicate body exploded with a black mist that instantly engulfed Lin Xian and lifted him into the air. In her eyes, Lin Xian was toying with her. To be honest, no one had ever dared to toy with her like this. If it weren't for the fact that she was so interested in Lin Xian's things, Lin Xian would have died long ago. I'll give you one last chance. Speak. Erin Bing looked at Lin Xian, who was being controlled by the black mist, and said coldly. Lin Xian, however, grinned. 10. Erin Bing frowned. What did he mean? 9, 8, 7. Lin Xian was counting down. If you don't speak, then there's no need for you to live. Erin Bing then gathered a ball of black energy. 3, 2. Just as Erin Bing was about to blast this energy at Lin Xian 1, her body suddenly staggered and she took a few steps back. The energy she gathered instantly dissipated. At the same time, Lin Xian fell from the air to the ground. What did you use? Erin Bing's face was flushed red. She arched her body and looked up at Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered, something to make you feel good. Erin Bing was shocked. What was that just now? Why did she show such a strange expression? She panicked and gathered another ball of energy to kill Lin Xian, but she couldn't do it. Hot. What an uncomfortable feeling. This was the only thing Lin Xian could do. He really had no other choice. As for what would happen next, I'll knock you out and then run away. Okay? Anyway, it wasn't the first time. Lin Xian was already used to it. Fuck. This powder spray appeared at the right time. At first, Lin Xian thought it was trash, the most useless thing. But it just so happened that this ice god was a woman. The effect of the powder was very fast. Erin Bing was already wearing her clothes. She staggered in front of Lin Xian, grabbed Lin Xian's chest, and breathed in his fragrance. Hurry, she said in a muffled voice. Hurry what? Lin Xian looked at her mockingly. Fuck. Demon gods are awesome, right? You're awesome, right? You're the mission target triggered by the system, right? He was very happy because he was really unhappy before. Yes, I want it. Erin Bing grabbed Lin Xian. Slap. Lin Xian slapped her face, and she fell to the ground. Does it feel good? Lin Xian asked. She crawled to her feet and grunted. Fuck you. It felt so good. Didn't she want to kill him just now? What about now? Really, this was the second time Lin Xian hit a woman. The first time was Zhao Mingyue. This Yi Renbing was high and mighty, and she wanted to kill him just now. Lin Xian's slap was definitely not wrong. Hurry up, she said in a panting voice. Kneel, Lin Xian said. She obediently stood in front of Lin Xian. Take it off yourself. Yi Renbing then took off her clothes. Slap. Lin Xian slapped her again. Fuck me. Then she quickly made her move. Ding. Your Prince Charming points plus 100 million. Ding. Really, Lin Xian had never seen a girl so crazy before. What surprised Lin Xian was that this was Yi Renbing's first time. What the fuck? But Lin Xian really did not show any mercy. It could not be described as violent. Another 2 hours passed. Yi Renbing lay there motionless. She did not even open her eyes. To be honest, Lin Xian did not want to move, but he still wanted to live. Hence, he glanced at Yi Renbing, quickly put on his clothes, and ran outside. Bang! The door could not be opened. A black energy, like a barrier, had sealed the place. Lin Xian, fuck you. Lin Xian could not help but curse. It's over. If he had a chance to live before, now that he was trapped here, how could he escape? If he still had the space attribute, it would be fine. But now, he could not even use his energy. Kill her? Lin Xian looked at Yi Renbing, who was lying there with her face and hair covered in white. He suddenly had such a thought. No, he couldn't kill her. She was at the heavenly Tao realm. Although the few slaps he had given her seemed to vent his anger, she probably did not feel any pain at all. Such an existence's physical defense was unimaginable. Even if Lin Xian held a sword, he probably would not be able to pierce through her skin. He couldn't kill her. If he could kill her, Lin Xian would probably choose to really kill her. This was because if he did not kill her, he would be the one dying. If he failed the mission, Ha would be shortened by 5 centimeters. Between his own death, he would definitely choose the former. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He saw Yi Renbing's long eyelashes tremble. She was about to wake up. What was Lin Xian's subconscious reaction? Hide! Lin Xian immediately rushed to the bottom of the bed. He knew that hiding was useless. This was his subconscious reaction. Yi Renbing slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her vision was somewhat obscured. She wiped her eyes, and her hands were covered in a sticky liquid. What had just happened? She seemed to have some recollection of what had happened. She also knew what she had just experienced. Ka. Yi Renbing clenched her fists tightly as they emitted cracking sounds. With a wave of her hand, a black dress appeared on her body. Bang! She slammed her hand on the bed, causing it to shatter into pieces. Lin Xian appeared in front of her. He was trembling with anger. Lin Xian gulped a mouthful of saliva and stood up. He looked at Yi Renbing, who still had that thing on her face and hair. She was already wearing a black vacuum dress and standing there barefoot. Her expression was extremely ugly. She was furious. Lin Xian could only see anger on her face. This sovereign will skin you alive. Yi Renbing glared at Lin Xian as she said that through gritted teeth. Then, she rushed in front of Lin Xian and grabbed Lin Xian by the neck, lifting him up. Chapter 975. To be honest, Lin Xian had been in this kind of life-or-death situation several times, but he always managed to avoid it. This time, however, it would be difficult. It wasn't a loss, right? It felt pretty good to be able to toy with her like this before death. Lin Xian laughed helplessly in his heart. You look so beautiful when you're pouting and begging for sex, Lin Xian said as she squeezed his neck. In the next instant, Lin Xian's face turned red, and Yi Renbing increased her strength. Prophet! Lin Xian's face gradually turned purple. At this moment, a sudden force came from afar. Yi Renbing turned her head abruptly. then threw Lin Xian aside and dodged backwards. Boom! That the force came crashing down, instantly splitting the area into two, and dust flew everywhere. Cough, cough. For the first time, Lin Xian felt blessed to have oxygen. However, the force that threw him was too strong. It looked like he was just thrown, but in reality, Lin Xian's body was probably fractured in dozens of places. It was so serious that he could die. When the dust slowly dissipated, Lin Xian lay there and looked up. It was really difficult for him to open his eyes. A figure became clearer and clearer. When all the dust cleared, Lin Xian saw that familiar back. Really, tears were about to fall. Xiao Linglong, I love you to death. Lin Xian really used all his strength to say this, then fainted. Linglong Shui stood there in a long white dress, and Yi Renbing in a long black dress stood opposite her. All the dust had dissipated. Linglong Shui. Yi Renbing stared at Linglong Shui, gritting her teeth. Why did she come at such a crucial time? It was true. Linglong Shui had been looking for Lin Xian for many hours. She had many guesses and went to many places before finally finding this place. At first, it was just a guess, but the reason she was certain that Lin Xian was here was because she smelled Lin Xian's scent. As a member of the fox tribe, the void fox possessed a keen sense of smell. On top of that, there was one particular scent that was even clearer to her. Now, she understood. She saw the familiar thing on Yi Renbing's face and hair, and the familiar smell. She understood. Know what was going on? Lin Xian gave her. That's impossible, right? But there was no mistaking the smell. Linglong Shui's gaze swept across the area and saw the thing on the ground that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Little pink spray. This made sense. Why would Yi Renbing be harmed by him? Linglong Shui. What's the meaning of this? Get lost. Yi Renbing gritted her teeth as she stared at Linglong Shui. I have to take Lin Xian with me. Linglong Shui said softly. Get lost if you don't want to die. Yi Renbing's petite body erupted with terrifying strength. At the same time, Linglong Shui's strength was released as well. The black and white lights contrasted sharply. Upon sensing Linglong Shui's heavenly Dao realm strength, Yi Renbing knew that she had to take Lin Xian with her. I don't want to be your enemy. Don't force me, Yi Renbing said coldly. Although I don't know what happened, I believe that you must have forced him into a corner. You reap what you sow, Yi Renbing. Blame yourself. Bastard. Yi Renbing was enraged as she charged at Linglong Shui. At the next instant, the two forces, one white and one black, surged into the sky as the world changed colors. The strength that erupted from the duo's battle left everyone aghast. In the tiny room, Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan, who were still sleeping, hurriedly opened their eyes when they sensed the aura fluctuations. They looked at each other before wearing their clothes and rushing out to see the terrifying scene in the void. Sister, who is that? Why is she able to fight Master? Linglong Shui, someone beside Lin Xian. She's a void fox, Shui Bingxin said with a frown. When Lin Xian was mentioned, she did not know what was going on either. However, they had given everything to Yi Renbing, including their lives. They were willing to serve Lin Xian when she wanted them to. However, they never expected the two heavenly Dao realm existences to fight. Although Yi Renbing's realm was higher than Linglong Shui's, Linglong Shui's space was just too domineering. It was definitely difficult for her to take down Linglong Shui. She actually came? Shui Binglan said in shock. I heard Master mention that she had a close friend decades ago. Although Master did not say who it was, she revealed many things that made me believe it was the Void Fox. Then why are they fighting? Furthermore, if Master and her are close friends, why haven't they met for so many years? Shui Bingxin shook her head. I don't know. Boom. The two's terrifying strength clashed, causing the entire sky to lose its color. Every clash between them was probably enough to destroy the entire Sky Island. This was the strength of the heavenly Dao realm. Thankfully, they were fighting in the void. Even at such a distance, the powerful shockwaves caused the two sisters to lose their footing. After all, Shui Binglan was at the domain realm, while Shui Bingxin was at the heavenly venerable realm. Boom! The two clashed once again and separated as they stood in the void. You were pregnant? Bing looked at Ling Long Shui in disbelief. During the battle, she realized that Ling Long Shui had been holding back and was even protecting her stomach. She felt that something was amiss, and after carefully probing, she was shocked to discover that there was still life in her stomach. Ling Long Shui did not say a word. Who is it? Bing asked through gritted teeth. She and Ling Long Shui were close friends. Of course, she wasn't a lesbian at that time. They were truly close friends. However, a few decades ago, Bing's family led an army to attack the human race. They were all wiped out by the human race. At that time, Bing didn't want to attack the human race intentionally. She was neutral. However, after that, she hated the human race to the core. She accepted her father's 10th Fey God Temple. She didn't know why, but she hated men even more. Ling Long Shui had advised her and told her many things. The general idea was that the human race and the demon race were like fire and water. The fall of her family was not entirely the fault of the human race. They were the ones who attacked, and the demon race had to protect later on. Bing angrily broke off relations with Ling Long Shui. They had not seen each other since then. Bing took over the 10th Fey God Temple, became a Fey God, and attacked the humans. She had already killed the human expert who killed her parents. Ling Long Shui subconsciously glanced at Lin Xian, who was in the room on the rooftop. It's him. Bing caught Ling Long Shui's gaze. She couldn't believe that she had actually chosen a lowly human with a lowly status. You don't have to care. You. Bing gritted her teeth. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. Bing said angrily. Why did it have to be Ling Long Shui who was protecting him? And why was Ling Long Shui pregnant? Damn it. Ling Long Shui nodded slightly and looked at her. Then she said, I hope that if possible, you can help him. I don't want to repeat myself. Ling Long Shui then flashed to Lin Xian's side. She looked up at Bing, and then the two of them disappeared. Lin Xian, bastard. Bing clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 976. On the other side, Ling Long Shui brought Lin Xian home. When Bing Lingyue saw Lin Xian, she frowned and stood up quickly. What happened? Bing Lingyue asked immediately. He was taken away by the monster god of the Monster God Temple. The Monster God Temple is watching him? Bing Lingyue found it hard to believe. Probably not in the future, at least not in the 10th Monster God Temple. As Ling Long Shui spoke, she released a gentle force to help Lin Xian heal. He's badly hurt. Bing Lingyue glanced at him and said, Yes, but it's not a big deal. He'll wake up tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian lay on the side with a rosy face. I'll go to the martial arts academy first. I'll go. You can help him wipe off the blood on his body. Bing Lingyue took the interspatial ring from Lin Xian's hand and walked away. Ling Long Shui looked at Lin Xian and muttered, I'm not going to do it either. You can do it yourself when you wake up. She was very unhappy. Why did this bastard do that to Bing again? But he seemed to have a way to do it in that situation. Ling Long Shui sat there thinking about something. On the other side, Bing Lingyue arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. The students from the Martial Arts Academy hadn't come back yet. Now the Martial Arts Academy was full of students who had already been selected. When Bing Lingyue appeared in the Martial Arts Academy, they were all stunned. Don't tell me he's a fucking instructor from the Martial God Academy. If she was, no matter what she taught, they would go to her class no matter what. Here, Xiao Runing waved at Bing Lingyue and walked over. Damn. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. Miss Xiao is such a top-notch beauty, and her friend is also such a beautiful woman. Oh my God. It's true. She's so beautiful. But since that's the case, she's very likely to be our teacher. Those who saw Bing Lingyue mumbled. Bing Lingyue handed the interspatial ring to Xiao Runing and said, This is Lin Xian's interspatial ring. His demonic crystal is inside. What happened to him? Xiao Runing asked hurriedly. He was captured by the Yao gods of the Yao God Palace. He is slightly injured and will wake up tomorrow. However, I don't think he will make it in time. Xiao Runing. What the hell? Captured by the demon god of the demon god temple? Big sister, can you not be so casual when you say it? I think they must have taken a fancy to the medicines that Lin Xian created. Those medicines can also greatly increase the strength of the demon race. The demon god of the 10th demon god temple. Bing Lingyue nodded. Xiao Runing took a deep breath. How did he manage to come back alive? This guy was really lucky. It's okay. Just give me the demonic crystal. Xiao Runing took it. Then she hesitated and asked, is he really okay? I'll ask him to call you when he wakes up tomorrow. Hearing Bing Lingyue's words, Xiao Runing felt relieved. Okay, thank you. Then I'll leave first. They were all in the same group. Naturally, they had a good relationship. There was no need to say anything more. Xiao Runing looked at the interspatial ring in her hand. Then she went to where the dean was. On the other side, Yiren Bing had just finished showering and walked out. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were standing in the room. Seeing Yiren Bing walk out, they quickly raised their heads and took a step forward. Pack up and get ready to go to the martial arts academy. Yiren Bing casually wiped her hair and said lightly, Master. Xue Bingxin looked at her in confusion. There's still half a month before the Martial God Institute's examination. You can choose any day to pass the examination. Here are 2 pieces of divine Qilin jade. If you wear them, the Martial God Institute's experts will not be able to sense that you are Yao. Yiren Bing threw a jade pendant to each of the 2 girls. They reached out and took it. But what do we need to do? Just live inside and report to the Martial Arts Academy. Yes. The 2 girls bowed respectfully. At this time, Xue Bingxin frowned slightly and asked, but Lin Xian knows us. Then give this to him while you're at it. Yiren Bing threw a golden core to Xue Bingxin. It doesn't matter if he knows us or not. Just do your own thing. Yes, we'll take our leave. The 2 girls then walked out. Yiren Bing then lay there in a daze. She absolutely hated Lin Xian to death. She absolutely wanted to kill him. That was also absolutely true. But she would never have thought that Lin Xian and Linglong Xue had that kind of relationship. And Linglong Xue was even pregnant with his child. She would never have thought that. Why? Why did he pursue Linglong Xue? She knew Linglong Xue too well. She felt that this was absolutely impossible, but the impossible really happened. If it was before, even if Lin Xian ran away, she would definitely use all her strength to kill Lin Xian. But now, he was Linglong Xue's man and the father of Linglong Xue's child. She couldn't kill him. But why did Linglong Xue choose him? A weak and lowly human. She really couldn't figure it out. She and Linglong Xue were indeed close friends. Although they hadn't had any contact all these years, although she said that they had broken up, did she not care? Of course she cared. If she really didn't care, then why did she stop fighting Linglong Xue when she sensed that Linglong Xue might be pregnant? Because she was worried that the battle would cause something to happen to the child in her womb. It was just that bastard Lin Xian was too hateful, slapping her and doing anything to her. Her mind was filled with images that made her grit her teeth in hatred. What exactly is in the human world that caused such a big change in you? Looks like I have to go and see for myself. Linglong Xue, I'll give you one last face. I won't kill Lin Xian, but I hope that you won't go too far. Yiren Bing secretly clenched her fists. Then she got up and changed her clothes before walking out. She wanted to go to the human world and see for herself what caused such a big change in Linglong Xue. What was so special about the human world that she loathed? Why can't I get through to Lin Xian's phone? It's been a few hours. Does anyone know where he is? Miao Xiaomiao sent a message to the group of 10 or so girls. He's with me? Linglong Xue replied. Huh? Isn't he in the 4th round of the Martial Arts Academy exam? Lingying didn't understand when he saw the message. He said that he lost his phone after the exam. That's why I can't get through, Linglong Xue replied. Oh, got it? Lingying put down the sausages. What's wrong? Han Shushui asked. Lin Xian left without saying anything, Ling Ying said unhappily. Chapter 977. Ling Long Shui didn't tell them the truth because she didn't want them to worry. That was all. She glanced at Lin Xian and let out a soft sigh. She hated Lin Xian for doing that to Yi Rinbing, but Ling Wei, please take care of Lin Xian. I have something to do outside, Ling Long Shui said to Bing Ling Wei. Okay, go do your thing. Ling Long Shui nodded and walked out. On the other side, Yi Rinbing arrived at Lin Bin City. She was no stranger to the bustling scene in the city. Although she had never lived here, she had seen it many times. She still preferred to hear the screams and cries of these people fleeing for their lives. Yi Rinbing was truly too beautiful. Her appearance attracted the attention of countless people. Countless gazes were focused on her, and countless people couldn't help but secretly take pictures of her. Of course, she noticed it, but she pretended not to see it. She hated it, but she didn't care. Grilled gluten, authentic grilled gluten. A fragrance wafted into Yi Rinbing's nose. It was a fragrance she had never smelled before. She had eaten too many delicacies. One had to know that with her status, she could eat whatever she wanted to eat. However, she had never smelled such an aroma before. She walked to the stall and looked at the grilled gluten. She frowned as she felt that it was dirty. Beauty, do you want some grilled gluten? The uncle looked up at Yi Rinbing and couldn't help but be amazed. However, he was an honest man. He just wanted to earn some money to support his family. Give me one, Yi Rinbing said calmly. One? I'm not selling one. 5 for 10. 5 then. Okay. Do you want spicy? No. Beauty, this stuff has to be extra spicy. A man walked over with a smile. Get lost, Yi Rinbing said coldly. She was not a cold and elegant woman. On the contrary, she was more of a seductive woman. However, she was in an extremely bad mood. How dare a lowly human strike up a conversation with her? The man was stunned for a moment. Fuck, a hot-tempered beauty. This is the kind of woman I like. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards Yi Rinbing's butt. Before his hand could touch the man's figure disappeared. As for where he went, he didn't know, but he was definitely dead. Many people saw this scene. They also saw that people were gone. But as for what happened, no one knew. The uncle suddenly felt a chill. He shuddered and raised his head, wondering if there was a man who was flirting with this beautiful young lady. Where is he? Okay, 5 roasted gluten, 10 yuan. Yi Rinbing took out a piece of bright crystal and put it on the cart. She took the gluten and turned around to leave. Hey, young lady, 10 yuan. I said 10 yuan. What did you give me? The uncle held the crystal and shouted at Yi Rinbing. This is more valuable. Yi Rinbing turned around and said to him, I want money. 10 yuan. The uncle walked over and stuffed the crystal into Yi Rinbing's hand. Money. Yi Rinbing frowned slightly. She didn't have money, but she knew that this crystal was very precious, very precious. How much was 10 yuan? Then, the scene became awkward. Hurry up and pay. You're so beautiful and well-dressed. Don't you have to pay for things? More and more people gathered around. Yi Rinbing frowned. Here. At this time, Ling Long Shui walked over and gave him $100 bill. Yi Rinbing glanced at Ling Long Shui. Hissed that everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? 2 beauties of this level. What the hell? Ling Long Shui glanced at Yi Rinbing and said, Let's go have a chat. I said I don't want to see you. After saying that, Yi Rinbing took the gluten and walked away. Then, she threw the crystal to Ling Long Shui. Ling Long Shui stretched out her hand and caught it. Then, she followed her out of the crowd. The uncle who was roasting the gluten was pleasantly surprised. She actually gave him 100 yuan out of 10 yuan. He earned 90 yuan. Little did he know that if he were to sell that crystal, he would probably be able to get at least 10 million yuan. Yi Rinbing ate the gluten. She had never tasted it before. She felt that it was quite mysterious and dirty. Although it didn't taste like exotic delicacies, it was quite special. This restaurant is quite delicious. Let's go, it's my treat. Ling Longshui looked at a restaurant in front of her. Then she walked in. SK, do I need you to treat me? Bing laughed in disdain. Then she followed her in. In the private room, two beautiful girls were sitting opposite each other. Can you give me the golden spirit pill now? Ling Longshui looked at Bing. Then she slowly said, Why should I give it to you? Bing raised her head and looked at Ling Longshui. She had helped to treat Lin Xian's injuries. When he woke up, he would be able to use his own law of creation to recover in the shortest amount of time. However, there was an even more troublesome problem on his body. That was the power that Bing had injected into his body. This power was a kind of dark power. It belonged to Bing. Although this power wouldn't directly kill Lin Xian, it would slowly devour Lin Xian. In about 3 to 5 months, Lin Xian would die. This thing didn't seem to be a big problem right now. However, Ling Longshui had no way to solve it. The only way to solve it was Bing herself. She had condensed a kind of golden spirit pill called the golden spirit pill. This kind of golden spirit pill could dissolve the dark power. This was also the reason why Ling Longshui had to find Bing. I know you hate him very much right now. Using this kind of method to kill Lin Xian isn't your style. Does it feel good? Bing crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at Ling Longshui. You don't have to worry about that. But you, the dignified void fox, actually fell in love with a lowly and weak human and became pregnant with his child. If your clansmen were still alive, how angry would they be? The entire void fox's face has been lost because of you, Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui said disapprovingly. Then if your parents were still alive, how embarrassed would they be if they knew that you, Bing, had been humiliated by a lowly and weak human to the point that your face was covered in filth and your legs were weak when you fought? Oh, right. Also, their daughter actually fell in love with a man. If they knew, they would be even more embarrassed. Bang! Bing angrily slapped the table and stared at Lin Xian. Ling Longshui, I'm warning you. Don't think that I won't do anything to you. Eat something, Ling Longshui said indifferently. Chapter 978. 2 hours later, the food on the table was almost finished, especially the wine. Of course, they were not drinking human wine. Bing only took a sip of the red wine before spitting it out. It tasted terrible. Then, she took out a huge bottle of 100-flower brew, and the two of them drained it. Right now, they were all a bit drunk. The 100-flower wine was a relatively special wine. If you drank a little, you wouldn't feel drunk at all. But once you drank too much, even if you were an Empyrean, it would be very difficult to use spirit force to dispel the drunkenness. Ling Longshui, is this your taste now? You can even drink such trash? Bing held her forehead with one hand as she looked at Ling Longshui with a blushing face before mocking her. Taste is not important. You just have to get used to it. Ling Longshui's face was also slightly red. The 100-flower brew had rushed to her head. The two of them were actually people who were tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. Although their personalities were different, they cared about each other deeply, but they did not appear to care. In Ling Longshui's life, other than Bing Lingyue, she only had one good friend, Bing. To Bing, Ling Longshui was the same. The two of them treated each other as good friends, and at the same time, they urged each other to grow and cultivate. Their talents and bloodlines were all top-notch. In fact, Bing's cultivation speed was even faster than Ling Longshui's. Of course, it wasn't that her talent was inferior. It was just that the difficulty of Ling Longshui's spatial cultivation was indeed more difficult than hers. Didn't you say that it's impossible to advance to the heavenly Tao realm in 500 years? Why? Back then, you were lying to me. You wanted me to relax and cultivate, right? Then, you would surpass me. Thankfully, I'm exceptionally smart, or I would have been fooled by you. Bing said with a slightly drunk tone. No, Ling Longshui shook her head slightly. I've never lied to you. The heavenly Tao realm was helped by Lin Xian. Bing froze. Bullshit. Who does he think he is? He's just a puny little bastard. How could he help you? Linglong Shui advanced to the heavenly Tao. Linglong Shui nodded slightly. I admit that he is a bastard. I also admit that he is weak. As for being lowly, humans and demons coexist in this world. Demons cultivate with all their might to take human form. So why would humans be lowly? As for the heavenly Tao, it was indeed him who helped me advance. I don't care about that. Why do you like him? Bing put down her hand and looked at Linglong Shui. Perhaps this is fate. I think you're becoming more and more depraved. After spending some time with him, you might gradually feel that he's not so ordinary anymore. I will kill him. You wouldn't. Bing looked at Linglong Shui. I really want to kill you. Bing angrily gulped down the cup of 100-flower wine in front of her, and then suddenly crushed the cup. Incompetent rage. So angry. Give me the golden spirit pill. Linglong Shui then said softly. No. Bing stood up. Then lend me the heavenly lotus seed. In your dreams. I'm leaving. Bing then disappeared. Only a pure white, heavenly lotus seed was left on the table in front of her. Linglong Shui stood up and picked up the supreme, grade heavenly lotus seed with a faint smile on her face. At midnight, a dense crowd gathered at the Martial Arts Academy. These were the people who came back from the first day of the assessment. They were going to accept the cruel ranking. Everyone handed in their demon crystals. The instructors were quickly calculating the score and ranking. Okay, now we will read out the names of all the people who advanced. Please come to this area. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue appeared not far away. They looked for Lin Xian and found that Lin Xian was not here. What's going on? Did he forget the time at Linglong Shui's place? No, he wouldn't be so stupid. Wang Xintong was also looking for Lin Xian, but she couldn't find him. Muro Yu also took a glance, but she didn't see Lin Xian. Lin Xian killed so many demon beasts. She absolutely believed that Lin Xian could advance, but why didn't he appear here? If he didn't come, no matter how many demon beasts he killed, he would be considered eliminated. Zhang Ming, Qin Chao, Zhang Haoming. The names were read out one by one. At the same time, a huge screen in front of them showed their score and ranking. Time slowly passed, and all the names of the people who advanced came out. Murong Yu and the others were even more puzzled, because they didn't see Lin Xian's name, and he really didn't appear. Was he eliminated? Qin Ming, Su Zhiming, and even Xiao Yun and the others naturally paid attention to Lin Xian. When they didn't even see Lin Xian's ranking in people, they couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, this Lin Xian is so ordinary. He can't even pass the Martial Arts Academy's examination. What a trash. Su Zhiming sneered. But it's impossible. His attributes are here. At that time, he indeed defeated you and me. Logically speaking, he should definitely pass this examination. Qin Ming frowned and thought. Maybe when he defeated us, he took drugs. What if he didn't? Don't think that he's that strong. Su Zhiming said. Qin Ming didn't say anything. Chuxue, what's going on? Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue shook her head. She didn't know either. Didn't they say that Lin Xian was at Linglong Shui's place? Why did something happen to him? This was what they thought. At this time, Luo Xiu said, also, there's something special. Everyone looked at Luo Xiu curiously. There's another member who advanced, and that's Lin Xian. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the girls who paid attention to Lin Xian immediately let out a sigh of relief. They knew it. How could Lin Xian not be able to advance? Luo Xiu then said, Lin Xian is ranked 521. Chi. Su Zhiming sneered. Rank 521? What trash. So what if he advanced? It seems that he's very ordinary. It's very ordinary. Lin Xian only grinded for a few hours to reach rank 521. If he grinded for a day, he would definitely be in the top 3. Then Luo Xiu said, because Lin Xian encountered an accident, he can't come here now. At this time, The man who happened to be ranked 2001 stood up and said, "Vice President, this isn't fair. The rules clearly state that if a person doesn't arrive in time, he will be eliminated. Vice President, even if he has enough points, he still hasn't arrived. Regardless of whether I'm injured or not, this doesn't conform to the rules, right?" Hearing his words, many people who were eliminated expressed their displeasure and echoed, "Yes, that's indeed the case. But his problem is rather special." What's so special about it? The danger he encountered is at the heavenly Tao realm, so the Academy chose to tolerate it. Chapter 979. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, everyone was rooted to the ground. Heavenly? Heavenly Tao realm? He had encountered the threat of a heavenly Tao realm existence? How? How was that possible? Ling Ying and company were also rooted to the ground. How? How did this happen? However, despite being worried, Ling Long Shui had said that he was fine. It was likely that he was fine, but he was probably injured. Because of this special situation, the Academy has chosen to make an exception. Are there any other questions? Luo Xiu asked. They were also shocked when they received the news. Lin Xian's identity was not a mystery to them. He was the person in charge of the Art Pavilion Corporation, and the medicine was brought by him. As for the demon god, the ice god's goal in finding him and capturing him was very clear. If he had really chosen to help the demons to save his life, it would be a great loss to humanity. However, the Martial Arts Academy never expected that Lin Xian would have the ability. No, there was an existence at that level that could save him. That was also at the Heavenly Tao realm, and it was definitely not a simple Heavenly Tao realm existence. This Lin Xian was somewhat mysterious. Regardless, Lin Xian had to stay in the Martial Arts Academy. This was also something that the Martial Arts Academy would do its best to protect. Upon hearing this, none of them had the right to retort. Clearly, they could tell that the Martial Arts Academy wanted to protect Lin Xian. Murongyu was extremely alarmed as well. She had seen Lin Xian grinding some time ago, so how did he end up interacting with a Heavenly Tao realm demon god for some baffling reason? Furthermore, how did he manage to escape? It was unimaginable. Alright, that's the situation for now. All members who have passed the test will temporarily enter the Martial Arts Academy with their tutors. During this period of time, the Martial Arts Academy will restrict your freedom and there will be no classes. Once all the students have entered, the Martial Arts Academy will officially open. As for the rest, I'm sorry to say that you have been eliminated, but it doesn't matter. There will be another chance next year. Many girls heard that Lin Xian was at Ling Long Shui's place and guessed that Lin Xian might be injured. They all asked Ling Long Shui about Lin Xian's condition. Ling Long Shui answered all of their questions. The next day, Lin Xian's hand moved and he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. Fuck, it hurts. Lin Xian subconsciously released the law of creation to heal his injuries. A few hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes again and slowly walked down from the bed. He was still trembling, and his injuries were quite serious. Walking out of the room, Lin Xian saw Ling Long Shui and the others sitting on the sofa. Big brother, Dragoni flew over and hugged Lin Xian's neck worriedly, rubbing her face against his neck. It's okay. Lin Xian smiled. Ah, Xiao Ling Long, thank you. Lin Xian looked at Ling Long Shui gratefully. Ling Long Shui took a sip of tea and looked at Lin Xian. How is it? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and sat beside Ling Long Shui. It's okay. The law of creation has recovered quite a bit. Ling Long Shui nodded. You're really lucky. You were captured by the demon god, and you still managed to hold on until sister found you. Ling Long Yue mumbled to herself. Fuck, I was fighting with my wits and courage, okay. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Lin Xian complained. Then he sighed, but sigh. I'm afraid I can't go to the demon beast domain anymore. Why? Ling Long Yu asked curiously. Fuck, that ice god must hate me. I think it's dangerous even in Lin and City. Why would I go to the demon beast domain? Wouldn't I be dead? Why does she hate you? Ling Long Yu asked. Lin Xian looked at Ling Long Shui awkwardly. He tainted the ice god. Ling Long Shui said calmly. Lin Xian, wah. Xiao Ling Long, you said it like that. So awkward. Ling Long Yu. No way. Ling Long Yu was in disbelief. Bing Ling Yue had heard about it, so she wasn't surprised. How did you do it? Ling Long Yu's mouth was wide open as she asked in disbelief. If it was some other girl, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that was a demon god, the ice god. Don't talk about it. The more you talk about it, the angrier I get. I slapped the girl a few times. Lin Xian said. Ling Long Shui. Not only did this bastard Tainy Rinbing like that, he also slapped her a few times? How did she tolerate it? Ling Long Shui then passed the lotus seed to Lin Xian. This is a supreme grade heavenly lotus seed? Lin Xian took it. Yes, Rinbing gave it to me. Ling Long Shui took a sip of tea and said calmly. Rinbing? Who is that? Lin Xian scratched his head and put his hand on Ling Long Shui's leg. Ling Long Shui said, Ice God. Lin Xian's hand that was caressing Ling Long Shui's leg suddenly stopped. He looked at Ling Long Shui with his mouth wide open. The fuck? Are you kidding me? Lin Xian looked at Ling Long Shui with his eyes wide open. She gave it to me. Now I owe her 2 favors. If you have the chance, you can think of a way to repay her. Ling Long Shui said. Lin Xian, wait, what's going on? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Rinbing and my sister used to be good friends. Ling Long Yu said. Lin Xian? What the fuck? Lin Xian was confused. She used to be good friends with Ling Long Shui. Fuck. Then what's going on now? Lin Xian asked. Ling Long Shui said. I'll send you over to apologize now. AI. Before Lin Xian could finish his sentence, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a place that made him tremble with fear. Wah! Xiao Ling Long, are you trying to murder your husband? Big sister? Lin Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In the room, Rinbing walked out while wiping her wet hair. When she saw Lin Xian in front of her, she was stunned. When Lin Xian saw her, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Lin Xian said with a sad face. Rinbing seemed to have guessed something. Then, she slowly walked in front of Lin Xian barefooted. Her slender fingers slowly traced Lin Xian's face and then reached Lin Xian's neck. Lin Xian was so nervous that he closed his eyes and felt goosebumps all over his body. What's wrong? You're so scared now? Rinbing said softly. Sister, I've always been scared. I came to apologize to you. I really made an unforgivable mistake. Really? Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at her with sincerity. This was too fucking ridiculous. The demon god was Ling Long Shui's good friend. And this demon god was the main culprit behind the fall of several cities in Tianhua City. What kind of logic was this? This was fucking unbelievable. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.